rooting for him. That's a great character.
Scooby,
You know, John Wick, he is
Scooby,
Superman, but he's retired, and now he's going back in the job. You know, the character comes down to the character.
where
really being
are
very
you?
important. Because the action will then have the character
Where
to
are
it.
you?
I think beyond the professional, that's
I mean, that's all about
it's all good. Now that when I say we're gonna do action movies, I mean movies that are really action first. Like there's some movies that are more dramas that have action. Where's the boundary? So John Wick is action. That's more action, but it has character in it, but it's action driven. What about Predator? Predator is the sci-fi action film. So that's kind of a hybrid, which I like, but sometimes it's hard for the audience to know what they're buying into. Like they focused a lot on the action in the trailer, you know, and then they felt there was some otherworldly thing that's really happening. But it's a great movie. But Die Hard is that's a good example where I can think of right off where there's a character that really made the difference. And then everyone repeated that. You know, for a while it was like Under Siege. I was like a regular guy who's really actually has some training on a ship now. And then on the bus, you got a cop. He's a cop, but he's not super cop. So that's why you root for him. And that became an element that people repeated a lot. What about Taken? That's a great one. That's a great character who is superhuman, who's also retired. You know, there's like a superhero type character in an extraordinary circumstance. Like that was Dodger's Taken, right? And then there's ordinary people, like the Terminator. That's a great character. Not the Terminator, he's a villain, but Sarah Connor, who is a waitress, doesn't think her life's going to her, and she finds out she's the mother of the guy who's going to save the human race. And she's got to train it. You know, suddenly she has to become something else. Those are cool movies because it's a genesis of a character, and you see a character go from waitress to revolutionary.
What about mob movies? I mean, some of them, like Godfather, is really not about that action.
Not an action movie. A drama that has some action, right?
I mean, John Wick is a mob film in some sense. I mean, there's a lot of dynamic action, but this is really not action.
That's really a character. Amazing. And it feels like action by the way he does it. It's just like that. It's like fast paced, fast talking. Like Escape from New York's one of my favorites since I was a kid. Because every movie, I've noticed this now that I tell you, even like a romantic comedy, there's a timeline. Every movie has to have like a ticking clock. So the audience knows this story is not just going to take over a period of years. So if suddenly someone in the movie around 20 or 30 minutes in will say, you got to go find the movie. Or, you know, it'll be like that. Escape New York is the best example of a ticking time clock because he's literally got bombs in his neck and he's got a watch that shows him. He's constantly clocking it how little time he has, and he gets you so like, oh my god, is he gonna make it? And that's like the best use of that. No one's ever topped that ticking time clock. All the other ones seem artificial in comparison.
Scooby Doo,
You it's all yours.
Scooby, Scooby, Scooby-Doo. Oh, Scooby, Scooby-Doo. Oh, Scooby, Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. Where are you? Scooby-Doo. Oh, where are you? Scooby. Scooby-Doo. Scooby. Scooby-Doo. What, Scooby-Doo. Oh, where are you? Scooby-Doo. Oh, where are you? Scooby. Scooby-Doo. What, Scooby? What, Scooby-Doo? What, Scooby-Doo? Wait, where are you? Wait, Scooby-Doo? Where are you? Scooby. Wait, Scooby-Doo. Wait, Scooby. Wait, Scooby-Doo. Wait, Scooby-Doo. Where are you? Scooby-Doo, where are you?
Good thing I put that in the order. That's the only reason that you put it on. We were going to remake it. They were going to put that movie out. They showed it. We need to show this movie to an audience because they might not like the fact that we killed it before we remake it. We showed it to an audience. The audience liked it the way it was. So they said, we're going to take this movie to film festival. I was like, no, this this is my practice movie. No one's supposed to see this movie.
Yeah.
And they go, no, you got something. No, dude, if I knew anyone was going to see this, I would have shot it completely different. Give me $2,000. I'll go reshoot half of it. Just know people are going to see it. I want something to see it. That is true. You don't know what you have here. So you're right, Toronto to great place. We won Sunday. So now we had to put it out. But I was like, I would have said don't show that. But they also questioned me and like we ended up making Desperado. The girl in Desperado doesn't die, you know, we didn't do that. We didn't kill someone, but that's what needed to happen. I couldn't call me one time. People would always say, like, oh, Reservoir Dogs, he borrowed from a Alcohol National called City on Fire. About these guys, they're all criminals and kill each other. And he said, hey, we're showing a double feature. They're showing Reservoir Dogs with City on Fire, you know, they say and they're showing Mariachi with a called Brother, where they ripped off Mariachi. Like they just took the whole story. Two Chinese actors in Mexico. With car cases, they just followed it. For watching it, and it's like scene by scene. They just remade it without getting it right. It was so fun to watch that one. And I'm like, it's this big brothel scene.
Everybody knows.
Oh, there's a scene where they figured that was a whorehouse.
Everybody knows.
They're reading their pattern. They have helicopter shots and all that. But then the girl's really good. And midway through the movie, shit, she's going down. It's like, I don't want her to die. I like this actress. She's really great. They were great love story. So I broke that twice. I sealed her fate. I sealed her fate because I have a line in Spy Kids too. I start thinking, you create stuff. You start thinking, that's how our creator is. It's like, oh shit, I just kind of did that in a memo. The whole town's going to get wiped out. Yeah. You know, I didn't even think about the implications of that. Because there's a line. I was making a character that Steve Buscemi plays in Spy Kids too, and he's a creator. He just wanted to make a little miniature zoo for kids. And then he thought, well, what if I put them together, like a lizard, a snake, and it's a slizard, and a spider monkey, which is like literally spider legs and a monkey top. So he makes that. And then he thought, hey, why don't I make them a little bit bigger for kids? They have big hands. And it got out of control, and they became these huge creatures. And now they're trying to eat him. So he's hiding. The kid's hiding. And he says this one line that people keep coming his own internet lots reading about this. Why is this line in this movie? It's so wild. I thought, I wanted Steve to come up to the camera like he's lost in his own creative world. And he says, I can't even go outside because my own creation is going to eat me. And he comes up to the camera and goes, do you think God hides in heaven because he too was feared what he created? It's like for a moment, this thing, and it's like, because we feel like that when you're creating stuff, like you're creating something, and then now it's taking all life in its own. Like, oh no, this character has to die. I didn't want that. This domino effect of creation. And you start thinking, look, that's what you're doing. I think he's hiding up there because look at it, it's like, oh, this should be happening. And in this particular context, one, for some reason, Christmas was said to know that you feel pain that this character died. Yeah, because like if I'm writing it, but if it's not coming from me, I'm not surprised. Sometimes Quentin would say that, so you just get two characters talking. When I'm writing my script, and then suddenly they're just talking. I was like, what does that mean? So now I know what that means. Like he just saves his life, and now the dialogue's coming through. Let me just ask you, you're the perfect person to ask about the genius of Quentin Tarantino. What makes him special? As a director, as a great mind, what do you see in him that's beautiful and that's brilliant? Since I met him, he was just like this brilliant ball of energy. And, like you see him, I walk around his house and I'll see like a few sheets of paper up there written down. Like, what's that? Oh, that was something I was starting to write. I take these and go turn it into like a whole trilogy or so. When he goes away, I was more of it until watch out for your dreams are. When you're younger, that means one thing, but when you get older, surround yourself around people who swing much farther than you. That's just like, but that's really true. I mean, just by being around them and working with them, you get by osmosis, you learn stuff, and it just ups your game because they're just swing way beyond you. Jim Cameron was like that. So like when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him because I was such a big fan, and I was about to go do this Desperado, and I'm like, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford Steadicam operators. So I'm gonna operate Steadicam myself. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, "Oh, I did the same thing." Do the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your ilk. But you want somebody who's like that. You know what he said? He goes, "How about a Steadicam? Not to operate it. So we take it apart, design a better one." It's like, well, us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing one of the systems. That's the guy you're looking at. Not someone who's doing what you're doing. So surround yourself by those kind of people. That's why you learn things like hopefully, like somebody who's like really swinging for the fences and accomplishing so much. And Quentin was like that. So I met him at the festival. He saw mariachi. He loved it. We came up and talked and he said, "You're like my next couple of right now, perfection." So I thought, man, I'm gonna put this guy. He's so fun. I'm gonna write him in my Desperado script, which I was writing. So that was before Pulp Fiction and all that when I cast him. I didn't know he was going to go become such a household name, but I just was drawn to his energy. And I'd already written him in, and I met Steve Buscemi there. And I was like, I'm writing a character for Steve Buscemi. Then I went back to the Sony lots where I was working on Desperado. And Quentin and I ended up having this right next to each other. And we got back. I didn't know that. I just met him. And I go back, and he just originally Pulp Fiction was for TriStar. Danny DeVito was the producer, and he was going to make it for TriStar. So he was there writing Pulp Fiction, and I was writing Desperado. So I'd go show him like storyboards from Desperado. He'd come act out scenes of Pulp Fiction. And we got to be really good friends that way. We'd go eat lunch at Versailles across the street, the Sony lot. And then Sony passed on. 2 years, he won $8 million movie or $7 million. Like, yeah, we're gonna go make the next public short movie. Like we don't understand. And Miramax got it. And they just been bought by Disney, so they produced their first film was Pulp Fiction. And then that thing went to Cannes, and it was a whole thing. But what I loved about his story is that when he made Pulp Fiction, he had a director's screening. He showed up just directors like, I don't need to go. But anyway, I had dinner with him once. It was in my journal, because I keep a journal. At 2:40 a.m., and after I dropped you off at his house, I said, "Oh, wait, how did you move it?" In Pulp Fiction, he just finished it. It still feels like a really quick movie. It doesn't feel like a movie. And I was like, that's fine. It doesn't feel like one of those movies I would like Reservoir Dogs. It doesn't feel like a movie. And I was trying to be the supportive friend, going, "Oh man, you're so excited about this movie." And I was like, "Oh, it should be different. It should be like," he's like, "What happened?" So I went home and I called some of the directors that were at the screening. They go, "Yeah, this is none of them saw it. But that was really surprised. But that happened in George Lucas too in Star Wars. Everybody saw that movie and was like, "Poor George." They showed it to all his director friends. "Poor George, what he's wasting all his time with this book." Only Spielberg or someone said, "It's naive, but it's going to do really good because it's naive. People like it." But everyone else was like, "What's he doing? We're artists. We're making art films. It's garbage." Because nobody knows. The shows no one knows anything. Not even the filmmaker. When you're being groundbreaking, you don't know what groundbreaking is. Not you or anyone around you. So maybe one or two people. There was one person. You go, "Oh yeah, Mr. Spielberg." Catherine Bigelow. Without a doubt. She's the only one who said, "There's something here." No one else was seeing the same that. He said, in fact, if you remember clearly, he forgot the story. But if it wasn't in my journal, I would have forgotten it. In fact, one of my friends said, "I want to sit you down and tell you all the things that are going on. But I'll wait till you get back from the store." And he goes and he wins the palm door. And it's like, "Oh, what the hell do I know?" I guess we were all. So even he didn't expect that at all. So that was a shock, even to him. So think about that. That means, what do? Commit to a body. Just do that. You don't know. You don't know what's going to be a Pulp Fiction, what's going to be a Jackie Brown. What's going to be, you don't know. You like to think they know, but they don't know either. They feel it. Like Aston Cameron said, "Do you see movies really clearly?" Like you see it like with hyper focus, and it seems like that. He goes, it's like really far. It's like, and you work on it, and it starts coming. I said, okay, good. So that's normal. I thought maybe he had laser vision or something. But no, even him, he doesn't really know what he feels. He can make decisions, and he understands what a creative drive is and how to just keep being relentless about it. But it's not like they have all proximity is huge. Proximity will change your different. Just being around those guys. They didn't teach me, hey, I'm gonna teach you how to make a movie. Just being next to them, being around, just ups your game. You're able to do things you weren't able to do before. You get ideas. I'll show you one of my painting things. You're not going to believe this. I had a painter friend in Germany, Sebastian Kurzer. He gets a workshop once a year. And I'm going to go there and I'll learn more about directing by watching this guy paint than I will by watching the director. That's just now how I know how creativity works. You're going to learn lessons outside the box. I try to practice before going out there. I was doing a Danny Trejo. I'll show you the before and after. You're not going to believe what you see. But this is it really tells a story of how important proximity is. So I do this painting. It's like, it's garbage. I'll show you. It's like garbage. I can't do paintings that are just like, I never should say I can't. It's kind of really hard. But I couldn't at the time just paintbrush into paint and then write on the canvas like that without using some kind of medium, which this guy Sebastian Kruger would do. So first I did a digital painting of Danny Trejo, like just to get the framing and all that. Right. And that's like a wake up job. Then I did it with paint. It's like, it's all cruddy and it's too thick, the paint, and it just looks. And I just gave up right away. I was trying to pre-practice so I wouldn't be a total failure because I was going the next week. He's using a different brush, obviously. He's using a better paint. It's not just clogging up and crap. I'm sure when I get there. So I get there, he's doing a Mick Jagger. And he starts in the mid-tone. He starts blocking in the face with a little tiny drawing where the face goes. He starts doing that. He starts adding some highlight photo he's referenced. And I'm like, why are you concentrating so much on the cheek first? He's like, starting every time. And I go, what paints are you using? He's like, there's regular color paint. What brushes do you have? Regular brushes. Let me try what he's doing. We start with a midtone. We'll do that Danny again. Start with a midtone. We'll start adding some highlights. And I did that. And everybody kept coming over going like, let's do that. And it's like, yeah, but it's very cartoony still. He's doing a very realistic Mick Jagger on you. And you just watch it, and he doesn't teach you anything. So he just starts painting. This is the photo he had as a reference. Right? And because I'm there, she's not teaching you that. So I'm supposed to feel you're seeing there isn't a trick. I thought he had a trick, that's why I couldn't get it further. He's using the same brush and the same paint. Well, how come I can't? And you do it. I go, I'm going to try and do something realistic. I've never done realistic before because I'm a cartoonist and everything is cartoon. That was just easier for me because I thought I would need too much training. I did another training. I started doing it realistic. I finished out one section of space. Put the pen down. And look at that. The same day, I got out of my way because seeing him get out of his own way, I think that's why sometimes people need to go to school and stuff like that. Because then now, I just did 4 years of school. So now I must. Now you're giving yourself permission. But you can give yourself permission right away, and it's going to go. The drawing Danny Trejo of all people, there's so much going out there. It's like he's so expressive. You've worked with him a lot. He's one of the badass humans on the screen. Created that. Do you talk about what it's like creating those characters? I was excited about Desperado. I went to go make it, and there were no live actors working for it. No one was creating roles for this. I thought, wow, I gotta create my own stars. We bring Antonio from Europe because they kind of know his name from the Photomark. And I saw him in Time Me Up, Time Me Down when I was in the hospital writing mariachi or watching TV while I was a patient. There's a scene where he headbutts Victoria like that. And I was like, whoa, I bet that guy would want to be in an action movie. He's got something inside. So I called him when we were doing just I said, would you ever consider doing an action? Oh man, I'd love to do action. So I said, I got a movie for you. I got a movie for you. Super Mariachi. And so Salma I found in Mexico television, doing. She couldn't get work in the U.S.
Yeah, I I mean, this is one of the crazy stuff in the world.
I was really determined to hire a real lab Hispanic, and then she next get an actress to be a character. It's like it's up to next you can get. But there was no one who was getting any jobs because no one was creating any. So there was no one that had any movies being let in because there was no one. It was a whole systemic. This was 94, 93. So I was watching the Paul Rodriguez show on Univision because I was trying to practice my Spanish because I was having to do all these Spanish interviews. Mariachi was in Spanish. That was the other part I didn't tell you. I didn't speak Spanish. We didn't grow up with it. So I left that part out of the mariachi story because I thought people already didn't believe I made the movie by myself. They knew I made it in a language I didn't speak. I should have said it because it'd be more inspiring. Like now you have no excuse. I would wrote the English subtitles basically. I wrote the titles, what became the subtitles, and then we take it to the actors. The actors would translate it. And I was like,
that is so inspiring.
I'd be like, I would try to speak Spanish. Almost a recordar. Let's record. And it'd be like, it means let's remember. The record doesn't record. Now I know. Back then, I'm watching television and there's Selma as a guest. And she's a big superstar down there. She gets out, she's funny, everyone's laughing. She's Selma. Everyone that we never knew. And she starts talking about, what I gathered from what she's saying. She's having trouble finding any work in the US because of her accent. The power views will say something in English. And she says, and she sounds just like she does that. He goes, that's great. She goes, I know. And I went, I think this is the girl. So I called her in my office and I videotaped our first meeting together. So I have that. So
that's
just
awesome.
telling me about it's Selma. It's Selma. Her with her energy, with her passion and funny. She became instant friend with my wife. Before they went, their wife and I were best friends. She already was like part of the family. She's godmother to my kids. And I thought, I'm going to help you. You're going to help me. I need to have Mexican actors in this, and you're going to be phenomenal. The studio didn't see it. They were like, what? She doesn't do it. Let's just hire somebody else who, already has a name. So if we just give her one movie, then she'll be someone who's in a movie that you can keep with. So I made a whole other movie with her. It's called Road Racers. It was my second film for Showtime. Really cool, without a college type movie. And I gave her a role, and that's what we have an example for her to English. And they still were like, we need a screen test. We need to have a screen test with a bunch of other actresses. She said, sure, let's do that. So I went over to her house the night before the screen test, and we worked on the scene, which is the best scene, where she's operating on his arm, and they've got all this chemistry. I was just directing her to it like crazy, down to pick up the water, and the water. And dramatic action with like a very light delivery. So we got it down to science. The next day we show up. Antonio does a scene where all the girls come. He does it with her. Clearly, they've got amazing chemistry. She just nails it. He's great. We love it too. Studio's like, okay, reluctantly, like that, right? But once they saw the footage come as we're shooting, and they saw it on the big screen when they're watching the dailies, then they were like, oh my God. And then they saw it. Then they saw what I saw when I did. But sometimes, like you say, what do you do when people are like, hey, what's the meeting? Just know that not everyone's going to see it. You may have the only vision, just keep going. There's an instinct that tells you to keep going that way. You'll get proved right or wrong, or maybe you're just looking on the first two rocks or whatever, but follow your instinct because everyone's going to have an opinion. And that's not necessarily right. And when you're an independent filmmaker, you can make those decisions that change people's career, that changes the world. And that's why you want to remain. That's why what's happening now in the industry is great because I have to make movies like the way I started, which is what I always like to do, which is just doing it where we create our own destiny. Hey, we're going to make a movie. We're going to make it for this budget so we can make it. And the story is going to be so character driven and cool. We're karate now, casting all kinds of people. Now I have this character that I want to have a bunch of knives. He opens up his vest and it's a bunch of knives. So bring me all the coolest looking, Latin actors we can find. And before he even walked in, there's a picture of him. How he looked like the guy when he was younger. He always just played prison inmates. There was a picture of him as an inmate in prison. I want to give him a cool role. Just one of his actors. He walks in and I see him. It's Danny Trejo. He sits down and I have the prop knife already made. And I say, you need to have this in your hand and look like you're just practice flipping it around your hand. And I gave it to him. You got to more to start practicing for that. He gets up and walks out. He didn't have to say anything. He just goes back along. Walks up. We get to the set. He kept saying, Coach, give me a line, give me a line. No, you're such a nice guy. You're going to blow the whole stick. I want this guy to feel like the most evil of all. You're such a nice guy. I didn't let him talk less come on. But one thing I noticed is that the town we're shot in, Mexican town, which is the same town that shot Mariachi, going back there because I went to pay back to the city. So we had this big movie there. And they didn't really know what time because he was real people. Salma hadn't come to the set yet. But they saw Danny Trejo there in his vest, looking like a Mexican icon. They would go like this. Everyone thought he was. But I just go back when I see it. I went, this guy's got something. So I'm telling him, I said, I got a movie we're going to do something. This is 94. We didn't make this movie for 15 years. Machete. You're going to be Machete. I had an idea for Machete. And it wasn't the same story. I'd seen a story. Actually, Mariachi sent these funny stories. Hey, look at this story. That the U.S. DEA and FBI sometimes would hire a Mexican federale to come do a job for $25,000 that they didn't want to get their own guys killed on. I said, that's Machete, the guy that they pay. But he's not doing it for the money. It turns out he has to get this guy to escape Mexico. And that's the twist. So that was the original story. And I said, we're going to do this someday. And we talked about it for years. We never did it. Never got around to doing it. So when I did Spy Kids, I put him in Spy Kids. And I said, hey, let's pay tribute to that character we never got to make. He'll be Uncle Machete. He's a gadget guy. He's got a mysterious past. Then a few years later, Quentin and I were doing Grindhouse. And he'd already done Dustin Dolomita. I was building my own Latin star system. Salma showed up in a bunch of them. Cheech shows up in everywhere. Andy shows up. I brought Cheech out of retirement and put him in my. I needed to create my own Latin star system with all my scripts because when you write in your own voice, you need to write probably somebody that's Latin. So you need to have a star system that matches that, so that you don't have trouble casting. Well, you can't hire this person. So I built up my own star system. So Danny was one of my stars. So after we're doing Grindhouse, we had to do fake trailers for Grindhouse. And I told Quentin, I know what trailer I want to do. So I had to make Danny called Machete. That would be so fun. Finally get that out of our system. And doing a trailer is so fun. It's 2 days of shooting. Just still being that resourceful guy, we asked this company that had a digital camera. And let us send it to us for a couple of days screen test, camera test. Instead of shooting a camera test, we shot the trailer. We got a free camera, shot the trailer with him. It's just the money shots. Him opening his vest full of machetes, him aiming that gun, taking the waterfall with 2 gals. And I just came up with this really funny trailer. And we shot it. People were screaming at the premiere. You couldn't even hear it. They just wanted that movie so badly because there was black exploitation in the 70s. There was never Mexican exploitation. It felt like this should have been Mexican superhero. I just never seen anything like that. Now you know. But like even his mom calls him Machete. Like he just became this guy. And about 250 movies that he's been in, Machete's the most famous for. So for 5 years, people would come up to us and say, where's Machete? When's that movie coming out? We're like, it's not a real movie, but when I look for him, I want to see that movie. So we finally made the movie because people would ask for it. And I was adamant about being resourceful again. All the shots that are in the trailer are really great. I got to reverse engineer the trailer for the movie so I can use the shot that's in the trailer. Like this girl in the waterfall. Why would this girl be in the waterfall? That's a really clever way to get the bad guy. Her face is kind of covered by this hair. Well, cast Lindsay Lohan up there, or instead of it, we'll switch it out. Robert De Niro. Well, I just reverse engineered it. So every time there's a shot in the trailer, it's in the movie. But I shot all the footage around to lead up to it. That's another fun creative exercise. Just to reverse engineer something. just did like this on the day. Just threw a bunch of cards out basically. And now you gotta go make a movie using all those cards. That's like a creative exercise that I felt so satisfying, so fun.
Yeah, that was beautiful. You actually know it in part, maybe you can correct me, but you do pretty unexpected guys with that interesting casting. So Robert De Niro is an example of that. That's just a great role. The second aspect of that, I heard the story that you can just get an actor in and out in 2 days, really fast. The Robert Rodriguez experience. How do you make that happen? Like, can you just tell the story about
I'm the editor, I'm the cameraman, I'm the DP. And so what I call him and say, I got you as the villain in this whole movie, but I swear I'm gonna shoot you out in 4 days. I come down in 4 days. Like there's a scene where he's in the hospital, he's just smiling, he's having such a good time because he can't believe it. I said, guess what? When you wake up in your hotel room, Stephen F. Austin, you just cross the hallway, that's the set. Right next to yours, we turned into the hospital set. You're just gonna come laying there in your pajamas.
really? That's what you did?
Yeah, we had to save time. We only have 4 days. So everything had to be very thought out to be like, oh, we shoot money, get them out of this. We don't have to spend a lot of money on it.
Book a room in a hotel. Set up to look like a hospital.
Yeah, that's simple. It's real. You don't have to dress it. It's just right there. All you do is put like a little tube there, you know, like it's IV, and then you have a couple of nurses, and it looks like genius.
Robert De Niro. Resourceful.
I said, you gotta think about me when you're on the next Meet the Fockers movie, and you're on there for 6 months, but have you sitting in a trailer? I don't like to do that. So, I gave Lady Gaga her first 2 movies because after Machete, she said publicly, I saw Machete. I saw Americano and Machete. She saw Machete, so I called her up and I said, hey, I'm making a sequel. And I would certainly use your music, but if you're ever thought about acting, because you're an amazing performer, I think I've worked with a lot of actors who are also musicians, and they're always great because I already know how to be a persona, be on stage, be in front of a bunch of people, which most actors can't do. And she said, actually, I studied acting before I became a singer. Well, you'll never be able to be in a movie because you know what? They don't know how to shoot people out. They want 6 months of your time, and you're always on tour. But you come be here, I have a part for you. I can shoot you out in half a day. This whole section of the movie, and I'll shoot a movie poster. Okay, so she shows up. I had all the sets like a conveyor belt right next to each other. Shoot. This is a car. That's why she had me do a music video. Right up against it. She's just going up. Austin, Robert, tell me how to crazy. I was throughout that whole. Yeah, I don't know how we did that. It was half a day. I did the same for the city. I was like, I have a set here waiting for you. If you're in Detroit or Houston, just drive into Austin. I'll shoot you out half a day. You could be the scene with Justin Moore-Levin. Sure, she came down.
So wait, how do you think Robert De Niro, how do you think Lady Gaga, like, solve the puzzle, all the scenes that happen at the end, how do we shoot them quickly, efficiently, conveniently?
You have to edit your own. I had this analogy, a food analogy that works really well. Script is like your grocery list. Filming is like grocery shopping. Getting the best performances, getting the best beat, getting the best ingredients, right? Editing is like the cooking. Too much of this, not enough of that. You fuck the whole thing up. So there's so many filmmakers that cannot edit. And they give it to some other guy who might look at all your ingredients and go, well, this is all great, but I'm going to go make a play. And he makes something else. So by doing that job, like I've worked on some big stuff, and I realized finally after many years, because I've always edited, I realized this is why movies cost so much. It could be 150, 200 people on the crew, but I swear not one of them knows how to edit. It's not one. So they're getting the wrong stuff. They're having reshoots. The editors in a room somewhere are useless. They're calling after the fact. You still need to get this closer. But you got to reshoot that because it doesn't match. Because no one knows editing. So if you just know that, you're already miles ahead of 99% of Hollywood. That's just how I learned by accident. So I kind of stumbled upon it. But I realized that's what the problem is. Across the board, I'm watching it, but that's not going to match. You guys are just spending money, sending crews out, shooting stuff, and it's close to every show. And that's how Sin City, Bruce Willis, 9 days. Eddie Murphy's in all 3 stories, 1 day. Benicio del Toro, 3 days. It's just like you're just shooting this stuff. Mickey Rourke is in a sequence with Rutger Hauer. They shot 8 months apart. I didn't have Rutger Hauer on scenes. So I just had Mickey acting with me and just had Rutger acting with me. Wow. It's like editing exercises, or like I used to do these editing exercises where I would do my PCRs together, And I'll cut my movies, but sometimes I would just cut music video. I cut a music video once. So I was a big fan of Rutger Hauer, a big fan of Mickey Clark. I said, I want to make them look like they're in a movie here. So I cut this music video together. And so it shows like lightning on Rutger the Hitcher and then lightning on Mickey. Or Rumblefish. Rumblefish is black and white. So I made the whole thing black and white. I was like 19. I was 19 years old. And then years later, I'm making Sin City. I shot Mickey not knowing who the other actors would be until I cast him 8 months later. I'm cutting them together to look like they're in the same movie. It's black and white. I'm like, oh my god, I found that on video. It's like, oh my god, I already made the movie that's black and white. That's weird shit, right? That's the magic of creativity. It's like sometimes when you have a vision, it's not clear, but it's coming to you from the future. So you gotta just follow it. No matter what anyone says about your curses, just follow the voice you got in your head. Because you don't know, and you're not smart enough to. And you don't need to. You just need to do. You just need to be the hands. So this is like what you can do with no time or money when you know all these jobs. It's the benefit of knowing these jobs. Like I said, the more you know these jobs, the more you know your main job, which is being creative. Another day, thinking on your feet. So I'm going to show you this this test. Okay, so for us about the TV series, I would always shoot the first episode and the last episode. It's like a 7 or 8 episode season. It was 3 seasons. By the time we got to the 3rd season, I was doing Alita, so I couldn't do the big finale episode. And my actor who plays the George Clooney character, DJ Catrona, he's somebody who fucking wanted to be a writer, writing. He's wrote Fight or Flight. This movie that's going to come out with Josh Hartnett. That's his. He wrote it after doing this. He was like, man, hearing you talk, you know what? That's what I love about inspired people. The feedback inspires you back. So, man, hearing you talk for Rest 7 and the cards and I've got a script that's partially written. I'm just gonna go crank it out 3 days. I'm gonna cut off the phone in 3 days and finish that thing in 3 days. And he came back and said, I finished the script. And I read it and I go, what? Read it in 3 days? Well, I wrote some of it before, but I just kept thinking I wasn't ready. And you told me think about not being ready. You said that really resonated. I finished it in 3 days. Man, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go do the DJ method. I call it the DJ method. I have a bunch of half-baked ideas that I'm just gonna go and finish the thing. I'll fix it later, but those 3 days, it's going to be pure type. It's just going to be coming through because you're just going to be picking up the But anyway, he came to me with this idea. He said, oh man, I was hoping you'd do the last episode of Dust Till Dawn. I had this great idea. Hey, we're in a zombie town, western town. Guns where you have to pull the trigger, the hammer back before you can fire. So I thought, what if I have a gun that's empty and I got bullets in the other hand? And I bump into the zombies. The bullets go flying. I jump in the cap, draw the bullets, and shoot the guy before I hit the ground. Okay, that's kind of a real cool, like, Desperado type thing. But dude, this is a 7-day shoot for these episodes. Every one of the crew will have a different idea. The guy will put you on the wires, because you have to do all that action. Or the DP isn't even operating the camera, it's a camera guy. The director doesn't know that shit. He's not operating the camera. Your editor's in the room somewhere. The VFX guys aren't there. I'm not going to ask them how to do it. But I, in my own VFX, I came up with how to do all the shots in Sin City and all this way. You need one guy to do it. I'll come do it. So are you going to be there? Because I have to shoot the 7 fight scene. The other actor can let me go fight scene. So I was already doing that. So when it comes to your scene, switch places. Because it's got to be done quick. Because you got to shoot it in 20 minutes. You got a ton of other shit you got to shoot. And you'll just never get it. You won't even get it on a film schedule, on a regular movie schedule. It's just too crazy. You need somebody with a vision to do the whole thing. So this is what it would look like if you were on the set. I'm going to show you the finish, I'm going to show you the scene. I've showed you a couple times already. So if you were on the set, this is what it would look like. So I get there, if we're ready for that scene, so I get over to the set. Where are you coming out of? This building. Where are you getting this? That body. You bring that body close. Okay, stunt guy, bring the paddle. I want to see you just jump and start to twist as if you're turning. I just want to see how much air time you have to get in the action before you hit the pad. He starts to jump. He barely starts to jump, and he's already hit the pad. So, okay, that ain't going to work. We get out of here. DJ, you're going to do it. I have no idea how many. That's awesome. Now you're there. That's so awesome. And now the options are very limited. You're very limited. Look at the sun. You're going to see the sun now. You see, that's the point where the sun's turning. I have to shoot this quick. You're gonna do 3 jumps, and I'm gonna cut it to look like what you all one's gonna miss, one one's gonna go in. So here, just follow what I'm saying. What cameras do we have? What's on the A camera? A long lens. Oh yeah, that's my camera. I'll operate that. What's on the B camera? Steady cam. Leave it on steady cam. Chance. No time to convert it. At one point, I went to lower it. Just flip it upside down. I'll flop it later. You can TJ start running towards that bullet and grab it and pretend like you get shot out of your head. I should have slow motion and show you how it looks on the set. Okay, now the bullet's placed. I'm gonna have these digits. I'm gonna hold the bullets up to the light at each angle so that they know what it's supposed to look like, so they can match that. Otherwise, it'll look funny. Now, first jump. I just want you to commit to just jumping out and just look at the barrel. Just look at the barrel on your hand as you're jumping, because that'll look like you're looking at the bullet. And just don't even think about that you're going to catch a bullet. Don't think about that you're going to start turning. Just stretch your body out. Get a really graphic of how cool that is. And the side view is shot this at the same time. You can already tell it's going to look like a bullet missing, right? Okay, now I need this part though. I need the part where he's catching the bullet. This little window there. How am I going to do that? With a lens that long, it's going to be all out of focus. It's not going to be slow motion enough. He even knows me. He's like, what the hell am I doing? Just lay on the path and rock up and down. As you're coming down, that'll look like a fall. As I'm zooming in. So I'm operating the camera and I'm putting this in my head. Yes. Just doing it. He's like, okay, what is it? Rock up, and as you go down, it's going to look like you're falling. Well done. Bullet. Okay, well down. Hot stuff. Under that. Now, second jump. When you do the next jump, as if we just passed those other moments, caught a bullet already, so now you're going to snap it close and start your turn. That's all you'll get before you hit the pad. Snap, turn, right? So like, okay, I want the cameras to feel like they're dropping a minute. They'll give you more of the sensation. So let's actually lower that steady cam shot. Flip it upside down, get a line. Now look at the sun's right there, hasn't gone yet. That, and in my camera, I lowered my camera, and I got it down. Right, okay, now, last jump, I bury a thin, so just bring me a thin mattress, because I want him to do all the stunts. I don't want to stunt guy, because he does this himself. He just did it in 3 jumps. The audience went, oh, they'll just be like, we believe this guy can do anything. I want you just to finish by turning and cocking the hammer back, firing before you hit the ground. I'll give you 2 takes for that. So almost gets it there, and then we do a second take. Oh, that one was probably the better. You don't really see it. I've got to go do everything. I got to cut it. I got to add the sound effects myself. I got to put the music in myself, because music guys are just on the filler for music. So sound effects guys are just fill up on sound effects. I want all the sound to drop out. So he's jumping, all you hear is the wind in his jacket, the clinking of the bullets with the bouncing off. So you got this breathless motel music, cut the music. And that, the moment you cut it, it's like I wouldn't be going to make it. Right. So I go home, I cut it. Before I even have the visual effects, I just cut it that night. Because I cut my own sound effects. I cut my sound effects in. You can already tell it's going to work. You can already see, even when the bullet's not there, you can tell by the sound where they're going to be. It's going to work. I told them, I said, dude, this is going to work great. So I go to the effects guys and I go, okay, there's a bullet in this frame, the next frame is here, so I used to animate. The next frame is there, and it hits the barrel, and then it starts bouncing this way. I want it that clear so you can follow that a bullet was supposed to go in, and it bounced way over there, and then this bullet bounced way over there. And they send it back, a bunch of bullets come out there, okay, listen to what I said, show you again, I'm going to drive you again. Just, the sound will play like there's multiple bullets flying. I don't need to see all those bullets, the eye's not going to know where to go. So then they got it right, brilliant. And then check this out. I'm showing you tracks there. Wow. Change direction. Wow. Wow. Crazy.
Well done.
I didn't even see that in a feature film. Let's go
Well
see
done. Right here. Well done.
Oh, okay. Here, just one more time.
Well
I'll show you
done.
something you didn't notice.
That's amazing. Just those decisions coming together
All
perfectly.
coming together,
Well done.
and like this, you got minutes.
Just moving the camera, like you decided to do great, work really well. The balance of the match was good.
And it's not like you have to spend time to figure it out. You're literally in the moment here. It's coming through you.
But you're seeing it, right?
I'm saying it because I've done it enough. That's why you really want to learn on this job. Because if it comes to a moment like this, when the shit's fucking hit the fan, you got to know how to pull it out. You could have gotten all those people together in there with you. You have one person that has to see all of it.
You're seeing people how it's going to go and they hit the result.
I've done enough time to know that if you don't do it just right, you're gonna lose the image. You're not gonna know where to follow.
And also, yeah, I love that you're thinking about where the eyes of the audience will go, and that's like I feel like too many people like think about like some more general concept of a sleep versus like the audience, where's their eyes?
When you're drawing it through sound, picture of a shape, you notice without the sound, you don't really see him.
It's sound, so essentially.
You don't really, right.
I thought I saw it.
You think you saw it, but you hear it, so you feel like it's actually, he's already finished. You don't really see him do it. But you swear you saw it in the close-up because it sounds like it. There's another thing you notice. He hits this ground. It's a sharp one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You didn't even notice it because I didn't quite see it. So if you don't hear it, you can see it. And if you don't see it, you get a sound. You hear it, and you see it in your body, right? So check that out now with the sound on. And we'll see both those parts play completely different. Like, I know you can get away with that because I go editing. If I don't play a sound, I can go ahead and milk that shot as long as I'll make him be in the air long, even though he's actually touching the ground. And that comes from, you said directing, but it's not directing. Like people can direct and say, this is what I want. But to actually execute it, you need to be a craftsman. And to be a craftsman, you have to learn all those crafts.
And not just with the visuals, but with the sound.
Sound is so important. Sound is half the picture. Sound, and if you cut it down, you realize how important sound is. I would learn so much by doing this. It's like desperado acting where you go, wow, the sound, I can add an extra sound effect of an extra punch he didn't control. And it sounds like he's beating the shit out of this guy. And you only can see 1 or 2 hits, but you can hear 5. You know where you can push your limits. You've done it, and you've got it.
It's so amazing that you can use sound to make a person believe they saw something that wasn't actually there. It's great.
Yeah, your brain feels it.
That's crazy.
And that's why that's so important, because you don't know that. You'll be on the set shooting 10 takes. I didn't see him click it back. I didn't see him click it back. That's what I needed. Just to do that sound. Let's just go. Let's just keep moving.
I know you say sound also, but
So with the sound, I'll do the sound drop. Like the sound, like the mic's right on that thing, so that you hear it so big in your ear that I swear it was a close up to the sound was close up.
how do you sorry, just to get an insight into that process of sound design? What are you like listening to the sound and just like experiencing the feeling that creates? Or, that's
I'm
just right.
spraying and post. So I have a whole library of sound effects from all my movies. So I can pull up like the gun sound we created for Bruce Willis in Sin City. We use that and mix it with Antonio's gun from Desperado. You know. Remember in 4 Rooms, there's a scene where the bellhop goes in the hotel room, jams his key into it, and clicks it. I use all gun sounds for the sound of the key instead of key sounds because it wasn't sound close enough. So you listen to it, you hear like all these sounds from gun to do the key, because it's like that conveys the sound better. You know, I'll use different kinds of sounds that just have impact and put it somewhere, like where he hits the ground. I like playing with all that. In post, when I'm editing, because it makes my editing job easier. Sometimes it's like, oh, the sound is covered. I don't need to keep trying to massage this. The sound is actually selling it. And so I keep those sound effects in the final. So it's just all part necessary. It's like being a chef. You're repeating. You're going like, I know the recipe says this, but I think you really could use jalapenos and some extra pepper and maybe a little more salt. And it needs an acid of some kind. So I'm going to add some.
Yeah, you made me realize, I'm not sure where I saw that, but you were talking about making some rolls, like 20 films for fun, and did you mention how exciting
to it. And it's like, wow,
It sounds realistic somehow. Like I don't
and then we're playing with these little cars, filming ourselves in the cars. And then I replace them with real cars. And it just your brain erase the reality of the real thing. Right? You realize how unimportant visual is, how important sound is actually. Sound is everything. That's why I really left the more age of the camera for sound. Because then I got really good sound that I would have gotten with a shitty mic out of frame. Because that's the first telltale sign of a low budget movie is bad sound. It's bad sound right away. You can already hear all this mic was too far, and you're like, low budget movies. Before your eyes even tell you, the sound gives up. Isn't that amazing?
The audio is first, sound is first, really, even though it's a visual medium. Just on the, what's the plan? The four action films, and what are the next steps?
I'll probably direct more than one, just like started that one. But I'm going to direct at least one, but I'm producing all three, all four, and they're a best studio.
It does draw you in.
It draws you in, and it makes you go down think of ideas you never would have thought of before, mainly because it has a filter. Well, now I don't have to think of all these ideas. I actually have, it's like me on that set. There's only very few things I can actually come up with that are just action. Who for first to have a great character. You'll get to it a lot faster with a filter that can do something. So now you've just shrunk your target, and now you can hit that target. And people are coming up with ideas because now they've got proximity, and they've got a reason to come up with it. They've got a deadline, which is the best thing. Is have a deadline, because when you have a deadline, you can move boundaries. I had to spy kids in the theater every year, 3 years in a row, not being pre-planned. Every year there was a spy kid. Now the third one was the biggest cast, mostly green screen, video game, and the first digital 3D movie ever. So getting visual effects companies to make that, we realized, oh, I shot it with 2 cameras. That means each effect shot has to be done twice with a different angle. So I went to the studio midway through that and said, there's not going to be a movie with 3 years in time. You're going to have to push the date back. And they said, okay, we never heard you panic. We push the date back for you. I called back 10 minutes later. I was like, oh my God, it's really complicated. I didn't know it was complicated, but I wanted a challenge. They said, McDonald's will sue us for $20 million. It was the day you have to have it. We started shooting that movie in January of 2003. It was in 3D, in theaters by July. That's the fastest in because you had no choice. So deadline makes you do things and make decisions really quickly. And it was the biggest of the 3. Deadlines are good. And it's hard for us to self-impose a deadline sometimes because we know it's a bullshit deadline and your brain knows it's bullshit. But why do deadlines work? Because when the deadline's coming out, what do?
You start to put the pens on the paper and start to swallow.
You have no choice. You have to get out of the way and open the pipe. And it just comes out. And you're shocked. You're like, oh my God, I should do everything in life. Well, no, you don't have to. But if you just learn how to open that pipe earlier, you wouldn't be in a rush. But you have to get out of your way because your deadline was like, you have to come up with this. So many people are going to come up with all these extra great ideas at the last minute. They're already, it looks like everyone who's already signing on. Because they didn't, it's cool, they don't know when the deadline is. They keep writing in saying, when is the deadline for this? And we say, well, when we close the funding in May. But we didn't say when still. So I think that gives them like a sense of a deadline, which it might be May 1st or maybe May 2nd. So we better get my idea. So I think that works in your favor because we come up with stuff. And you're going to feel so enriched by doing the idea. But you're not going to care because you're not. You're going to love this idea so much, it could turn into 10 other things you never thought about. So that's the beauty of doing a project. Nothing ever goes to waste. So many ideas that we sit around that we come up with and put a lot of time in are now like, oh, I can do these now. I know how to finish this.
I have to ask not only it's done so many incredibly insane projects. This is one of them that turned out to be this visual masterpiece. There's a bunch of complexity, beautiful complexity about it, and that it started out as a film that James Cameron was supposed to make. Yeah. And then you start to collaborate with him on it, and then these 2 obviously brilliant directions with different styles that we're talking about. And so, plus there's the complexity there. When people haven't seen it, you're putting this artificial creation, this beautiful, photorealistic artificial creation creation of human beings into a real world. To capture the performance, not just the emotion, but the performance of these actors, and put them into this, the power of technology into the real world, and they all the emotion that these days. Can you just speak the thought, bring that one to life?
Sure. You know what? I never would have attempted it. It was a gym. This gym has figured all this out. So just to catch you again, remember, like I said, hey Jim, I'm operating this technique. We do that. Well, I'll design a new system. That's always how it is. So when I went to show, just brought them. It's done. So you might not want to sit through. If you don't want to sit through it while I'm watching it, it's fine. You want to read any scriptments, treatment scripts, called scriptments. Sure. I have Spider-Man. I got Avatar. This was in '95. He was showing me the script for Avatar. There's no technology. He was already doing stuff that didn't exist. And I was reading it going like, great story. Like, oh, I think I can do this. It's impossible. It's not even, he just done, Terminator 2 a few years before. It was like, that was the thing of the art. So, Alita was going to be the first to prepare for Avatar. And so he'd already done some prep work on it based on the manga. But before they did that, they just started doing some tests for Avatar. And then as they got deeper into the test for Avatar to prepare for Alita, they were like, I guess we're making Avatar first. So Alita got kind of pushed to the side, and they ended up doing it, which ended up becoming such a journey to make that movie, to get the technology to build it, to make it. So I remember visiting him on the set. I've been so long, I was on the set of Titanic. That's all I've been around this guy. I was on the set of Titanic. I was on the set with Sarah Connor and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Eddie Furlong for the 3D ride he made for Universal a few years later. So, I mean, I feel like I've been around him a lot of his career. And to be able to visit the set, of Avatar, I remember him showing me, like, artwork they did. Very photorealistic. And he goes, curious to see how photoreal it'll be finally done with this process. Because you don't get to see it until it's almost done. I was like, wow, he's just shooting fine. He's really, talk about me shooting mariachi, not seeing the footage. He's making this whole movie, not even knowing what the end result's going to look like at all. Because you're not going to know till you get there. When you get there, you don't like it. There's not a lot you can do. So I just seeing him do that and have that success really made it easier for Alita, because it's like, okay, we don't know. Again, we don't need to know. We know we'll get there. We don't know how we're going to do it. We're going to start. And anything that I come up with in this movie, in his team, because he had all his other people working on it, he had them all working on it too. I do a fast version of his process, because it's a lot of live action. Avatar's mostly CG. I have live action sets. You have to come to my studio. I still have the whole Alita city right back on.
You have the Terminator studio?
Yeah.
That's where it was.
Yeah, it was shot here. So when you go see my city, I built it very resourceful. This is weird. It looks just like it's in my backyard. I'm like, look, President over my 90,000, the biggest, largest standing set in the country. Because sets are always mowed down for the next movie. But I just kept it there. So we used to shoot it all the time for Mexico or South America or Europe. It's 7 streets. We had it digitally above it. The ceilings are 20 feet high. You gotta come see. You don't believe that it's here. It's unbelievable.
Where is it? North of Austin?
It's where the old airport was. So it's like on 51st Street. It's like really close to town. You gotta come see. You're not gonna believe it. All my products, all my stuff. The people who are, investing in grass knuckle, that's what I say. They're gonna get to come check out all that stuff and be in proximity and see. Oh, like me with that painter. It's not a trick. He's just doing it. Then you realize you can do it too. But we thought, let's shoot mostly live action. We'll just replace her. But we still have to figure her out. You have to cast the right actress. And when I saw Rosa Salazar, she was just amazing. She made me cry in audition the first time. I was like, oh my God, this person has something. We can capture even a fourth of her facial expression, and it would bring so much life. And they got it 1-to-1. And it really helped Jim on the next Avatar and Weather, because they got to try out a bunch of things. That's why Avatar, the second Avatar, Great Water, looks so much more refined than the first Avatar, because of that middle step between Alita. It was training ground for them.
You actually educate me in the weather process. This is like a performance capture technology.
Yeah, I have her in a suit with her capturing her body movements, but also facial captures. performance capture of all her performance, all her emotion. And we have witness cameras around everywhere to pick up where she is. And everything else is real, and we're just replacing her. But with someone even smaller in size, so you have to erase everything behind her. There's like a bunch of technical things to do. The idea is to, whatever performance she gives, she's such a great actress, is to capture all of that. Because then this character that doesn't even exist will feel very emotional, and you have to be tied to it. You have to feel its heart. She was the heartbeat of it. She's acting with all that, but it just disappeared. You know, she's stunning. It's like saying, like, we don't know this is here. It's like that. She was
What were some interesting, challenging things about you directing her performance in this kind of world?
I just knew she had to be her. She would be just so easy with her. She's just so great. Everything was just so real, and everything was just like that character. You've seen this wall for the first time. No special effects that help that. But the performance is there. So it was all about getting the performance and casting the right actors. That's why you get Christoph Waltz there. You get Jennifer Connelly. These masters are all over the set. Rothschild Ali. You've got an amazing cast of people. And that's really the heart of it. So that the technology kind of goes away.
How hard is it to get the actors to act when like the full world's not around?
We put so much of the world in it. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real stuff there. Everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that one and be as real as that. Because if it was all done at CP, well, then we could fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. And they're really ultimate avatar, because that whole place is created an avatar. You could get away with a lot if they wanted to commit to that kind of detail. And then the next avatar, it's right there. It's just stunning. And you get there by having something to work on like this to take the technology to the next level. So it was cool to be able to help, knowing that you're being helpful to him in his process and not just distracting him. Then also he liked that his artist had something else to work on besides just Avatar, to just work on something different, to freshen up the perspective on things and methodology. And so yeah, that was a really exciting project. And then we got to shoot in here. Jim Cameron was here and also helped us here. That final crew who's worked with me 25, 30 years. Everyone had an extra spring step. They were like, how we're working on Jim Cameron movie. I mean, that's just like a high bar of achievement for everybody.
We talked about the directors. Can you speak to the genius of James Cameron? Like what makes him special? You talked about some of the difference in your approach and his. He's created some of the most special movies ever. Also, what's behind that? What would you say is interesting about his work?
I think that he's got a personal kiss, and John Lasseter right into. So it's a mix of. I got really lucky. My first job was a Photoshop because my dad had a friend who owned a Photoshop. He said, "Your summer job was to work for my friend Mario. Mario's Photoshop, and developing pictures, and develop photos from film." He said, "Here, take this camera home. Give me one of these cameras. Take this camera home and film. I need you to learn how to use the cameras. You have to sell the cameras." So I went home. I have a bunch of siblings. So like, when the stars of bed, taking all these pictures of everybody. I take it back and he looks at the pictures when you develop them. It's like, whoa, these are really creative. You're a creative person. So sometimes people say, some people that don't, you can't unhear. He goes, that's a gift. But you need to know now you need to become technical. Because most creative people need technicians, and technicians need creative people because they're actually the same. You're born with creativity. It's against your nature to be technical, but you can learn to apply yourself. And if you're both technical and creative, you'll be unstoppable. And I was like, stop. So here, I want you to learn zone photography. I want you to learn the technical part of it. So that's why I didn't take a crew orientation. Because I knew if I'm just a creative person and I need a crew to go back to technically make the movie, I'll always need something. When you want to really change your life, you want to get your high need list down to little as possible. You're like, well, I want to shoot my movie, but the cameraman and somebody who's on the line. Your high need list keeps growing. That's further and further and further you will be from what you need to accomplish. So I kind of went down there without any help throw away 3 scripts. I said, no, I'm going to write 3 scripts and then shoot each one so I get better at choosing which one to drop so I can learn to be technical. My technical capability was so little, like I literally called the guy on the phone. How do I use this camera? That's how little I knew about it, but I knew by doing the job, by being both. That's really the key. So Jim Cameron is like that. Jim Cameron, you see those guys? So it's very technical. Very technical, but very creative. Jim Cameron, very technical, very creative. Putting those two things together is really what sets you apart from other technicians and other creative people. And it's very, very powerful. A lot of creative people, again, it's a nature to be technical and able to do it. Make yourself do it. Read the manual. Take the lesson. It frees you up because then you can go do like I just showed you in that demo. You're able to now be a technical person and creative and yourself. He's one of the best at it. And he just knows how to craft a story. He's very analytical as well. Like we bounced off each other in a funny way. He goes, yeah, he came down to visit my studio and we did a lead and he went, you only surround yourself with people who are like you. Like you exude creativity from every pore. And so does everyone at your studio. And I go, yeah, I didn't hire them that way on purpose, but I think if you're not that way, you kind of know who belongs there and tell me. Yeah. And then I went to his studio, and there are a bunch of Jim Camerons there. They're like, oh my God. They're all very technical. Yeah. You can't get all kind of fuzzy with the logic or can't get really creative with the physics or anything. They're like, oh, that's not how it's supposed to feel. And they're just, wow, super great at what they do. Bars, sky high. They're all like that. Yeah, if you're not if you're not like that, you can't hang with that. You can't hang with anybody.
I've heard a story where the guitar came to the rocket launcher, where to you create this real world where it's possible. The magic feels real. And for James Cameron, he has to know how a guitar case would work that would actually open the door for a rocket launcher.
And I showed this trailer for Raven. Oh! That's unbridled filmmaking. It makes sense. But the second you're watching it, not a second. The second you're watching it, he's so prolific. I walked into his writing studio. He like one of the tables. Like, did you have those papers there? Imagine them that thick, all scripts. What do they use? This whole space opera version of this movie. We're not doing that one. It's like he's cranking out stuff like again. Yeah, I love his analytical brain. I'm not that analytical. I'm just kind of like, hey, I'm really creative. I'm like, well, I'm going to go this way and who knows that. And he likes that about me. But because I think about things too much. Like, you think about things like, what makes a movie a $1 billion hit? What are the elements that you need? And I'm going to analyze that, and I'm going to make sure my does that. And he engineers a submarine that can break the world record. He engineers a movie that can break the world record. He's like, he has that engineering mind, but the creative part, that's very rare. So that's very rare, and he's capitalizing on that. He has this submarine model, like this big on his desk, one that he broke the world record for. And just seeing it, knowing he was going to have kids and stuff, and wife, and it's like, aren't you afraid of going down there with, something that happens? No, it wasn't true. What happened? So I designed this. I was any other bozo I'd be afraid, but he designed this. That kind of confidence, that's it. He just knows that some other bozo had designed this thing. Well, I would be afraid. It's full of confidence. Because he did it.
The confidence of extreme confidence.
Really, just to get you like excited about how man this stuff is. So Desperado was the only movie on the Sony lot being edited digitally. Not only was I editing on a computer, I was editing in my house. So 1994 was just like, but there in my house, we meet at LA. So at first I told the studio, I want to edit Desperado myself. It's important that I edit it. No, you can't. But never had a director edit his own movie. It's like precedent. In case they thought it would give you too much power. This is the power of precedent. So, well, Baltimore has not edited it. Okay, so you're going to have to edit in LA so we can watch you go and you can know what you're doing. We saw the footage and the shots are really short. It's too short. because I was shooting my cuts. Like they used to see, Tony walks in the bar, there's going to be a dialogue scene, they expect the whole thing done from a wide shot. I would shoot the wide shot, he walks in, cut with the camera, let's go over here. I'm not going to use it for the rest of the scene. I know we're going to get in the coverage because I'm cut it. I thought, it's interesting. So I cut the first scene, I've never seen Desperado. The first scene is the best scene. Jimmy said he's telling a story, he's talking about convicted mariachis. Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So then they come over and say, hey, you come see my first scene. So they come over to my house, they watch it. Okay, you know what you're doing. But I was cutting Desperado at my house, and I read it there. And then we shot Desperado at the same time. I was cutting Desperado and Desperado myself. I'm the editor. I don't have an editor. I was what's important into the machine. So Toro came over, Soderbergh came over, I borrowed this guitar. No one had heard of somebody had it. Jim comes over. I hear you haven't had it in your living room. I'm like, yeah, come check it out. Just like I roll out of bed. It's like it's remarkable because it's confused right now, but back in '94, I'm cutting 3 movies at the same time myself. I roll out of bed. I come here, I can cut Desperado, I can cut Desperado. That's it. I hate working with editors. When I say Terminator 2, they wouldn't even let me put the Bassett Boom song in Terminator 2 because they didn't think they had to sneak into the editor room at night on the weekend, cut it, and show them the next day. That's your own movie. Our people. He said, I hate what I'm going to do this all in the house. I'm going to put it in that. And he did. He got it up for editing Titanic. He had 2 other editors, but no one ever took him for a ride like that. And he edits on every movie. He has other editors, but he can go do his own cuts. When he shows me, he's showing me himself on his own machine. It's like, again, it gives you all those tools to be able to really find your vision that you're looking for, because you can't always explain it to somebody because you don't always know yourself. You kind of come up with it as you do the process. That's just a small tangent about different software technologies involved. So you mentioned Avid, was Premiere. Premiere was in early stages then. So yeah, I can't afford an Avid for this movie. So I think he started cutting up Premiere. But I'm sure it's all better now. I just have always used an Avid because I just always rent it back to the same production things. I don't have to buy new, but there's lots of I hear about all kinds of systems. I just use the same. I think the question I have to people is very interested in the details. Use Avid, like what do you like? Multiple monitors, one monitor, a couple monitors, and then one big monitor to watch it. If I'm watching the scene back, monitors go all the way. I've already designed my own system. But I mean, literally, I've worked on that thing since '94. I still don't know all the shortcuts. I still use it like my TikTok. Play, rewind, pause, and I can cut so fast when I don't use the mouse for shortcuts. It's like so you found your way, your preferred way to work flow, and now you can sort of let go of the technical. Yeah, so just create just a tool. It's just a tool that you like. It doesn't matter. Like if you can get it to work for you, great. Like there's a lot of problems I have with it that I know will probably fix it. This isn't, but they don't have one set of problems. So it's like, well, why bother with that? There's limitations that it has that would need to be fixed, but not for what I'm doing. I mean, I can still do what I need. It feels like part of the artistry, every system has limitations, and you're learning how to work around those limitations. Oh, yeah, well, my first piece here, those things were, I was always known for taking little basic equipment and milking the shit out of it. What it can push in the boundaries of what it can do. And now it's flipped. Now you're working on a program. You can spend 10 years on it. You're scratching the surface of what it's capable of. It's totally flipped the other way. I'm not milking anything anymore. I'm barely getting, the smallest capability of this. I would have to spend a lot of time to figure out all the stuff that you could possibly do. I'm sure it's all great for testing stuff, but what a different world from when I grew up, where it was like, okay, I think splice these two things together, and it was so hard to get it to do. Or people would be like, you got that. All this equipment is great. So when people come to me and say, oh, God, I've only got this camera. This camera's 10 times better than anything I had my first 15 years of filming. So you have no complaints. Like, you can just start now. Start making I have a lot of friends who are huge fans of movies. So one of them absolutely must ask you, do you know if there's a sequel of the coming? But we're working on it. Definitely working on it. Jim and I both wouldn't make it. That's usually when we talk about it. I gave him something to read, a little busy with Avatar movie, but I'm gonna see if we get see where it's at. But we would love to make another. We have ideas on how to do it because it was always built as a trilogy, and I see that there's a lot of love for it. So it was just weird because it was a Fox movie, and they got bought by Disney. And they weren't really making Fox movies because they had enough Disney, they had enough work with their Disney movies. But now they're starting to make some Fox movies. Like some Fox movies are starting to get made. So time might be right for us to go back and do it again.
I hope you do so. But it is, I mean, you do so many different kinds of them. It's a whole different kind of puzzle, right?
No, but it's not bad. It's like, oh, it's not. With a few, like usually I make kids movies or R-rated action. And that was the first time I got to do a feature. It's kind of like it had a lot of action. It was for families to watch it too. So
I have to ask you about something. It's one of my favorite films of all time. It was a visually stunning world. What are some maybe interesting, detailed aspects about that world?
this is why you just gotta follow it because Jim and I were both in the 3D program. I visited his center for the Terminator 3D, right? Just about I went in 3D. Actually, when they got to the bar, you watch something that's going on, everything's kind of set up for 3D. Everything's shooting into the camera and all this plus. But the cameras they had for 3D and film were still old, shitty ones. They were so bad. And I went, okay, we can't do it. But I really wanted people to have to put on glasses when they got into the bar. And it was going to turn into a 3D, different movie. I got to do that on Spy Kids 3D. So when I did Spy Kids 3D, I thought, oh, if I can get Jim's cameras that he's done for these underwater 3D documentaries, I can make the first digital 3D film for theater. And so I did, and it seemed like the easiest way was to utilize that. We put on glasses and we go to a game world. So it was a green screen. We shot all the actors on green screen for all the game stuff. We do a lot of 3D stuff. We have kids' faces for the region. My 3D is not like the kind to have in theaters where it's very polite. Blends like theme park 3D. Where kids are doing like that, trying to grab. That's why it was such a big hit. Nobody does 3D like that. But I went to that. I was shit falling in people's laps. So you remember to go, okay, this is what what did I want to watch? And when I went to go get my next movies, this is how crazy it is. We shot Spy Kids 3, remember actually how fast they came out. That was in the summer of 2003. A few months later, Once Upon a Time Mix. Two #1 movies, both were finishing trilogies of mine. And each one starred Antonio Danny Trejo. When I was editing those at the same time, like, oh, one movie they're killing people, the other one they're like the kids going like, hey, so it was really, fun. It was fun to. It's easier to do very different. To do like two action, two movies. But I was like, okay, what's my next movie gonna be? Oh, shit, how crazy is this? Based on Antonio, he's on the set. I'm gonna shoot him out in half a day. Spike is ready because he's only in the last scene. On the green screen. Shoot him till lunch. Go away, go in Desperado outfit. We owed some shots for Once Upon a Time Mexico on the green screen. He finished 2 trilogies in the same day. That's gotta that one's ever finished 2 trilogies in the same day. It's just it's just how it happened to happen that day was just luck or the universe or whatever. But I needed to make it something new now. So bookshelves of inspiration. And I picked up my Sin City books, which I've had. I used to be a cartoonist, and I always loved how he drew that. Every time I'd see a different edition, I'd buy it, go home, and go, oh, I already have this. I got like 3 copies of this already. It would just always grab me by the throat. And I like that he was a writer-director of it, because he not just wrote the comic, but he drew it too. A lot of times it's a different writer, a different comic artist. He's like a real, like a kinship. This is someone who writes and directs things. But I was looking at it, and I went, oh shit, I know how to do this now. I just did it on the green screen. If I shoot this on green screen, the actors on green screen, I can make the background look just like this, and I can contrast up the actors, and I can get this very graphic look. Which sometimes for a window, it's just a white box. So it's even got a sliding scale for budget. If I run out of money, just put the actors in black and white, just put like a white dot behind it for a street light, and that looks just like the book. So I want to bring the book to life. So I'll show you how fast we go for development at Troublemaker. It was October. Once Upon a Time Mexico came out. I was like, oh shit, I know how to do this now. Sin City, I'm gonna do a test. I'll do my green screen here at my studio. Just see my green screen where I shot all of these. And I shot, my sister, myself, It's black and white. Looks just like the comic, but it's moving. So I call a comic book artist friend of mine, Mike Allred. I said, "Do you have Frank Miller's number?" He goes, "Yeah, I do. I have a call." So I called Frank Miller. Hey, he said, "Robert Rodriguez, I have a test I want to show you for Sin City. I'm going to be in New York tomorrow." He's like, "Tomorrow? Okay, yeah, sure. Come by. You meet at this bar." Okay. Book a flight for New York, and then I fly up there. I have my laptop just like this. I go to the bar. I show him what looks like an image from his comic, and it starts moving. And he's like, "Wow, how did you do that?" He's like, "I'm out studio and all this." I was like, "Tell him, let's make this movie because no one had the rights to it. He never gave the rights to the studio. A lot of comics, oh, Warner Brothers bought this and bought that. Then he had to go through the studio. He still owned his own rights. In fact, he got burned by Hollywood so many times as a screenwriter that he said, "Okay, I'm going to go back and draw a comic. It's so raw that it can never be." So he's like, "Oh, I show how we can do it." And I go, "I know you don't know me. You have to earn your trust for you to give me your baby. But we can make this right away." And he's like, he's all excited for about 2 seconds. And then he goes, "Oh, no. You got to write this to the studio." "Oh, it's all that shit has been before." And it's not like that. I have a whole different setup. I have my own studio in Austin. This is how it's going to be. If you like this idea, you're not going to have to take any risks. Let me take all the risks. I'm going to go write the script myself next month. It's going to be unremarkable because I'm going to write it right out of your book. I'm going to edit through the stories down and just take stuff out. Really, I might add a few things connected, but I'll write the script in December myself. Nobody. And we'll call some actor friends of mine. We'll have them come to my green screen. We'll shoot the opening scene as a test, but it's also the opening scene. I'll do the effects myself, do the sound, do the music, I'll do fake credits. We'll watch it together. If you like what you see, we'll make the movie. Give me the rights then. If you don't like it, keep it. It's a short film to show your friends. It's really cool. She's like, "All right." So there's nothing on him to do. It's all me. I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in. We're shooting for 10 hours. And we shoot that opening sequence. Incredible. Record his voiceover right then, my little voiceover booth. Marley Shelton comes up. "Why did I hire him to kill me?" "No, let's go ask Frank. He's right here. Let's go ask Frank. I want to know myself." So I tell him. And he's like, it's already, it's like, "I tell you, Frank, I used to be a cartoonist. It's the same thing. You're already a director. You're just using a pen instead of a camera. The performances you get out of your paper acting are phenomenal. The shots you do are like beyond any DP's ever done. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like a heavy, gritty crime movie. They would miss the point. That it's like the visuals after. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie I've seen because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal movie. In fact, I asked him, "Do you ever feel like directing any of these shorts?" I thought about directing The Big Bad Kill. You should direct that. Shit, you should direct all of them with me because I'm really copying your rap. But you should direct them. All right. So then January, okay, so November. I met him in November. I wrote him in December. January, we shoot the test. It took me a couple weeks to do the effects. He loves it. I make it meet with Bruce Willis. Show it to Bruce Willis. What's so cool about doing that opening scene is that any actor I show it to now, I show him the book, which is awesome. You can play this character. But look at this test. What should it look like before I turn this test into a test? Watch it, Josh Arnett, voiceover, music, titles come on, first name on the screen, Bruce Willis. Hey, look, you're in the credits. You have to do it now. We had a fest thing. He's like, "Shit, man, this is great." I'm in. He's like, "Wow." Go get everyone else from that. It's easy to get. And we were filming the movie, so February, right? Building the few little sets we had, like the bar. So Frank, we don't need to build a bar, but I'm going to build a bar so we have a place to have script meetings. Everything else will be green screen. I built fake steps and things out of green. We're doing that, and I'm casting the first one. We're shooting the movie by March, beginning of March. And I remember because my son was born March 3rd. And I was in LA for his birth because I was also recording the orchestra for the score I wrote somehow in the past few months for Kill Bill 2. That's how much stuff was going on.
Yeah.
You know, that's like when you just let it flow, you're just riding the wave. You're not doing anything. So that's what's like staying in that like urgent. It's always the deadlines are just pushing you to create stuff. And we shot the movie so fast every time. And not only that, I shot another movie that year. I shot The Adventures of Shark Boy Lava Girl with kids. That came out 2 months after Sin City the next year. Less than a year since it came out.
You shouldn't have in parallel with Sin City.
Is that great? Yeah, like sometimes we'd be shooting with the kids, and then in the afternoon, Riker Howard would come, and some of the Sin City girls would finish, shooting stuff that we did with them. It was just insane how fast we had to. I was doing it in my head. I was editing. I just edited it, and then I would scan the artwork into the computer, and I would edit the storyboards with the sound effects, and I would do the voiceover. I would imitate Mickey, and I would imitate Bruce, and lay out how fast it was going to move. And you were like, wow. So now we have a template with the real drawings and the lighting. It's funny because I could do pretty good Bruce Willis today. I'm Bruce Willis. You're doing his voiceover, and you would hear my guide voice for the timing. Is that me? Is that you? Can't tell. Well, that was me. You were just
First of all, why haven't films like that made?
Well, it's a very specific look because it went to the comic. The first piece of music I wrote for that was the main title, and I called it Descent. Or one of the notes to Descent. I felt like you were descending into this dark world, and you don't come out to the end of the movie. You're just like in this world where all these layers of unreality, like water doesn't photograph it, snow doesn't, but it's there. You're seeing it. You're seeing the actors. So you're just really, it's like a dream world. Yeah. So I was really into it, and I did test for the most difficult shots first. Like, how do I get his tape to glow in the dark, like in the comics, it's still in the shadow, and I realized that it was fluorescent tape, the fluorescent light, so I could keep it. We could still key it. Like I started just doing my own visual effects like that early on. I knew technology was changing so fast that I would need to just know how to like a magician. Shooting digital, nobody would touch digital back then. DPs were all afraid of digital. They would have to learn something new. So I had to DP it. So we photographed it. I'm like, it's so fun to cut because to light, look, you have to have that light out of frame right now. But I could bring the lights in right here as long as they're not crossing it. I'm just going to take it out of the green anyways. I can have the coolest light on everybody. Cool edge lights. You can have an edge light back here, an edge light back here, fill light here. Like, there's any reason I just take you out.
Can you educate me and people curious about this? Like, what is the power of light when you're telling a story, when you're creating a feeling, an experience? Like, what's the artistry of that?
Well, if you look at the drawings too, sometimes it's the absence of light. Like you would see this face, but then this would be completely black, but you would still see my eye, which is like impossible, right? But you believe it when you see it because it's there. So things like that were a lot of the tricks I tried first because I liked that about it. It's like you have a guy completely backlit, so there's no light on his face, but yet his glasses are glowing white. So we put fluorescent tape in there, but that was a light that we turn it white later. Black and white really helps, and just upping the contrast. But I mean, it's just something that you have a feeling for, but you're able to try it. In fact, when I took it to George Lucas said this to me early on because we're the only guys shooting digital. He said, "Man, it's so good. You live in Austin. That's why I'm in Marin County. Because when you live outside of this box, in LA, Hollywood, you think outside of the box automatically. You're just going to stumble upon innovation." And he was right. It's like, yeah, why are we shooting digital? Shoot digital. Why are we shooting digital 3D? Let's do that. Why don't we just use green screen? Right? You just start innovating because you're away from anyone saying, hey, you can't do it that way, which they would say if I was right? So we just came up with a whole other method. So I took him to Sin City to check out. I think I was going to show a couple of times. Now this will really show people what this was here. This really shows avant-garde that you could never have done that on film. And so by me versing myself in that technology early, I was making like capture. So you should always just follow your this way. So you don't use those burns as that gonna work. Go innovate your own thing. Sometimes not knowing is better. Be too naive to like, don't you know you shouldn't have been able to make that move that way? People would say like all the time, how did you make the move? It's impossible. But why do you keep using that word? Because it can't be possible if I did it. I'm not that smart. And it's like saying, how did you get to the top of Mount Everest? It's impossible. I didn't realize it was kind of slow, but I didn't really realize what that.
Yeah, you talked about a big part of your approach to filmmaking to life is manifesting reality you want. In fact, I should sort of call that. Yeah, I'd love to ask you about manifesting reality. Like, you asked me at the beginning of this conversation to consider yourself a creative person. I should sort of reflect on that because I was very uncomfortable when I answered that.
Yeah, I noticed a little bit. And I was like, I'm going to throw it for you up so it's never uncomfortable again.
It's scary to say that about yourself.
Because you think there's a lot of people that go, you're not an artist, you're not a creator. But no, you're not saying I'm an artist, I'm a creator. But that's an artist. Like, the artist isn't necessarily the guy with the French mustache and the funny hat. That's not necessarily what artists are. Regular people. And regular people relate to art that's imperfect. If you can make art that's perfect, no one will relate to it. So when you think about it like that, you go, well, I can make it perfect art. So yeah, I know. And if you have doubt, you're an artist. That's an artist. Artists wonder if they're good enough. So you are an artist. Just by the fact that you had uncomfortable saying it, you're a real artist.
Yeah, there's some degree, but there's a fear of creating shitty things. I've created a lot of things in art, and it always feels like that's really important to do.
Okay, you're judging something that you have no business judging.
Right.
Like I have so many people. That's why I like making movies on purpose that have less money and less time. On purpose. Like the biggest movie I said of all time on Netflix is We Can Be Heroes. I told them I don't want to spend $4 million. I know you all want to give me 80, but I want to be a hero and come in 50 because one, you'll make it better, and then two, you'll make three of them instead of just one. I don't want to just go spend the farm. How many filmmakers do that? But don't try to get as much money as they can. But when you're spending less, it's a win-win situation. And you have more creative freedom, so they'll leave you alone to do whatever you want. So I like the creative limitations that come from this movie. That's why I like brass knuckle films. Like we're going to make them for less, so that they are better, not because they're not to make them shitty. So many people have come up to me and said, "What part I love in your movie? Don't tell me some scene." Like, oh well, that's because we ran out of sun, and we had to like do the jump with just him jumping on a pad 3 times or whatever it is. It's something that you fumbled together. And that's what they're drawn to. They're drawn to that imperfect thing. And so I wouldn't judge it because somebody's, if you called your movie shitty, that's like John Carpenter said, yeah, nobody liked it. It's a shitty movie. Everyone hated it, so it must not be good. And 10 years later, it's a masterpiece. So don't judge it because words that we use on ourselves are very powerful. So if you say, well, I'm kind of an artist sometimes. I make a lot of shitty stuff. That's gonna be your lot in life. I'm pretty good shape for a director. It's not because I'm operating the camera, because I work out, right? But I always hated working out. I was not into sports. I was a filmmaker. I was a cartoonist. In high school, I was really tall. I was going to computers. It's a small school. We need you. I don't even know how to play any of these things. I'm an artist. There's a line in the faculty that was my line. That coach said, "You got to come run with everybody." I don't think a person should run unless he's being chased. I get that to the Elijah Wood character because that's the guy I identified. He's there with his camera, and that was me. So I hated it. And because I was a cartoonist, I was drawing like this for hours before my back would go out. Like out for a month. It would just go out from being so tall and crunched up. And when I started making movies, I'll bring the camera and do this thing. Every year would go out where I would do corners of shots to get up again from filming or just be out for a month. And on Spy Kids 2, Ricardo Montalban had bad back surgery that went wrong. He was in a wheelchair. So he's in a wheelchair and I'm in a walker. And he's like, I'm 84. What's your excuse? And I was like, I don't know. He's not great thing. You have to work out. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know. And so then I thought, okay, next year I'm working with Stallone. How do you get in shape? Because I need to get in shape. My back's and you can train. Anyone who ever saw in Hollywood got in shape, they had a trainer. Even you, everybody go, I need a trainer. Yeah, the trainer. Oh, I need a trainer. Like, oh shit. You can't even train on your own. What was mortal men have? But I got a trainer. Guess what happened? Hated it. I would feel sick when he's going out because it hates me. And some years of doing that, I can't stand it. But I know it's good for my health. The desire's there. So if you can't accomplish something in your life, it's not a lack of desire. If you want to be more creative, it's not a lack of desire. It's a lack of identity. Like you're comfortable about saying creative, it's because there's a lack of identity. You have lots of desire. You got to get the identity up, and then suddenly you're making shit. So a friend of mine from Mexico, I have to stop smoking. My doctor said I have to stop smoking for my health, so so I'm not smoking right now. So I smoked since I was 8 years old. So well, you're gonna go back to smoking. So you just told me your identity is a smoker. So right now you're a smoker who's not smoking. What's gonna happen? Eventually you fix it. You have to say I'm a non-smoker. You know, like just that lesson I forgot. You have to say I'm a non-smoker. I'm not smoker. So what does a non-smoker do? You believe you're a non-smoker. You hate smoking. You start choking with the smokes. Okay, I'll try that. She walks out. Shit, I forgot about my life. I wonder where in my life I could apply that working out. Of course, my God, I hate working out. No wonder I am so miserable. I tell my trainer and anyone will listen. I can't stand working out. I don't understand sport. So that day I said, I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. That's the last thing I would ever tell myself all my entire life. This is 2012. I'm an athlete. But the next day, not only did my life completely change, and it's easier if it's opposite day. Like if you're just doing by degrees, that's bullshit. You gotta go complete opposite. Because then it's like a donut. You know, so if you say, well, I'm gonna only half of it, you gotta go, no, okay, opposite day is much easier. Not only did I change my life working out, I never needed a trainer. I'm not a trainer because I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. An athlete loves working out. An athlete will make time to work out and elite run. I would never be the person who would call themselves an athlete. But that's how much it can change your life by changing your identity. So if you want to be more creative, you've already got that desire. You've got enough of that. You don't need more desire. You need more identity. So you got to say, I'm a creative person. Straight face.
Straight face.
So when I say, hey, are you a creative person? You go, yeah. Because then if you say that, what do? You can do more creative stuff because that's what a creative person does.
It doesn't make sense to me how manifesting works, but it does seem to work. Like basically visualizing a path towards a certain kind of future. I guess everything around you, everything within you, kind of makes way for that. Makes way for the possibility of that. So,
It's weird, but it's kind of nice to know that you can do that. But you have to just have that conviction and just say, start with a label.
yeah, the R,
Yeah. The double R or the label you just gave yourself. Like I changed my label. My label was I hate working out. I'm an athlete. Not a non-athlete anymore. I'm changing my label. And you get so inspired, now you know what to do. You can't help but conform to your identity. You're always going to conform to your identity. So just change your identity. And you'll change your life. But and it's not that hard. I didn't get hypnotized or anything. It was deliberate. I just told myself, if I could do that, go from a guy who doesn't want to work out, hates it. I had the desire. I was already hiring the guy. I lacked the identity. As soon as I changed my identity,
well, one of the things for me like that is probably music, just playing guitar.
are you a musician?
Yeah, music.
It's like fun.
I would definitely not. I mean, I'm going along with it now, but if we're honestly,
You wouldn't have said that. But I heard you
and I've heard you play it. It's kind of amazing. A lot of different type of content.
oh, but I should be like freaking Santana by now because I got a guitar in my hands and I was a kid. But since I'm not a full-time musician, I don't get to play it that often. So I'm not as good as I should be. But you know, when you apply yourself, you just rehearse for a couple shows, you book some shows. This is me just like playing our first arena show. That was crazy to be on the stages where you heroes that you saw them and you see what they're going to do. You need to just get on stage. You get on stage once and you'll see that it's not as bad as
You're not like terrified because you're playing pretty comfortable. Yeah, things I've seen you play live.
yeah, and I messed up a bunch of times. You know where to focus on that. You just go like, okay, I got to do it. Because when you're up there, it's not that you're like screaming nervous, but your hands will just won't work anymore. Something will happen. That happens to everybody. If you're really watching the best of their live performances, watch really close. When you see they screw up a couple things, you just will notice they just go right through. It's like it's about the live performance. That's why you know it's real. So I think if you really just lean into a part, Jake, really work on the identity part because you got the desire. You want to play guitar, but as soon as you say, but I can't play live. Just chopped off your legs at the start of the race. You say, I chopped off your legs. You're doing this to yourself, man. You're literally doing this to yourself. I don't mean just you. I mean, anybody who else, like, who pauses, who hesitates, you don't have to have doubt. Why would you have doubt? Because you know the process now. Like, if I don't know how to do something, I know how to figure it out. Like, I didn't know how I was going to do that scene. With him jumping to flipping, I can go that. But if I have doubt that I'm going to go in there and be able to do it. If you say that you do, you never say. That's how powerful that is. But if you say, no, I don't have doubt, because I know I'm going to figure it out when we get there, somehow it'll fall in my lap. I trust the process. You don't have to know. So you trust the process and you'll figure it out.
But here's the thing, but sometimes you fail and there's an audience.
Yeah, then you get forward.
Yeah.
But then what happened?
What happened? So don't blink. Don't blink and go sit through the failure.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go, wait a minute, what did I get out of it? Yeah, I've done that much.
It's great. What's the worst that can happen? You go on a stage and you bum. It's not going to be the first stage. And it's one of those you can talk about so that when you do the next one and sometimes they all go right. I've had a couple of shows. We did a couple of shows where we had video cameras set up for the second day. I said, let's not film the first day because we're going to be just flying our feet. Let's film the second day. First day, fucking flawless. Flawless. There's no cameras. It's like, The second day, we were in this interview. We just done it. It felt like the second take. It just didn't have magic. And that's the one that's important. We're like, kicking ourselves. We didn't film both nights. We should have filmed both nights.
I love how much of a mess human existence like this.
Yeah.
You talked about the importance of journaling because living is really. I love that thing.
I love that because it's like, wow, I see so many people who are going to have to like filming a concert. They go, live in the moment. I'm like, counterintuitive. I love it like this. We're not going to remember any of this. In fact, we taped it, thank God. Later on, it's going to be a file photo of me remembering you. 3-count me computer. All I'm going to have is the file photo of you maybe in a suit. And you picturing me in maybe a black t-shirt. And the metadata narrative is going to say, had a great talk about it. If we remember, read it. Like your brain doesn't remember. But when I pull up old home movies, I show my kids that I just found, and they're like, they don't remember it. I don't remember filming it. And it's like New Adventures of. It becomes iconic and it sticks in our head. And all our jokes are based on old things that we used to do the same. Living is reliving. So keeping a journal is very important because I found that anything that past 15 years on, it's like I'm reading someone else's journal. Like, I didn't even know that's where I got that guitar. I thought I bought that guitar. It was given to me at $10,000 Santana. It was given to me my birthday by the studio that I made that movie. How did I not remember that? It's like crazy what you remember. And the brain is very, it's not a very reliable computer.
That's a really profound idea. So much of our life is lived through replaying our memories. And watching stuff is one of the ways to say refresh, give some more texture and details.
Exactly. Make part of your life. Otherwise, it just went by. Like I'll ask people, we just had a real, what did we do last week? What did we do this week? I can tell you because I wrote it down. I'm not going to remember it. When you go through your journal, like I go back and I find, wow, a life-changing thing happened Friday. Another life-changing thing I didn't know at the time. So now I know that really happened Saturday. And another big freaking thing happened on Sunday. Like they come in threes sometimes. You start being able to predict the future a little bit because you see the patterns. And it's pretty wild to do that. And I swear, I've talked to people, a big group of people, 500 people. How many people here journal? 2 hands, 3 hands. I couldn't believe it. Like, man, you guys, any part of you is journaling. Your life is way more interesting than you think because it's not going to feel like anything while it's going by. But in retrospect, you look back. Like, I can just go through, I keep a journal, 1 file per year. So I start as a new one in 2045. If I want to look up, like, I'm going to do a director's journal. I look up Michael Mann. All the conversations we had since 94 that I wrote down, and I felt, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. That's how I do about that thing. I had forgotten about that story. Quit saying that. I'd forgotten that because from the moment I asked him that question, success at Cannes was very quick. So it was a lost moment in time. when I asked him that question, he thought it was. He didn't think that was the one.
Yeah, and there's a, I don't know, when it's private journaling, there's an honesty, there's an innocence that about like the dreams and about the future, the conceptions and about the future. I mean, that's what this thing is journal. It's a journal.
It's just a journal. It's like with the profundity that comes out of it. It's crazy. So much I figured out. I'm talking like a professor by the end of that. Like people come up to me and they're asking me all these questions about stuff I wrote in there, and I'm like, I wrote that in my book. Shit, I was smart back then. What happened? I don't remember half of that. But I think it's the same thing when you go to teach someone. Your mouth opens and stuff comes out. I'm always teaching myself when I go to give a talk, because that's also the pipe book. Someone else is talking to you sometimes. So the act of sharing, that's why I've always liked to share information, because the feedback is insane. Like me inspiring DJ to go write. He writes the script in 3 days, comes back, tells me, no, I'm doing that method. And it's like, wow, people come back with their version. And I love telling my kids stuff that I learned that I wish I could tell myself. I can't take a time machine. Closest thing is telling your kids, because it can take that information and process. So many times they come back and say, wow, Dad, that lesson you taught us about this really becomes big in our minds. Yeah, what was that? They tell me, I never told you that. Yeah, you told me I told you maybe 10% of that. All the rest you had. Oh, yeah, we didn't go. Like, they turn it into something else. It's like, wow, that's what. But yeah, that thing about reliving. Like, that was one of my favorite ones. Yeah, my mom's turned such a size stuff, so you can do anything for a subsequent birthday. So, why not? My whole family's going to have 10 kids. They're all going to want to spend their 70th birthday. I think I taught my 60th. What are you doing for 60th? I didn't remember. I'm not orchestrating that. She goes, oh, you flew everybody from all over the country. Give me a car. Gotta have a journal of that. So I'm sure I have video. I go back 10 years, see what tape I had it on, find the tape, pop the tape in. I forgot about all this stuff. So I cut together 10 minutes every day. Show it at her 75th birthday. Just watching the old one. Everybody's like, oh my God, look how young I was. She starts bawling as soon as she gets the gift of the key in the video. She realizes now that she's going to get this. So it's like, wow, this is playing the old tapes. We don't have to do anything anymore. We banked so much amazing stuff that we've all forgotten. That, my kids just love watching the old movies. They hardly remember any of it, but even a VHS to them is virtual reality, because compared to our memories, it is virtual reality. They're like leaning into the screen to see what's around the corner and they're remembering the place and the sounds. And they say, oh, we left the living room up over there. Wow, I was always afraid to see this old footage and go, that dog shit. What kind of camera was that? It's the limitation. You can put up one of those files on your screen, it's like this big on your laptop. That's how low res shit was back then. Doesn't matter. It's like, if everyone remembers that stuff, living is living. I love that. Shoot as much as you can. Take a name picture. But write the journal, because you'll have a picture in the store. You're not going to know what it's from. Even 10 years from now, you don't know what that picture is. You read the diary. Oh, that's what that is. Oh my God, you can piece together all these things that are important to you, or they become more important with time, actually. And you know what's important later. To add on top of that, so journaling is kind of raw. One of the cool films is a raw projection of what's going on. I think it's also really powerful because I've done that. Is to do a high effort description of what your life is for you, just for yourself. So sometimes journaling is like low effort. Yeah, sometimes it's just, I just want to market it. Yeah. We had this conversation. I had to go do something private at that. Met somebody that, I know last night I met somebody that's going to be life changing. I'm going to write a little bit more on that because I can just nail it over. But I'm going to just record it so later about that. So one of the cool things you could do is, like for example, somebody, Jim, Mr. Beast does these videos, which is great. I think it's a great exercise for yourself. This is a video he records for himself. He doesn't look at. He published 10 years from now. This is a message to myself. 10 years from now, here's where I hope you end up. You're basically a younger version of yourself speaking to an older version. And then you get, time flies. And like, you get to a point where it's like, holy shit, it has been 10 years, it has been 20 years. You have to listen to the younger version of yourself. Like, you think it would have been hilarious if you shot videos like that to yourself.
describe what your career is, yeah, it's just how the delta different between what your dreams were and where you ended up. Usually you outdo yourself in many ways. Sometimes you feel like goes on a totally different trajectory. Uh, and the result is kind of funny. It's a nice illustration of a non-linearity of life.
I film stuff like that with my kids. I couldn't have my kids say, hey, turn the camera on. Hey, Rebel, it's me, Rebel. Rebel's the future.
Yeah. So you have shots like that.
Yeah, and then they show them like, oh, like that. 10 years later, you know, whoa. So see us talking to them and saying, and I would do this thing where I would film them watching it and then pan off. And then 10 years later, I could get, hey, him react, pan off. You're watching it. It's just like keep going. I want like that where it's just panning. So within the movie, like an ongoing project. You know, it's just so fun to just play with memory and make you realize how fast time moves. And to go, they go like, like wow. And it makes them feel much more precious about how quick time moves, how important every little moment is, because you see the fragility of it too.
It made you sad, break your heart that the number of memories you get to create is finite. If this life ends, eventually the story's over.
I had a theory that I would put this in a movie earlier before, because I woke up from a dream and it was like, I'm trying to remember it, you know, like, it's so real. But you don't write it down right away, right? It fades away. But you, while you're dreaming it, it's really real. It's like, you see the balls. That's how I went to tell somebody, it's like, shit, I almost said, I wonder if that's what it's like when you wake up in your consciousness after you die. You wake up, your next consciousness get ready to move whatever your next body. You're like, wow, this is so naked. I have 5 kids. And that's a good fish though. it's like a dream. It's like that on that show. And it's like that's what past lives are. They're like distant memories, like a dream that's fading away. That's why you barely feel remnants of it. So I feel sad about it. When I tell people, they flip out. It's like that. Like I want a character to be like that when he's done. It's like I don't want to forget this. I don't want to forget. So let me wake up. Don't let me wake up.
Yeah, especially the moment you try to tell them. Yeah, until the next fish.
Oh, yeah, the next thing is going to fish thing. But yeah. It feels like I'm a little sad about it, but it just makes it even more double down to be precious about life. And
What do you mean? What do you mean of life? Why are we here?
I really feel like my kids and I were just talking about this last night. We were just blown away. We did this Asterian astrology. It was the oldest form of astrology. It just nails each person. It's like, because when you have a kid, you realize right away, it's a completely different soul. He's a different soul that ended up in my hands. It's not, there's physical characteristics that get passed on, but it's just how biology works. Even sometimes posture and movement is the same. But the actual person is somebody else. And all the kids, I have 5 kids, I have 9 brothers and sisters, they're all different. And you realize you made a pact past life to gather together, because every time it's like so good you were born in this family, because you were given free reign to go find who you're really supposed to be. You find out who is doing what they were supposed to be doing. Well, it's cool, almost like this clarity you get by just saying it. They now know that they were always supposed to be like this creative person, and now they can double down on it because they know that's who they were supposed to be. They don't have to have any doubt anymore. They don't have to wonder, well, am I supposed to be more business minded, or can I be creative? That's some kind of chrysalis. Is that a real job? Can I do that? Now they realize, no, you're supposed to be doing that for these reasons, and now they can double down. You can skip all that and just decide, I feel like I want to be that person, so I'm just going to declare I am the person, and as soon as you say it, you are that. And tomorrow, your activities will conform to that. That's how powerful that decision is. So when you walk out of here, it's going to be with a complete commitment. I'm a technical and creative person. I'm my first boss. Unstoppable. can go creative. You're just unstoppable. You can just keep going and just go, I'm unstoppable. That's what you're going to use your powers best. But you just changed your life by just declaring it. And I'm also a creative person. Live his life creative. Come and find creative ways to use that technology. If somebody says you're not the same kind of artist, that's their own opinion. Don't blink. Just keep going. You know, all these things that you've learned that people were supposed to tell you along the way, they're telling you for a reason. Anytime you got pushed, like if you go back to your life, at your really critical moments in your life where you went that way instead of that way, there was probably somebody there who said something to you that pushed you. There was one guy that was in high school. He was like, senior year, I wrote a paper. And I wasn't a great writer at all. I wrote a paper for a Latin American Studies class, gave it to the teacher, and said, wow, you're going to be rich and famous in 4 years. Just based on what I read. Really? I was 17 or 18. 4 years later, I did mariachi. I looked so later at the meeting, I said, you called this. You said I was going to be, why did you say that? You look like you would never say that. You think you would own it and say, oh yeah, I know it. I told you. No, he was like, you look like you didn't know what I was funny. I was like, I feel like you never would have said that in a million years. So again, sometimes things come out of our mouth. It's not us. It comes through us. So we think of it that way. Why are we here? We're here for a reason. We're going to get nudged along, listen to the signs, own who you're supposed to be. You are that person. Don't let your human doubt get in the way. That's like the guy closing a pipe. I don't know if I'm really creative. I don't know if I'm a businessman. But you're just closing the pipe. You're not going to let it flow. Just be a good pipe. Just say, I just want to be a good pipe. Clean, open. And that's what magic happens. No matter what, don't believe. Don't believe me. No matter how this, that book is getting so much shit on that. I wish you knew that time period. You would go like, yeah, that's right. So it was unbelievable. I can't even convey. There was no internet stuff back then. This was like literal press, reviews, public. It's like, why are they targeting this guy? You know, they just did not like. He just had unprecedented success, and was a really great guy, and was making amazing shit. So it's like the triple threat of
Well, he's one of the great artists of all time. So, huge honor for Rothschild. Thank you for everything you're doing in the world, for creating the world, and for inspiring millions of people to also be creative in the world. And for your new project that's bringing people in. So, as I told you, I'm a huge fan.
I appreciate that. It's so great talking with you. Great questions. But
Thank you.
yeah, right there.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Robert Rodriguez. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words about feature films. In feature films, the director is God. In documentary films, God is the director. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
All the people who sold the war in Iraq, they lied us into war after a war. They bankrupted the country, damn near destroyed the dollar. And like, no one loses their job. No one even gets in trouble over any of this. If you make everybody monsters and they're not human beings, then you can't do diplomacy with monsters. You can't make it. You can't negotiate. Monsters, but you can with humans. Maybe there are times where you shouldn't negotiate. You can't negotiate with humans, but it's better if you can. And we could use a lot more of that. Like Donald Trump has put a lot of political capital chips into the middle of the table that I can end this war. And he's going to look very, very bad if he can't. So he's very highly incentivized to get this thing done as quick as possible. You are fighting in a way that produces more of the thing that you're fighting. And so the first step is to stop doing that. Like your cure is making the patient more sick. So stop doing that. And then let's see if maybe we can keep it. Where are the tapes? Why is everyone talking about the flight logs and the files? Where are the tapes? This guy was clearly taping people to blackmail them. Like, why does anything need to be redacted for national security? Like, I'm sorry, you're telling me there's a pedophile ring and we can't tell you everything about it for national security? Why would that be related to national security?
The following conversation with Dave Smith, an outspoken and at times controversial anti-war libertarian medium podcast host. This is the Let's Read podcast supporter. Please check out the description. Now let's get back to Dave Smith. You are a longtime libertarian, perhaps in the North Coast. Yeah, I'm talking about that. Can you explain the different variants, flavors, or libertarianism and where you stand among those variants?
Yeah, so there's almost like anything like with left-wing schools of thought or right-wing schools of thought, there's many different camps and different thinkers. And so within the kind of broader theme of libertarianism, there's a lot of influence from people like Ayn Rand, Milton Friedman, Thomas Sowell. Those are, I think, some of the more mainstream figures. And then there's kind of like the Ron Paul brand of libertarianism, which is kind of distinct from that other camp, where they're much more of an emphasis on foreign policy. All of them kind of fall into the radical minarchist point of view. And then there's Rothschildian anarcho-capitalists. Then there's also like David Friedman, who's an anarcho-capitalist, but from a completely different perspective than Murray Rothbard. I would probably be I'm most closely like with the Rothbard school. It's very similar to Ron Paul, but even maybe a little bit further in that, the very little bit of government that Ron Paul might support.
You've been a big fan of Ron Paul. Can you explain what you mean by it?
A big fan is an understatement. I think Ron Paul is like the greatest living American hero. I revere him on the level of the founding father, Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. Number one, I mean, all of the major issues that he was correct in his understanding of them, his diagnosis of what caused these problems, and his solutions. And in hindsight, there's just like a million different examples of where almost everybody today would agree, even though his ideas were very controversial at the time. Be like, oh my God, if we have to punch the Ron Paul so that would be so much better off. But I think there's something almost deeper than that about why Ron Paul inspires so much love from so many people. Is okay. So number one, the guy, he was a champion of these views for decades when there was no hang-up for it at all. But he was just kind of alone in the woods, they used to call him Dr. No, because he was a medical doctor, and then he would be the lone no vote in Congress like all the time. Like on the bills that the entire Congress, bipartisan agreement, everything, and there's one vote against it, and then he would be that guy. He clearly kept doing what he was doing simply because he believed it was right, not because there was any benefit for him. In fact, he dealt with a lot of headaches for the views that he had. And then he was just a genuine person of integrity. He was the only congressman who I've ever heard this about, and like DC insiders, people on the Hill will say this. He was the only congressman of my lifetime who the lobbyists simply stopped visiting. He was the only one who they just stopped going to his office because they were just like, there's just no getting through to this guy. He was just not playing politics like that. And he was, you imagine what it must have been like from like the lobbyist perspective when they first tried to go there. They'd be like, all right, listen, you need to vote yes on this or that. And he was like, the Constitution doesn't authorize us to do that. And it's like, who in this town even talks like that, And so there was he's also just, I've met him many times at this point, and he is just genuine. He's like one of those guys who's just from like an older, better generation. Just he's the sweetest guy, but he's like, but he's not a pushover. Like he was a tough guy in his day, and he was an athlete. He was in the Air Force. He's married to the same woman for I think over 60 years at this point. It's like a big, beautiful family. He's a country doctor. He's a baby doctor who delivered thousands of babies. Like he's like this kind of classic American figure. And I just think, at the risk of falling into like hero worship or something like that, I think he's a genuinely great man, and I think great men are to be revered.
Yeah, as you said, there's integrity there. He's good ideas that represent something about living peace, good like economics, instead of being war and being anti-military intervention.
Well, I think it all came from kind of the same central thesis, which is that the highest political value ought to be liberty. And that the government by its very nature is an instrument of force and tyranny, and that therefore the more government you have, the less liberty you have. I think he was way ahead of his time in like really calling out the corruption in DC, and I think that's one of the things that's kind of that it's a common through line between the Federal Reserve and government spending, and of course this crazy war industry that our country has. There's a lot of components to that, but essentially Ron Paul was talking about draining the swamp way before it was like this dominant mass message. And I think Ron Paul, in many ways, laid the groundwork in his 2008 and 2012 presidential campaigns for not saying that he leads to Donald Trump, but he laid the groundwork for Donald Trump to be able to get up at the South Carolina Republican primary debate and look at Jeb Bush and say, your brother lied us into the war. And you know what I mean? And to have the Republicans agree with him. These were a lot of the same people who had voted for George W. Bush twice, supported the war, and even mocked their liberal, fellow countrymen for not being on board with it. And a lot of that was the work that Ron Paul did, people waking up to how messed up all these wars were. And I think that at least there were a couple major things for me, okay, at the time. So I was a young man when I first found Ron Paul. I was in 2007 was when I first saw him, and then started obsessively reading all his books. And so I was young. I'm born in 86, so I think 23, 24 when I first found him. So I was young guys, and at least for me at the time, there were like kind of two categories in my naive mind, where there were like the liberals who supported big government at home, but were skeptical about big government abroad. They were skeptical about wars, and then there were the conservatives who said that they support small government, limited government at home, but were always on the side of whatever the next war is. And at least for me, and I think for a lot of people of my generation, Ron Paul was the first guy who came along and said, like, I'm for limited government here and abroad. And it was kind of like a portal where you could like access a different perspective on the world. And then once you saw that, you were like, wait, that's actually what makes sense. It doesn't make sense to like, what is it exactly that like all the Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush and even like Milton Friedman and guys like that, Tom Sowell, and it's like you want a constitutionally limited world empire? Like that's what you guys stand for? Because that doesn't fit together at all. And so why is it that we're taking this as a given? And then of course the more you look into it, you realize that like those two things do make sense together. And then also that kind of like in the initial waves, like the original progressives, look, people like Woodrow Wilson or FDR, these were people who were pushing big government at home and big government abroad. And that actually made much more sense as a cohesive worldview. And to oppose that would be the Ron Paul worldview. And then the other thing for me, and this was my introduction to Ron Paul, and this too to me was like kind of a portal in a way. It was a way, at least in my naive, not fully functioned brain, or fully developed brain at 24 years old or whatever, it was a way for me to kind of get, like I tapped into something that was outside the empire. And I had heard a lot, I was already against George W. Bush. I didn't like the war. I had already figured out, I think this war in Iraq is bullshit. And I think that we relied into it. So I kind of got that. And then there were liberals and left-wingers who I knew. I grew up in New York City, so I'm very familiar with the left-wing perspective. And who were critical of George W. Bush and for fighting the war and Patriot Act into law and things like that. But I had never really heard anybody break it down the way Ron Paul did when he basically was like, look, there's a reason why these terrorists hate us. And it's not what they're telling us. They don't hate us for our freedom. It's not as if, I remember the way Pat Buchanan put it, which I always love. He goes, Dick Cheney makes it sound like Osama bin Laden stumbled on, like in the deserts of Afghanistan, he stumbled onto a copy of our Bill of Rights somewhere, and he was like, oh my God, they're free to look at this speedy trial. Are you kidding me? Like, this is, like, what is going on here? They get all these guns, and the women who wear mini skirts, and that just made people so angry that they were ready to, like suicide bomb themselves. And like, that makes no sense at all. And then Ron Paul was just like, no, look, here's the thing. If we think we can just go around the world, propping up dictatorships, putting on military bases in the Muslims' holy land, and not engender hatred from that, then we do that at our own peril. And I thought it was such an interesting kind of, it had always been, I'm an 80s and 90s kid, and to me it was always kind of a given that, like, America's number one, we're the force for good in the world. And it was like an interesting introduction to the idea that there are people outside of that who are dominated by that, who don't care for it, does. And like that's what 9/11 was actually about. And for me, I was living in New York City. I was 18, I think, when 9/11 happened. And that was like the moment of my childhood. It was a huge thing to live through. I mean, we were attacked. This seemed like something that could only happen in the history book. It didn't happen to America in the 90s. 2001 was basically the 90s. And it was just like, oh, finally it clicked. It was like, that makes sense. The first time I had ever heard like an explanation and an understanding of this whole thing that we're involved in now, 9/11 terrorism, that actually just made perfect sense.
Yeah, I should also say that there's some degree of truth that was not just militaristic, it's also cultural. And then many of those parts of the world don't want other people's values forced onto them.
Right, but the way that George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and every right-wing host in America and Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly and everybody, what they were saying is that they hate that we're free, whereas it's much closer to saying, like, they don't like us imposing on them. Even like all the hardcore neocons, Bret Stephens from the New York Times, he wrote this piece on the 20th anniversary of the invasion of Iraq, so 2023, to cheerlead the war in Iraq. And he goes through the whole piece, and there's not one mention of the million people who died. He literally just goes, the piece is just measure life under Saddam Hussein versus life under the Shiite parliamentary system that they have now. Which one's better? And he's arguing this one's better than what that. But there's like no mention. It's like, okay, but what about the 20+ million people who were displaced? What about the million people who were killed? What about all the millions of people who were injured? What about the tens of thousands of our soldiers who have blown their brains out in the aftermath of the thing? Like, it's like so many times this true with government policy in general. People talk about like end result that they want. You're like, yeah, but what about the process by which you get there and how much hatred, could you, I mean, like, it's not that hard for me to like put myself in other people's shoes. I have 2 little kids and a wife. And if anybody were to ever try to argue to me that they have to be the eggs that get broken to make some bigger omelet, like, it's okay, like, we're ultimately going to impose something on your society that's better than what you have right there. It sure does suck that your wife and kids got to be the one to get taken out. I mean, as I'm just saying this to myself, and this is not real, this is just a thought experiment I'm making up, I'm already pretty close to being a terrorist. Like, my next thought is kind of like, well, okay, I hope you're going to like it when you watch your family die in front of you, Now, hopefully, even if that happened to me, I wouldn't go kill that guy's family. Like, maybe I'd just go after him or something. But I could understand. I think most people have kids could understand going to a level of like the most evil, dark place you could imagine. If anyone ever threatened or actually did something to your kids.
Yeah, we have to remember the thing that's difficult to measure that you just mentioned, which is the hate that's created by every bomb that's dropped.
It was General McChrystal who, was the general running the war in Afghanistan. It wasn't Ron Paul, you know what I mean? Like, he was a sir, yes, sir, how do we fight and win this war general. And he's the one who coined the term insurgent now. 10 minus 2 equals 20. It's like the more you keep. I was rereading about this the other day, because of the Trump's bombing the Houthis in Yemen, and it's like when we first started, I think it was at least in 2009 when Obama stepped up the drone campaign with the then secret drone bombing campaign, and Yemen was one of the major theaters, and even back then, when it really was just it was a war on terrorism. Like, the main targets were always Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and their presence in Yemen. Even then, so before the Saudis invaded, so from 2009 through 2015, AQAP just kept growing. He was doing all these targeted bombing campaigns. They call them targeted. 96% of the people are innocent and get killed, but they call them targeted drone bombings. And Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula just kept getting bigger and bigger. Because, it's like, every time you go in there, it's like, okay, you took out one target, and then you took out 3 little girls, and then every one of those little girls had brothers and uncles and fathers, and and all of them just signed up to join the fight now. Because, and I think Ron Paul was the first one who really made this click for me. But it's, in a way, and I'm not a leftist, I'm not an egalitarian, I'm not a cultural relativist. I'm not saying that all cultures are the same and that we all live in the world the same way. There's enormous differences between all of us. And I personally think some are better than others. But there are things that unite all of us. And in a weird way, I remember one time I was arguing with a Democrat guy on a SE Cup show. I used to be a contributor on her show. And we were arguing, and it was after a terrorist attack here in New York, a fairly minor one. It was like a guy he hit someone with his car and then jumped out with a gun, and then the cops lit him up and killed him. This is back in 2017, I think. And he claimed to be ISIS inspired. I don't remember if it was a direct connection or not. But at the time, they were like, doesn't this mean we got to step up the war in Iraq or in Syria where ISIS is stronghold is? And I remember the guy saying to me, he goes, I went off on how these wars have been disasters. And he goes, yeah, Dave, what you're saying here is we're supposed to do nothing. Like, this just happened and now we're supposed to do nothing. And so, even though this guy had a suit and tie on, and we're in a cable news studio, and we're in a first world country, we're in the United States of America, the basic thing that he's saying is like, what you said, you're saying we're not going to go kill some motherfuckers? He was just putting it as like, do something. But what's something? Something is dropping bombs on human beings, And like, yes, some innocent people are going to die, but okay, it's the same thing. It's the same after 9/11. We're like, we got to go fucking invade some countries right now. That's the same impulse. It's like, they killed some of our people. You think we're not going to show them who the real killers are? You think there's a chance that you could come here and that is like the most human instinct ever. It's like some other tribe just came in here and killed some people in our tribe. So what do you want to do about that? Well, I don't know. It's not going to take me too long to figure out. We're going to kill a bunch of people in their tribe. And I do think that, I think that's the major motivating factor for both sides of the Israel-Palestine conflict. I think that's a major motivator for both sides of the war on terror conflict. It's like, it's in a way, when you look at it like that, there's something, even though it's so dark and tragic, there's something almost where you're like, oh, we're all caught in the same cycle.
Yeah, it's deeply human, the warring between tribes. But, especially in recent years, but more and more through human history, there's almost like a third party, which is this military-industrial complex, which is making money from the two tribes. So if you just have two tribes, one, I've been reading a lot about Genghis Khan. This is why Genghis Khan banned this. It was very common in Mongolia before Genghis Khan to steal people's wives. Like, you're my wife.
Right.
And he realized that creates a lot of conflict.
Yeah, sure does.
That seems natural and human, that kind of conflict. But whenever third party goes in and starts making money at the whole thing, and then driving that forward, then the escalation of the conflict comes with this whole machine that makes de-escalation really difficult.
Yeah, the military-industrial complex in America. It's so big and it's so sophisticated, and it's so it's not just that there's there's the intelligence agencies, there's the weapons manufacturers, then there's the like people in the media who are either directly or indirectly just parroting, you know what I mean, all of their talking points. And so it's not just that you can kind of like you make money when there's a conflict, but you have this entire apparatus to like create the conflict and then create the public sentiment for that. And then it's interesting, we're in an interesting place. We're kind of in this like new frontier of now where shows like this can happen, and there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are humongous, like yours. But for so long, it just didn't exist. And it was just like, like for so long, it was the case that like the New York Times, NBC, and CBS, and ABC, and the Washington Post, and the Associated Press, I guess, they could just move the nation. I mean, if they wanted to be like, hey, there is the idea that, forget even like after 9/11, the idea that in 1990, 1991, that there was any organic movement from the American people going, we really got to see about the Saddam Hussein guy. The dictator in Iraq is having a slant drone dispute with the Emir of Kuwait. We really got to do something about it. Like, that is not something that organically came from any. That was not like a few soccer moms hanging out, watching their kids game and being like, I really do think in a couple of years we're going to have to send these boys over to Iraq. Like, that's not. They just from the top down were able to create this feeling that like, hey, there's a new Adolf Hitler on the rise over here in Iraq. We got to go see about this. There are these poor people in Kuwait. We have to do that. Like they were able to create this desire for war that was, it's really incredible when you think about it, because I think for the most part in human history, you would have plausible threat, some type of plausible reality to convince people that we actually have to go to war in order to deal with this. Whereas, like, the idea that in 1991 the United States of America would feel threatened by Iraq was just ridiculous, and yet they were able to do it.
Well, so to push back a little bit, throughout human history, there was also a thing. You look at the Roman Empire, where just the cultural values were different, where military conquest was seen as a good thing. So, like, we just almost assume the United States, through war, has been framed as a defense itself, like, where offensive war.
You make a fair point. It's certainly true that throughout human history, there's been like overt empire building and wars of conquest and things like that. But I guess I'm just saying, at least even there, you would have some type of sell of like why we're going to go take these resources or why that would be good for us. Whereas the idea that they're like Kuwait just needed to be defended by the Americans seems so hard to convince anybody, and yet they were able to do it. If you read like neocon writing in the 90s, it's very interesting because they would tell the truth a lot more, and they were essentially, I think, there was the Soviet Union had just collapsed. It was what Charles Krauthammer called the unipolar moment. There was like a lot of, there was excitement, there was a feeling of invincibility, and also the neocons weren't in power. And after 92, really, I mean, they had a little, they weren't in the George H.W. Bush administration, but after 92, they really weren't. So they're just writing these think tanks. And it just didn't seem as, like they weren't as guarded. There weren't like these accusations of you're a war criminal or something like that. But what he said, what Jonah Goldberg agreed with, was that I think the statement was every 10 years or so, America's got to find a puny little country and put them up against the wall just to let the rest of the world know that we mean business. That was actually their mentality.
I'm sure there's people that agree with that. I happen to disagree with that, but the drums of war are beating a little bit over Taiwan and China.
a little bit, yeah.
But there I can't even see justification for just war. What is the long-term benefit to society if you do military intervention?
I also think this, and I've been saying this for a while, but I do think there is this there's like this empire mentality that Americans have got to shake off, like as if it's even a question of whether we should allow it or not. Like, are we in a position to allow or not allow that? Why? It's almost like if you were, like I hope China doesn't invade Taiwan. I hope Taiwan remains as free as possible. I hope China becomes free. I root for freedom and prosperity for everyone, but I also root for like everybody to have a healthy marriage. But if you were talking to me and you were like, hey, the guy down the street is cheating on his wife, like, I don't think we can allow this. I'd immediately be like, that's really not my place. And then on top of that, I also have no power. I have no authority over what they do in their marriage. Like, I have to be concerned with my marriage. And the idea that, like, imagine if there was a political will to invade Mexico. Like, if DC decided we're taking Mexico City, like that's going to be part of America. We're taking it by force. And then China was like, we're not sure if we can allow this. I think immediately most Americans would be like, allow? Like, how the fuck do you think you're going to stop us from taking Mexico City? What are you going to do, China? You're going to send your Navy ships over here to fight us off the coast of Mexico? Good luck with that. And at least from my understanding, almost all the war games that they've run, if we did militarily, even if it doesn't come to nuclear weapons being used, in which case the whole world gets blown up, but even if we were militarily try to stop China from invading Taiwan, and everyone agrees to not use nukes to just fight a conventional war, we lose that war every time.
I think what you said applies to a lot of the wars we've been involved in, but China and Taiwan is a little bit different because of TSMC, right? Because there's an economic dependence.
If that was the concern, then the response would be, we need some type of Manhattan Project. And I'm not supporting a government project yet, but there would be, we need some type of Manhattan Project to say, we're going to make these things here. We can't, and look, I was running that experiment before saying, like, what if we all pinky promise not to use nuclear weapons or something like that? But that's not the reality of the situation. The more reality, look, even in Ukraine, everybody, the biggest costs, the biggest pushers of this policy, Joe Biden has a policy to fund Ukraine. No one's suggesting we send in the 82nd Air Force, which is really the only thing that would repel the Russians right now and restore, Ukrainian the original sovereignty of the Ukrainian borders. But no one's suggesting we send in the 82nd Airborne because we all know that we can't have a direct war with Russia. That's the end of the world. China. So, I'm not saying microchips or whatever aren't important, but we can find other ways to. Taiwan is not magical. Like, we can produce these things in other places now.
So you really need to say that you don't really know much about the situation. It sounds ridiculous. There's something magical about not Taiwan but TSMC. It's incredibly difficult to manage the supply chain and manufacture at such a low cost that they are. And to add to that, China has been signaling about the one China policy. But you're absolutely right that you shouldn't be doing the Washington thing of beating the drums of war. But it's like completely the counterproductive thing. You should actually try to find partnerships with China, build friendships and cooperation. Like India is doing a good job of this. Like, build friendships. It's the 21st century. Conflict, this Cold War thinking, is going to be disruptive to the economy, disruptive to humanity, to the flourishing of the origination of the world. There's just nothing positive except making money from the military.
Well, yeah, and it was totally destructive during the original Cold War too, and almost led to nuclear war on a couple of different occasions. But I would just say, I'm no defender of the Chinese regime. I hate communism and fascism, whatever they are, some hybrid mix of the two.
They're paying you, aren't they?
Yeah, no, fuck them. By the way, a lot of people suspect me online, but I'm not getting any of these checks, man, and I really like when you start coming in.
Yeah.
But there's, like, even when it's like China, you say China's asserting the one China policy, but the one China policy is the policy of the United States of America and has been for 50 years now, right? So it's not, I traditionally the one China policy is the policy of the United States of America. All of these American politicians and different figureheads across powerful sectors of America are saying that China doesn't have the right to go into Taiwan, and that China's in the position of being like, well, hey, wait a minute, no, that's not actually the policy. We maintain this one China policy, but we allow them to kind of do what they want to do. And the most obvious example of this was when Joe Biden actually said, like, oh, we wouldn't allow that, and we would militarily intervene if they went into China. And then, and this is so bizarre, then the White House, whoever that was, came out to correct the President of the United States and say, no, the policy of the White House is the one China policy. Which, look, I mean, again, I think the whole point of this is that the reason why whoever the hell was able to overrule Joe Biden and his administration, I don't know who that is. But the whole point is that if you say, and this is why there is some wisdom in America accepting the one China policy, is that if you tell China that we recognize Taiwan's independence and that they're not a part of China, that might be the type of thing that would make China invade and say, no, we're not accepting that. And so at least right now, it's like kind of like, okay, but this is the reality. It's something that you kind of run up against with the war in Ukraine a lot and with the situation in China, Taiwan, is that there are constraints placed on us by reality. It's not all just how would you like it to be, how would you like it to work. Obviously, I think we would all like that bigger countries don't invade smaller countries, and bigger countries don't bully smaller countries around. That is not the way of the world. We are a big country that is the big world, so we're in no position to let. But what we're kind of in the position is just like, you're like, hey, we'd sure love if you don't do that. You can do it, and you can get away with it, but we would sure love it if you don't. And so the goal would be to do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. When Vladimir Putin starts talking about, like, hey, if you keep pushing the idea of Ukraine joining your military alliance, I'm going to invade that country. The goal there, or the move there, would be to be like, okay, we'll stop talking about that. Is there something else that we can agree? Like, is there a way that you will promise you won't do anything to them? And okay, then we'll promise we won't bring them in our military. Like, that's the goal. You don't just go like, no, fuck you, we're doing it anyway, over and over and over again until they do the thing.
I think we got to this discussion from the military industrial complex and military intervention before that. I feel like we rewind a little bit. Is there any amount, according to you and according to various flavors of libertarianism, is there any amount of military intervention that's justified, that's okay?
Well, I would say, okay, so at least to me, in terms of like pure libertarian theory, or just in terms of like what I think is right or wrong, like there is such thing as a just war. The most obvious example of that would be like you're invaded by a military and fighting them off. So in that sense, also, like, even if you wanna kind of isolate from everything else, from all of the awful U.S. policy toward Russia, from the Soviet Union to all of the NATO expansion and color-coded revolutions and all of these things. If you want to, Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine. I do think the Ukrainians have a right to fight and protect their land. Like there's an aggressor there, and you have a right to defend yourself. So certainly in that sense, I think the American Revolution was a just war. I think there are, there can be just wars. In terms of pure libertarian theory, I think I would say that, look, you never have a right to kill innocent people. That's never morally okay. Now, there could be a scenario, just like this is true in life in general, right? Like, there's lots of things that you don't have the right to do, but you could come up with some scenario. It might be like, you have to do it because there are all of these circumstances. Like, you could think of something where, like, you remember the Saw movies where they used to, do these crazy horror scenarios, but it's like, okay, so there's a person, that an evil bad guy has buried a key inside this person, and you have to kill that person in order to get the key, in order to unlock these 20 people to let them out of the key. Now, look, you still don't have a right to kill people. It's horrible and wrong, and what you did to them was still evil. But if you were taken to trial over it, you could probably explain to a judge and jury, like, I know, but the situation I was in was either these 20 people were going to die, or this one person was going to die, and under that situation, I chose to save the 20. So, like, in other words, by perfect theory, no, you never have the right to kill innocent people. There could be a scenario where you were like, look, we had to take this military action, and some innocent people did die. And it's so tragic and awful that we had to do this, but we are certain that many more people would have died had we not done this. Now, in that case, I would look at that as like, number one, it's much like killing one person to save 20. It's still wrong. It's still an immoral thing that you were forced into doing. It's not justified. I would say that the overwhelming onus should have to be on you to demonstrate that you absolutely needed to do that. And that's how I feel about all these wars. It's not like, I think that, like, let's just say, like, if you could make World War II, like, you could reduce it down to the simplest character of what World War II is. Say there's no Joseph Stalin. We're not even partnering with him. There's a good guy in Russia who we were partnering with, and the British Empire had never done anything wrong. They were just nothing but good guys. Of course, FDR was nothing but a good guy, and Hitler was even worse than the real Hitler. You know what I mean? And in order to stop them, we had to go on this bombing campaign, and we only got Nazis. We only killed the bad guys, and we were able to take out the Third Reich. But one 8-year-old girl died. And you did this thing that stopped the whole world from falling into subjugation. So I think almost everybody would agree, Jesus, man, you have to do that. Okay? This is you have to do that because the whole world's going to be subjugated. There's nothing but good guys here. The Nazis are so evil in this part. I still would say that every single time World War II came up, we should all just be somber. And we should all just think about that little 8-year-old girl who died. And what a horrible thing it is that we had to do that, And so, like, when there are these campaigns where, like, where tens of millions of people are killed, the fact that anybody's ever, like, spiking the football or this kind of, like, rah, we were the good ones. And then also we added all those other complicated factors, like that this wasn't a scenario at all. But I do, so I guess essentially I'd say, no, you don't ever have a right to kill innocent people. It's never self-defense to be killing innocent people. I mean, short of, like, some type of scenario where, like, if you're holding a baby and coming at me shooting and I shoot back at you, okay, I was acting in self-defense and it happened to kill a baby. But I'm talking about, like, what the scenarios where you're dropping bombs on cities. It's never justified. Overwhelming onus on you to demonstrate that you absolutely have to do it, and that should be the standard. Because there's so many other standards that I see thrown out, and I just think are moral sense at all. That when people will argue about, like, in Gaza, they'll argue about the civilian to combatant ratio. So, like, that to me doesn't really. That's not what counts. That's not the measure that's important. And also, no one knows what the numbers are. They don't like pretend to. And then the other thing will be that people that someone just recently argued with me about. They'll say, like, well, Hamas has to go. That's the starting point. Hamas has to go. And I'm like, no, I don't think you get to say that. Because the truth is that, look, you can make an argument that Hamas has to go. So, sure. Make an argument that the Muslims have to go. You can make an argument that Kim Jong-un has to go, or that Xi has to go, or that Putin has to go, or that Zelensky has to go, or certainly I would make an argument that Joe Biden has to go. But just because a government has to go, that doesn't mean you could just go kill all their people.
Yeah, there should not be the starting point, like the assumption, the axiom of the discussion.
The question is there no other option than doing it this way? It's like, okay, like, October 7th happened. We can all agree this was like a horrific tragedy, and an indefensible act of terrorism. Okay. Is it guaranteed that another one of those is going to happen tomorrow, or was this the biggest security failure in Israeli history? Okay. Well, it was the biggest security failure. Let's just say, not even going down the inside job rabbit hole or anything like that, but just saying it's a giant security failure. Okay, then put a bunch more men in a fence first of all, and now you got to talk about how do you achieve your goal while inflicting the minimum amount of devastation on innocent people.
Let's talk about it. Just about it. October 7th. So what exactly do you think about the October 7th attack by Hamas?
Well, I mean, like what I just said, that it's always by the same logic that I'm giving you now. It's always evil to target innocent civilians. I don't believe civilians can be held responsible for the crimes of their government. As far as, by the way, the Osama bin Laden logic, which I think would also be the logic of like Bill Clinton or George W. Bush or Barack Obama, but Osama bin Laden very explicitly said when he was asked, like, well, are you just going to target like U.S. military sites, or are you targeting U.S. civilians to interview in the 90s before 9/11? And he goes, no, civilians are fair game too, because you guys have regular elections and you guys vote for your government, right? And therefore you're responsible for the crimes that they commit. Now, I think that's the logic of a fanatic like Osama bin Laden, and that's not the logic that any of us should follow. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not true that people are responsible for the crimes of their government. I think that same argument is used quite a bit by people on the pro-Israeli side, and they say like, oh, they had an election in 2005 and they lost one of plurality. Therefore, 20 years later, they have no rights. I think that's insane. So Hamas has no right to go after civilians. It's horrible, and you see, these, teenagers being killed, and people, you see the images of people who were held hostage for all this time. So it's like your heart breaks for those people. It's truly tragic. I do think that it was, in many ways, an indictment of so many different things. Like October 7th happening was an indictment of the entire occupation / siege of Gaza and the West Bank, for that matter. It was, I think, should have probably forever destroyed the legacy of Benjamin Netanyahu, who is, I mean, this isn't like George W. Bush, he was on the job for almost a year when 9/11 happened, but he was still kind of new, like it was still kind of in his first year of being president. Benjamin Netanyahu was the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history and had explicitly been like, I'm the tough right winger who's going to be tough on these Palestinians, who's going to like move away from the idea of coming to a two-state solution, because this is what we need to keep us safe. Like the justification is like, I'm going to be hard on these motherfuckers because I know what it takes to keep us safe. And that culminates in the worst massacre in Israeli history. And then, I mean, the big one is that it's not like I wouldn't even say an open secret at this point, it's just out in the open. And he had this strategy of propping up Hamas for years. And so he had the strategy of propping up Hamas for a myriad of reasons. But a major part of it was that, look, man, as long as there's terrorists in power there's never going to be any pressure on us to give the Palestinians a state. Because, look, they told me I got to negotiate with them.
He was allowing Qatar money flow.
Insisted that Qatar money flow to them. When the Qatar money dried up, sent the Mossad in to insist that it gets back to them. Hundreds of millions of dollars, briefcases in cash. And he said in his own words that the reason for doing this was to keep, to his words, to prop up Hamas, bolster Hamas, to keep them in power, so that the West Bank and Gaza will provide it, and that the international community, as well as the liberal Jewish community in Israel, wouldn't be able to put pressure on them to make a deal.
But what are the options? So if he doesn't allow the money, it also works with the guy. Because if he's not allowing the money in, that means he's not allowing quote-unquote aid in to help the Palestinians.
Yeah, but like, I mean, the dynamic here, right, is from 2007 to today. Israel's had a full blockade around the country. They won't let potatoes in. They won't let sugar in. They won't. And the justification is because they're dual use. You know, they can be used to rockets as well as they can be used to feed starving children. So we can't let that in because it's dual use. But cash to Hamas, does that not have dual usage? Like, is there nothing else that they keep? So yeah, it's like, yes, if you have a full blockade around the country, you take on certain responsibilities. And I think this is the essence of really the whole struggle here, which is very tough, I think, for the pro-Israel side to grapple with. But the bottom line is that Israel hasn't occupied Palestine for like a few months after a war, or even a couple of years after a war, while we're figuring out what we're going to do with them. It's been over 60 years. We're talking about a 1 week long war, or a day short of a week long war, in 1967. Israel's had control of them ever since. And much like in the same way that, like, if you kidnap someone, put them in your basement, and you don't feed them, you murdered that person. So, in other words, stated differently, you're not allowed to kidnap people and lock them in the basement. But once you do, you take on a responsibility to feed those people. You know what I mean? Like, you're not allowed to keep someone, not feed them. That is a worse charge than just keeping them. And so, yeah, anyway, I guess my point is, the solution to that, if you go like, well, I'm a bad guy if I fund Hamas, I'm a bad guy if I don't let the aid in, was to let the reputable international aid organizations bring aid in to the people of Gaza. Don't pressure the Qataris to send in briefcases full of cash. Allow internationally recognized reputable human rights organizations who are lining up trying to do it. Stop turning them away. Let them in. And this is just, it's so long past due. I mean, like, it's just, I'm not like defending Arab terrorism. I think it's really, it's a tragedy that the Arabs have embraced terrorism. I don't think it's unique to them. And in fact, I think it was the Zionist militias who introduced terrorism to that part of the world. But there was also look, terrorism persists because it works. And this is true with state terrorism and with non-state terrorism. You know, it's like terrorism has often worked for people. I think the thing, like early Yasser Arafat, I know was very influenced by the Algerians, who successfully kicked the French out and embracing terrorism, and it was almost like the major miscalculation of those Palestinian Arabs who did embrace terrorism was that this isn't the French. This isn't the French hanging out in some colony with their home country back home, where maybe a few acts of violence could work enough that the liberal population back home is like, oh, I really don't like the response to that terrorism from so many people. Forget it. This is too much of a headache. Let's get out of here. The Zionist settlers were there to stay. They weren't going anywhere. They weren't going back to Eastern Europe. You know what I mean? They weren't. They were just that. And so it's a tragedy that this whole thing went the way it did. But you always, whenever you're talking about like a conflict like this, the person who has the party who has the power is the one who needs to make concessions. And it's just indefensible that the status quo of the Palestinian people having no rights, literally no rights, being ruled by a government that they do not get to vote for or against, no right to do commerce with the outside world, no freedom of travel, no freedom of movement, no basic property rights, be kicked out of your home at any time, no right to a fair trial, no right to a lawyer, no right to a jury of your peers. I mean, the fact that that has been the status quo since 1967 is just indefensible. And then, in the context that that has been the status quo, I guess I'm just not, even though I'm against it, it's kind of like when you're just lecturing about the way in which they resist this, I think it's very tough to be on a strong moral footing. You know?
Yeah, you have to really empathize with decades of suffering.
Yeah.
In the region. I suppose my question for Alvin is, how can this really come in the world help the Palestinian people flourish? So, you suggested allowing for reputable aid organizations, and that's kind of almost patching. You're just helping humans or something, but that's not how you have a nation flourish. You have to build up the infrastructure, you have to build up a culture, the education system, the democratic processes of electing, running the elections, and so that the people are represented. And you have to form partnerships, friendships, normalization of relations with the Arab world, with Israel, travel back and forth, and lessen the chokehold, like the security chokehold, that you could say is justified in a militaristic situation, but why is it a military situation? The question is, where do we go from here? We'll talk about Netanyahu some more. He is he's very criticized inside Israel as well.
Yeah,
Maybe less so after October 7th, because again, in the same way you can empathize with the Palestinian people, you can empathize with Israelis, where October 7th touched, just like for America, 9/11, touched some kind of primal thing of fear of like,
oh yeah, like
holy shit.
The same thing I said before. Like I could also very easily go if one of my kids was like at that range or something like that and just got gunned down or kidnapped. I could understand being like level the whole goddamn place, and I'm sure I would feel that way if that was one of my kids. So yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, there's lots of examples in the world of like France and Germany are right next to each other, and Ireland and England are right next to each other, and they're just totally living in harmony right now. Like there's just the thought of them going to war is like inconceivable right now. I'm saying it could never happen in the future, but it seems pretty hard to imagine. And that being the case would have been very hard to imagine for a very long time. There's some serious levels of brutality between those two societies, and even more direct. Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in a couple decades. They went to war, and then in the late 70s they made a land for peace deal. And they haven't been to war since. And like I do at least try to hold out that like that is, it's not like Egypt is. You're not going to say they don't have an issue with radical Islam in Egypt. You know what I mean? Like that's not the answer. It's just that they made a land for peace deal, and once that was solved, it was kind of easier to avoid the war. And I do like to think that there could be a solution to the Israel-Palestine question, but it's going to have to involve Israel taking control of the Palestinians now. And I know that that's scary, and I understand that there are like legitimate concerns about that. There's the great Thomas Jefferson quote about slavery, which was we have the wolf by the tail, and we can neither afford to hold on to him nor risk letting him go. Which is like, you could see where that would have been like a real concern of people, like right toward the end of slavery, or first half of the 19th century. We'd be like, okay, we recognize this is wrong. But we've had these millions of people enslaved for all these years. If we let them go, they're going to fucking kill us. And what are you saying? They're citizens now, meaning the Second Amendment applies to them? Meaning that the guy who I enslaved now can get a gun? You know what? And so, okay, there are these, but I think in hindsight, looking back at it, we would all just go, yeah, but you can't enslave people. So, like, whatever risks come with the next phase of this, unfortunately, you know, like, you're going to have to just deal with that. And you have to start with abolishing slavery.
And it is good to also remember in the hopeful message you said that at any day you can get the deal. And that's one of the frustrating things I have with the hospital debate on Israel. It just felt hopeless. And a lot of people I talk to feel hopeless. And I have a lot of, I maybe naively see a lot of possibilities of peace there. I see, for example, normalization of relations with Saudi Arabia and Israel, and then Saudi Arabia taking some ownership over Gaza. Something like that. Some interesting, where a big major player in that region takes ownership and steps as the middleman.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you're 100% right that, and even before October 7th, I think many steps have been taken away from, you know, the peace process and the feeling of that. I mean, really, I think since the second Intifada is when, like, the appetite for peace, I think, in Israel was greatly diminished. I mean, it's going to take really painful concessions on all sides in order to get there. And I think that the personally, I think, and I don't know if I say this for not necessarily like the Arab world, but at least the nation states, like their governments, I think are pretty much there. Like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Jordan and Egypt, like if the Israelis, they're almost like, look, these are American sock puppets, you know, for the most part, right? And so their thing is that, like, okay, 100% of my population is completely opposed to what Israel's doing in Palestine right now, and they just hate that Israel, that the nation was created at all, that all the Arabs were kicked out of what is, you know, very important land to them religiously, and so the governments there are like, look, we want to continue to have U.S. tax dollars flooding in here. And we'd love to make a deal with Israel, but like we've got to stop doing this to the Palestinians so my own people don't, you know, rise up against me. So I think as long as the Israelis were like, fine, we'll do a two-state solution or something like that. I think Saudi Arabia could, or in fact, they proposed a two-state solution just a few years ago. I mean, they would love to be a part of that, normalize relations. Amongst the Palestinians, like, which again, I think this had been accepted multiple times, at least by their leadership. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have to accept that, like, you lost in 48. You're gonna have to accept that you lost in 47. You're gonna have to accept that the state of Israel does exist. And you're gonna have to accept that, like, the right of return is not going to literally mean that everybody can go back to where they were. And what Israel's gonna have is that it was awfully fucked up. They kicked a lot of people out of their land, and that the whole a land for people without land was never true. That was just a slogan that felt good to avoid what you guys actually did, and the fact that it was inexcusable that you guys occupied these people for 60 years, and that has to end immediately.
I interviewed Douglas Murray. He just wrote a book on Israel and Hamas called On Democracies and Death Cults. He makes what I think is a strong pro-Israel case, focusing on Hamas as an evil organization, you know, evil for its corrupt leadership, which is actually stealing money from the Palestinian people and allocating the money that is there towards terrorist, militaristic operations versus, like, building up Gaza. Can you steel man the case for and against this perspective? So, we've been talking about the people, about centering around Hamas, which is like this extremist religion, this organization. The perspective being like they need to be, as I mentioned before, eliminated before any progress can be made.
Okay, so if I were Steelman, Douglas Murray's case, I would say, well, I guess the case is right. Look, Hamas is a fanatical death cult, essentially, which I do think is a fair description of them. There is no question that they have pursued a path that was just devastating to their own people. And there's no question they have not spent the resources they have on, their priority has not been uplifting their own people. Their priority has been, I think, essentially antagonizing Israel into this overreaction so that they can turn world opinion against Israel. I think they've been very effective at doing that. And okay, again, I think the argument will come back to something like that. The people kind of voted for this in 2005, and the people we sure do see a lot of people cheering when Hamas is doing some pretty horrific stuff. And so, hey, you got that on one side, and you have a kind of a country that's much more similar to Western societies on the other.
If we can just like win on that steel end, what do you make of the celebrations in Gaza after October 7th?
I think it's sickening. It's incredibly disturbing. I guess the way I look at it, I always, and maybe there is a degree of like naivete to this, or perhaps it's just that I just don't want to allow myself to go down a certain path because I think it leads to such dark outcomes. But I always try to be kind of like against the government, for the people, against the powerful, sympathetic to the powerless. I think that, look, it's sickening. You see big crowds cheering on, people who have been, these people have been in captivity for I think some of them for over a year and a half. I also thought when Nikki Haley and other Israeli politicians are signing the bombs before they're launched into Gaza, I think that's sickening. I think there's all types, I think, like mission accomplished banners and flying like jet. I mean, I think all of them, I think of Bob Hope specials at the end of the Persian Gulf War was sickening. I just think all of it is like horrific. I look at it and I try to say to myself, okay, we had one 9/11 in this country, and we all, like, collectively, we lost our as a society. We were ready to go bomb whoever the hell our politicians told us to bomb, and we didn't care how many people were killed, and we killed a lot more than Israel or Hamas has killed doing it. And I try to think to myself, okay, imagine being trapped in what is, you would call it whatever they want to. I do think that Canada has got the right to call it a concentration camp. You're trapped in a 5-mile by 25-mile area where you cannot leave. You are stuck there. You're on an airport because the Israelis bombed it. You're on a seaport, they won't allow you. You have no access to trade with the outside world, and you're not suffering through a 9/11. You're suffering through a thousand 9/11s. Your whole life has been, these people, the people in Gaza their entire life has been being refugees. You know what I mean? Their entire life, there's generations of people have been in this status now. And so, if my society lost its mind after one 9/11, I just have a tough time like judging the people who came up in this environment. But there's no question it is. I mean, it's profoundly disturbing.
But I wonder how much of the indoctrination is really made up the software in their mind permanently anti-peace.
Yeah.
Extremify them. And that, I think, but it's more, it's possible it's all peace.
Well, I'd say I get your point. I guess it's an interesting question that I don't know if any of us know exactly the answer to. But I would say that, like, um, you know, even after what was it, 80 years of the Soviet Union, it's like there were real debates back then about like the new communist man and whether the minds had been so warped that people that they would never even care about these things like liberty or national identity or independence, and then yet at the end it was all still there. It was very repressed and it went underground. People weren't allowed to talk about it, but they all still had it. And in fact, I was just listening the other day to this Murray Rothbard speech from like the early '90s, and he was talking about how there was something where there was like a camera crew interviewed like a Chinese family under like a real deal Chinese communism. I believe it was before Mao Zedong died, and they were just saying all this crazy shit to the camera. They were like, "Would you rather, your sons are like healthy and live good lives, or would you rather they suffer but be loyal obedience to the state?" They were like, "We'd rather they be obedient to the state," blah blah blah, and all these things. And Murray Rothbard saw this interview, and he was talking about his friend. He was going, "Oh my God, this is horrible. It's hopeless. These people, what minds have been warped." And then he was talking about his friend, who's like a China expert, who'd been there. Like he was like, "No, they're not." So they say when the cameras are over. As soon as the cameras go like that. So anyway, I'm just making the point there that like there is like, but even in the situation with Israel and Gaza, specifically Gaza, not even the West Bank, when you could look at it, when the peace talks were going on, support for Hamas was plummeted. When the peace talks fell apart, support for Hamas went way back up. Every time there's an aggressive military campaign, support for Hamas goes back up. So I just think that like I'm more hopeful than not that like you could get to a place where like, but it requires like you have to like if you do understand the Ron Paul point about blowback, the General McChrystal point about insurgent ban, and you just realize that it's like you're fighting in a way that produces more of the thing that you're fighting. And so the first step is to stop doing that. Like your cure is making the patient more sick. So stop doing that, and then let's see if maybe we can heal.
What about the case against the Douglas Murray case of the death cults, and that as a part of this process, Hamas needs to be eliminated?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would just say that, and I'm not saying this as a fan of democracy. I'm not like a big believer in democracy. I believe in liberty, and I think democracy is often not in line with liberty.
Which one you go with? Did you say that again?
That was all I had to get out. But I get to think of what I want the rest of the body to do that. No, no. I mean, my beef with the Chinese government would not be that they don't hold regular elections. My beef with them would be that they silence speech, that they beat people in camps and things like that. The surveillance. I think. Look, when you call Israel a democracy, which I guess is right in the title of this book, and full disclosure, I haven't read the book, but I have listened to some of his thoughts on this stuff. I think you run up against a real problem, which is that the creation of the state of Israel, even though he tried to walk away from those comments, as Norm Finkelstein called out Benny Morris for writing in his book 1948, which is a great book, his words were, the Zionist project always knew it was going to involve transfer. That was Benny Morris's words. Now, when Finkelstein was grilling him on this on your podcast, he kind of said, like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that the claims and that to be voluntary transfer. You know what I mean? Like, but the point is, the Zionist settlers, and they spoke about this openly. They all knew they had a major problem, which is like, well, you can't create a Jewish state if it's like 50-50, which is, and in all of Israel, it was much less than 50-50. But even in like the Israeli pushing up the partition recommendation, it was very close to 50-50. And you can't really have a Jewish state with a 50-50 voter base because now you're just kind of in a breeding war for the next generation. who turns out the vote any more than we could hope. It would be the prospect right now of making America an official Republican state or an official Democrat state. Well, how are you going to do that, man? It's like 50-50 between the two. And so I think what Betty Morris was saying was that they always knew some of these Arabs are going to have to get moved out of here so that we could have more of something, which ultimately where they got to like 80-20, which is pretty much what Israel's maintained the whole time. Now, Betty Morris quarrel about whether that necessarily meant voluntary, but when it happened, it wasn't voluntary. Okay, so like when it actually happened in effect, it involved a massive amount, somewhere between 700 and 800,000 Arabs being forcefully evicted out of this area. Now, that's one thing. You know, a lot of nations are started on some things like that. I suppose if you just did that and then you were left with your 80-20 split, you go, we have elections from here on out. I guess you could claim it's democracy. It still seems like kind of gaming the democratic system a little. Okay, you know what I mean? Like if I just deported 80% of Democrats and then say, look, Republicans win every election, you might be like, yeah, you didn't exactly get the democratic. You got there through force. But forget that. I'll let that one go and just say, I'll call you a democracy if you just kept being a democracy like that moving forward. The real problem is the occupation that starts in 1967. Because, look, when you've occupied an area since 1967, you can't even really call it an occupation anymore. It's an annexation. You took these lands. You have control of it. You are what the definition of the government is. And you can call Hamas the government all you want to. They're not the sovereigns. They're not the final decision makers. Israel's the final decision maker. Hamas does not meaningfully in any way decide the biggest questions about Gaza. I'm talking before this war, not even pre-October 7th. And so the problem Israel has in order to call themselves a democracy is that there's somewhere between 5 and 6 million people, less now, killed a lot of them, but there's somewhere between 5 and 6 million people who live under Israeli control who do not have voting rights. And I just, by any other reasonable, commonly held standard of democracy, you would not call that a democracy. I mean, I'm not even saying this to try to be inflammatory or try to pick on the Israelis. There's things about Israeli society I like. I don't hate the people there. I'm Jewish. I love Jewish people. It's not, but the fact is, that's not a democracy. That's an apartheid state. And that's just, I'm not even trying to be inflammatory when I say this. It's just literally describing what's in front of you. If we in America right now said black people no longer get to vote and black people can only live in these few neighborhoods, we don't get to call ourselves a democracy anymore then. You know, I'm not even coming at this from a pro-democracy point of view. I'm just saying, if your defense of them is well, we're a democracy, which seems to be the case so much. Well, no, you're really not. You're really not. As long as you got millions of people who have no say in their own government, then you're really not a democracy. And so, again, so you could frame it as democracy versus death cult was his language for Hamas. It's all right, it's a little bit difficult to accuse another group of being a death cult when the group you are supporting has killed so many more people. Now, I'm not saying that's the only metric. There's other things that are factors too. But the fact is that, you have, I don't know to look over the numbers for the whole history of the conflict, but the amount killed by the Israelis on the Palestinians, the amount killed by the Palestinians, 20-1 in Israel's, killing more people, maybe more than that. I have to look at the numbers. But Israel's been far more Palestinians than Palestinians have ever killed Israelis. And so it rings a little hollow to me to just call them a death cult. We're the democracy, even though none of, there's millions of people who can't vote over, who rules them. But they're the death cult. I mean, look, they kill people in a more primitive, barbaric way, I guess you could say. There's something a little bit cleaner about, when it's done by a government, and it's collateral damage, and it was done with sophisticated weaponry, okay. Still innocent people on the end of those bombs.
Absolutely. There is, I think, a powerful ethical difference when you mentioned politics that you go to court, right? If your stated goal is of war is to do everything you can to avoid the death of that girl, versus saying, we love death and we love life, and Israelis, democracy or not, are pro-life or for life.
There's a little. I mean, okay, I don't 100% disagree with you, but I think if I would say like the degree to which that matters, like at a murder trial, after somebody's been convicted and before sentencing, sometimes the judge will allow them to give a statement. And like if their statement is like, I'm very sorry for what I did, I'm so sorry to the family and this and that and that, like that might be like life without parole rather than the death penalty. You know what I mean? Like it might make that bit of difference in that. And if you get up there and you're like, hey, I'm happy for what I did, screw the family, blah, that might make a judge who was going to give you life without parole, give you the death penalty or something like it's like that type of margin around the edge. Let's say like you're a really bad guy and I want to kill you, and you're at home with a bunch of women and children, and I know there's women and children. Like I know for a fact that if I blow up this building, it's gonna kill all those babies. But what I would be charged with is murder in the first degree. Right? And the fact that I went in there and said like, well, listen, hold on. It's a shame that I had to kill those babies. I really just wanted to kill that one guy. I wish the babies weren't there. And they're like, yeah, but you knew they were there. And you did it anyway. You get murder in the first degree. Maybe it would make some little difference and bring around the sentencing at the end of it, but it doesn't like in time change what the crime is there. And so I just think at a certain point, if you're doing something like, look, I'll say maybe with a little bit of let's say Barack Obama wants to drone bomb, this place to kill a terrorist. Thinks he can do it without killing many innocent civilians. Does it, and then ends up killing some innocent civilians. That's one thing. But once you've done it over and over and over again, and every single time it kills innocent civilians, and then there's a wedding, and you order a drone bomb strike on a wedding. Like, you murdered those people. That's murder in the first degree. Like, I just don't. And so, yes, like, like whether you say out loud, oh, it sure is a shame that we got to kill all these kids. When you're doing it over and over, you know the action you're taking is going to kill more kids. I just don't think, like, it's a little bit different, really not that much. It's still pretty much, and then also, when you mix in with that, the fact that, like, if you go, and I'm not taking an opinion on the word genocide, I don't even like to get into that conversation, I feel like it just derails it anyway. What Israel's doing, whether you think it's genocide or not, it's certainly not what most people envision when they hear the word genocide. But, if you look at South Africa's case that they promoted at the International Court of Justice, the whole thing is just quotes from Israeli leaders. And I'm just saying, like, by the way, it's not like they're always saying, oh, it sure is a shame that you have to kill that 8-year-old girl. They're like, half the time they say that when they're talking to the international community. And then the other half the time, they seem to basically be saying there's no such thing as an innocent 8-year-old girl. And so I guess I just don't find that argument to be very compelling, especially when the thing is going on so long.
There's some discipline I have there. I think the thing you're applying is whenever they state it, it's not quite genuine to some degree. Not.
So I'm saying it might be genuine by some people. I'm not saying it's necessarily not. I'm saying that when there's a lot of people who are saying the opposite, it doesn't seem like it's consistently genuine from the entire Israeli leadership class, and that even if it is genuine, some people say it, that's kind of not enough to get away from the fact that it's when Tucker was on Piers Morgan, he said the thing, he goes, I don't like my tax dollars being used to intentionally kill children, and a lot of people really objected to that word intentionally because I think so many of the defenders of Israel fall behind this, like, no, that's not intentional. We're just trying to kill Hamas. But again, like I said, we would never accept that standard in like a domestic murder case. It's like, no, like the thing is that if you know there are kids there and you know they're going to die, intent.
I think I agree with you fundamentally because war is hell, and that's why I'm against war. But there is a difference. So like, I hear that mixing in a lot of things. I think you're fundamentally against war, and that's why to you it really doesn't matter. It is murder. It's just murder, and we shouldn't do murder. And there's a lot of democracies with colorful flags that justify murder because the crime is hard enough to justify. When you say you look at the reality of the Obama administration, the entirety of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, you're murdering civilians. Yes, you're trying to kill bad guys, but you're murdering civilians. That said, on a ethical consideration on which kind of ideas, ideologies you build a society after the war. One that, even on the surface level, states that the value of every life, of every civilian life, is equal and high in value. That's a good society. That's the concerning extremist ideology that basically they're the flourishing society on. And then the argument against that is the one you said, which is like, yeah, well, Hamas is really supported now because they did more.
Right. But by the way, I don't disagree with the first part of your statement there. I just don't think it's in conflict with what I'm stating. It's like, look, I understand, first of all, that like there is a difference between the way you're going to say prosecute crime domestically within your own country and the way you can prosecute crime or whatever war between different countries, right? Like maybe it's not exactly the same. You don't have cops that you can just send in. You can arrest somebody and put them on trial. It's not the same. So like, fine, you could say, but the point I'm making is more like, I'm just saying how we would think about these things in a domestic setting. We're talking about like morality here, and morality by its very nature is something that rises above, it rises above logistics. It rises above like nationalities or governments or borders or any of those things. Like what's right or wrong. Like if it's wrong to rape somebody in New Jersey, it's also wrong to rape somebody in Central Africa. Like it does, and so I'm just saying you're committing the same act that we would consider murder in the first degree here. And then just to go one step further, I think particularly like part of the reasons why people have different attitudes about the way two nations fight, like what we think of as war versus what we think as like say like a policing issue, like we would never accept the idea that like if whatever same the logic that's used in wars, used in World War II, even used in Iraq and Afghanistan, especially used in the war in Gaza. If there was a bad guy, even a guy who had done something like October 7th, we have school shooters and things like that here. If there was an active duty school shooter and he's in school shooting people, he's already killed with blood. I feel blood at school. He's using them as human shields. No, it's not our fault. You see, listen, those death flecks, while tragic, were the school shooter's fault because he used all those people as human shields. We would never for a goddamn second, those were our kids in there. We never would accept that excuse. But what? Yeah, bad. You still had an obligation to do something else. That was now that we may look at things differently in the context of a war, but also, by the way, I'm not sure I can do this too, but typically speaking, when people think of wars, they're thinking of this government versus this government, this military versus this military. It's not the situation. So like all Israel is saying, hey, they're using humans. Also, like, and that is true, I think, to some degree. I think Israel is overplayed a little bit. There have been, I think, clear instances where Hamas is using human shields, but it's kind of a flip side of a different point. And like the other point is like, oh, well, why aren't they using their army or their air force or their navy? Oh, right, because they don't have it. Oh, that's right. So you were fighting a war against people that don't have a government because you denied them their right to have one. And so that's the thing where I do think if you've occupied the place since 1967. You almost now take on an obligation that you kind of have to almost conduct this as a police matter. You know, you're not allowed to, because otherwise, because now we are getting awfully close to the scenario that we just laid out. We're like, oh, there's a school shooter, blow up the school.
It's difficult to have a discussion about ethics when you talk about war. It's really at the core of it, all wars.
Yeah, I mean, by its very definition, it's innocent people dying. Almost always, right? Like,
it's difficult to pick which is the just war. And even World War II, because of because it's Stalin.
well, as my buddy Daryl Cooper demonstrated, I think we can have a reasonable civil discussion about these things without anybody blowing their leg. We can all just talk. No, but like, I mean, look, there's so many. World War II is just, it's the third rail like nothing else. I really, World War II and the Civil Rights Movement, I think, are the like third rails of American politics. That if you like, if you have any type of view that is not the approved, authorized view of how these events went, you're in a lot of trouble. If you wanted to compare Hitler to Stalin's body count, at that time, Stalin was already a genocider. And Hitler had not gone genocidal yet. So there is a weird dynamic that now in hindsight looks a little bit better, because you go, yeah, but he went so genocidal at the end there, you know? But like, that's a weird decision at the time to ally with Joseph Stalin when he had already done the worst things that Joseph Stalin had done, or at least a lot of the worst things he had done. I guess there were a lot more in the war as well, but
I was curious though, you didn't mention Mao. Is that funny again? Is it even worse than Stalin?
I'm not sure, but that's officially known. Do we actually know that Mao killed anybody? All right, I'll say it. There you go. I'm going to blow my phone thing. Bad guy, that Mao Zedong. Do not care for him.
I think the Chinese doctor officially says, didn't have like an actual percentage, that he was 70% correct.
Is that true? They actually look at that. But the 30% was being the worst mass murderer in human history. That's such a communist thing to do.
We measured it.
We measured it and perfectly scientifically figured it out.
Since you mentioned Derek, you friends with him, you tell me about him, and tell me about the whole saga about when he got attacked after the company. Okay,
Yeah. So, well, Daryl, I was just a big fan. I'm really just a big fan of him. We chatted like a few times. I interviewed him on my podcast. I consider us friends. Modern Man Podcast is his show, and it's just phenomenal. I found out about him from my guy, is Scott Horton, who is a very close friend of mine, and I think the best person on war in the country. He's just a genius. He runs the Libertarian Institute, and he's also been the editor at antiwar.com for many years now. So he first told me about Daryl, and that what I knew of Daryl was just that he did a podcast with Jocko, and so like they did their show together. And I listened to a couple episodes of it, really enjoyed it. And then it was Scott who was like, dude, you gotta check out his podcast, Martyr Made. It's like the best history podcast. And I ended up listening to his, the first thing I listened to of his was the Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem. He's done a few things on Twitter where he's kind of like shit posting and stuff like that. But when you listen to his work, like when he like is down, like, I'm going to put together this thing, I'm going to take years put together like a long presentation of the history of this conflict, the history of this has like the utmost responsibility in the way that he tells the story, the way he presents it. I cannot understand how anyone would listen to this work and come away with the feeling that this guy is any type of like Jew hater or Nazi apologist or anything like that. It's just not who he is. What Daryl said on Tucker's show was that he goes, I'll say this to be provocative sometimes, kind of rib my buddy Jocko, who's like Anglo-Saxon, so this kind of gets to him. He goes, and I'm being a bit hyperbolic when I say this. But I'll sometimes say that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. Now, he didn't commit the most atrocities. He wasn't like the worst person there. But he was a guy who was hell bent on kind of this thing becoming what it ultimately became. Whereas, like, this might have just been an invasion of Poland. Like, this may not have been this whole cascade of like the worst thing that ever happened in human history. Now, the retelling of that is always people go, he said Churchill was the chief villain of the war. But it's like, no, not exactly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's making a point, and I think he's putting out right now a long series on World War II. He just put the prologue to it out, which was excellent, by the way. And I really just have, listen, after it's out, maybe I'll come back and regret saying this, but I don't think I will. I really have like trust that Darrow will handle this like responsibly, and in fact, I think that he might be, and not because he's like involved in like this is his angle or what he's attempting to do. I think just that he's going to tell the truth, and the truth will take you where it takes you. I think he's actually going to probably serve a function of bringing a lot of those types kind of back to reality and bringing them back to being like if you think he's going to be excusing the atrocities of the Nazis in this thing, I don't think you're going to be happy with the end product if that's what you are coming into it for.
Okay. One thing I want to say is I think calling Darrow a Nazi sympathizer is wrong, and it does a lot of damage. I think he has a lot of value to his podcast. I think there's several things to make very clear. I think he's a really interesting guy. I'm sure I'll talk to him in the future. But I just want to lay on the table that I think what he's saying about Churchill is just dead wrong. I think legitimately that statement, removing the trolling from it, is a revisionist history statement that I think is wrong. An invasion of the Soviet Union would have happened no matter what. And possibly the Germans could have been a lot more. Stalin could have gone the other way as well. That was going to be a global war, no matter what. Role of Churchill would be debate. And I still don't think he was the main instigator of that expansion there. There's a lot of historical documentation of that.
Well, look, that's a fair debate to have. It's interesting to see you two kind of talk about that. Or not even debate, but just like have a conversation about that.
I think the broader point you're making is there's just a lot of trivialization of the World War II that happens in the West, in the United States, especially that's used by neocons, by warmongers, sort of.
Oh, and constant. I mean, I don't think I've done a bunch of like Israel-Palestine debates. I don't think I've ever done one where World War II wasn't invoked, and where that wasn't like, did you go, well, I mean, look, Dresden, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, so you're going to tell me it's not okay? And immediately, if you just look at it like that, like let's say the official narrative is 100% true in World War II. Let's even say every aspect of the official narrative is really true. Like the lesson of World War II is that we should have gone to war sooner, which is essentially right, like the dominant mainstream narrative that Chamberlain is the failure. That was the problem, the appeasement. Churchill was the solution. If only Chamberlain had been Churchill, or if only we had gone to war with Germany in whatever in 1933, we would have just it would have been better. Okay, let's say all of that's true. It still doesn't follow from that therefore in every situation appeasement is wrong and aggression is good. It doesn't follow from that that's the only lesson of history, and that now it's just okay to slaughter civilians. Like it's okay to go to total war against the civilian population because this one time it was necessary. Like and the idea that Bobby Kennedy said this to me again, somebody who I really do love and admire in many ways, and I'm glad he's the health secretary. But I remember him saying this, invoking the Nazis, making a comparison between Hamas and the Nazis. Hey, like, dude, Hamas doesn't even control Gaza really. The Nazis had most of Europe at one point. This is just not an apples to apples conversation. This is not, you can't even compare the two in terms of what type of menace or threat they are to the world. I mean, like, sure, maybe if Hamas had a lot of power, they'd use it in a bad way, but like, that's true with like some homeless guy on the street too. But he doesn't have that power. So like, what are we talking about here? And so I do think that the way the World War II narrative is weaponized has been, even if World War II itself was necessarily just, the way that that's been weaponized over the years has led to just like countless catastrophes. And like, and it's not just like, I mean, I guess it's just, in some ways, there might be something positive about the fact that everybody's always called Hitler if they're bad. You know what I mean? But if we make Hitler the face of what is evil eternally or something, he really does play the role of the devil in our society in a strange way. But there is like, you know, Saddam was the next Hitler, Gaddafi was the next Hitler, Bashar al-Assad was the next Hitler, Trump is Hitler, Hamas is Hitler. None of them are Hitler. None are even close. It's just totally different.
Yeah, and the amount of power is very important. It matters how much destructive power you have with any of the capabilities. But like every major superpower with nuclear weapons has the potential to be that destructive. It's just unproductive.
And yet the only ones who ever have dropped them are us. Yeah, I was arguing with one guy on a podcast once, and he said that. He goes, you can't have dictators that have nuclear weapons because they might use them with us. Like, but we are the only ones who ever use them. He goes, come on, that's naive. For something like, wait, what? Why shouldn't that be pointed out? And I don't know. I mean, I prefer Iran not hit nuclear weapons. I think we're pushing them to probably want to pursue that. And I also think there's been a lot of propaganda about the nuclear program in Iran. I know at least since the 90s, according to Netanyahu, they've been 5 years away.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of warmongering going on, all parts of the world, Iran especially. I do have a lot of friends in Iran, from Iran. It's one of the beautiful cultures in the world. Like, just superpower of intellect and culture, and it's really sad and disappointing that the regime is basically suppressing that culture.
Yeah.
You have to always remember, like, there's parts of the world where the people are beautiful and we don't get to see it because of the suppression, the lack of freedom.
Yeah, absolutely.
So all that said, there does seem to be a lot of hatred of Jews on X.
Yeah.
How much of it do you think is actual hate of Jews, or how much of it is just trolls and grifters and conspiracy nerds just cosplaying as Nazis?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you even figure it out. And I think this is one of the problems with outrage. Kind of one of the unintended consequences of it is that now you just have no way of knowing who's saying this just to get a rise out of you, or who really sincerely means it, or some version of both. Then there's also, there's so many weird dynamics, because there's no question, like, I see it all the time. I mean, I see a level of like Jew hatred on Twitter that I've never seen before in my own replies and other people's things like it. And that's interesting. Like, first off, you're like, okay, so what's going on here?
Interesting sociological phenomenon.
Right. Yeah, that's concerning and troubling and all of that stuff. And then you also see people who will be asking like completely legitimate questions, making completely legitimate points that are called anti-Semitic. And then that, I think, does not help the dynamic at all, because now you're almost like, oh, there's, number one, you just kind of, you make the word meaningless. You take away the disincentive for anybody else to actually be a Jew hater. I mean, I think there's a lot going on. One of the things is that for young white men in America today, they've lived through the years of real insane progressive wokeism. And so, which is something like I'm 42. It's just a different thing for me. Like, I come from a different culture at a different time. It just simply was not the case that when I was a teenager, or when I was in college, or when I was in my early 20s, that the school, the faculty, the politicians, Hollywood, all of them embraced racial. They all said we're playing identity politics, and it is okay to dice people up along these racial lines and have that first and foremost in your mind, And there is this weird feeling over this last year, and now with Trump being reelected, that like we snapped our fingers and wokeism went away or something like that. But these guys still came up in this era, and it was always the case that like one of the dangerous elements of playing this game was like, hey, you think you're gonna play this, and that like young straight white men aren't gonna start playing this game too? Why the hell would they not? Like, why would they just accept? We'll just sit here while everybody else is allowed to have a racial identity and a grievance about it, and yet we'll be the one group who you could just stomp all over us. We're the bad guys, and that's part of the reason why I always oppose the woke insanity. I mean, first and foremost, just because I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to like be shitty to people based on their racial grouping. That includes white people too. But then also you're like, you don't see that this is going to result in something there. So there's that. But I mean, clearly, and what's weird to me is that I guess it's because a lot of the people who are the most upset about the anti-Semitism also happen to be supporting Israel. Oh, look, there's a big correlation between that. But clearly, that's a huge factor in this. Like, it's not a coincidence that all of this rose up while Israel was just conducting this brutal campaign with our weapons and money. And so I always think that these things, whether it's with or with Al Qaeda or with whoever, and I'm not saying like the guy who posts like Jim hating stuff on Twitter is the same as them. I'm just saying in all of these situations, you always kind of got to separate like what are legitimate grievances and what are like, okay, that you're wrong on that and you shouldn't be doing that. So it's pretty easy for me to like, if I listen to like the Putin interview with Tucker, I thought his whole 30-minute opening thing was like horrible and just like kind of stupid, especially when you're talking to Tucker Carlson. This is like for an American audience. You know how much like does not resonate with Americans being like, we have a historic claim over another land. Our entire society is founded on we think that's bullshit. Like that's the entire history of our society. It's like that doesn't matter. Sorry. Like literally read the Declaration of Independence. It just refutes everything what Vladimir Putin said in the first 30 minutes. Like our view of the world is that God wants us to be free. And we get to overthrow governments if they're infringing on our rights. Like that was stupid. But then when he's talking about like NATO enlargement and bringing Ukraine into the American military alliance, you're like, okay, he's got a legitimate point there. Now, we would not allow one of our neighbors to be brought into China or Russia, which is military alliance. And so likewise, when it comes to those guys, I do think that like you almost look, it is just true. It is the case that America has fought many wars over the last 7 years, with Israel playing a very influential role in us fighting those wars. And these were this was like a scheme that was cooked up by the neoconservatives and the Likudniks in Israel that we would go through this path. But this has been confirmed by 4-star General Leslie Clark. He literally said it was a study paid for by the Israelis that we were going to topple 7 countries. And we didn't get there in 5 years, but we've made attempts to topple all of those countries since then. You see, Trump's bombing the Houthis because they're pissed off about Israel's treatment of the Palestinians, and so they're trying to shut down their straits or whatever. It's like, so we're just bombing another group on behalf of Israel. And if you really are concerned about the rise of Jew hatred, I would say, like, look, it's much like, sometimes people would argue where, the thing I said at the beginning about terrorists don't hate us for our freedom, they hate us because we're over there. And people would say that's just what Osama bin Laden says. He just says he hates us for our military, but he really just hates us because he's an Islamist and we're free people or whatever. Maybe like, okay, well, even if that's what's in his heart, that sure is his recruiting stick. That sure is how he gets other people to blow themselves up. And so even if you want to say, which might very well be the case, that some of these people just hate Jews, and it wouldn't matter if Israel was at war with Gaza or not. It's like, okay, but that sure is their recruiting stick. That sure is how they get other people to So I don't know. There's a lot going on. I think racialism of all different forms is stupid and wrong. It always just leads to sloppy thinking and bad results. It's always kind of ugly. And weirdly, it also always ends up hurting the person. It's not good for you. It's not good for your soul. So I don't like seeing that stuff. But then I also think, like I was saying before, that there's like this hierarchy of outrages that you got to have in order to think and act. You have to kind of put these together. And I just hear a little bit something that despite being described as a self-hating Jew, I'm really not. I love Jewish people. I love Jewish culture. I've benefited a lot from it. It's in many ways made me the person I am, and I think it's influenced some of the best parts of me. But there is like a whininess and a hysteria about this stuff that I think is just like not healthy. I think it's not good. I've told many Jewish friends and family this privately, but it's like the way I look at it is like I'm an American. This has been a wonderful country to be Jewish. Jews are doing exceptionally well in this country. We are 2% of the population or so, and we are thriving by any metric. And if mean stuff on Twitter is our great burden to bear, I don't think we should be talking about it like we're in the middle of Nazi Germany or something like that. So I do think people get hysterical about it.
In a way, that's completely not productive. But to me, I think of the Jew-hating nerds, trolls on Twitter as just the other side of the whole.
I get that, yeah.
It's almost like a response, like you were saying. It's just that the woke weren't censored, and the response to the woke was censored. And next, they're less censored, not censored. You just didn't see it, and they were both of them.
I agree with that.
They don't really help the discussion. I mean, they don't help the discussion on anything. In fact, one of the reasons I stay away from that discussion of Israel, which I think is nuanced, really complicated in the way that we're discussing, in order to have an intellectual exploration of ideas, you have to be able to miss a step and try ideas. Besides, if I'm going to be punished severely by these, I'm okay being criticized, but there's like low-grade takes that are just lying about me en masse. It's a huge amount of engagement just because you're like thinking out loud and reading history. It's just annoying. And by the way, I'm really interested in World War II, probably the way that Dan Carlin and General Cooper are interested, because it's such an interesting stage on which human nature was explored in all its forms, the politics of it. Everybody on that stage is complicated. There's a lot of fascinating military tactics and strategy and military technology, plus the nuclear bomb, all of that. It's like a moment in human history. So I love Genghis Khan, Roman Empire, Alexander the Great. But those are all interesting studies of human history, military tactics, brutality, human nature, all of that. That's why I want to be able to discuss that. It's fascinating. Like that humans are able to do that kind of thing. What causes them to do it? Maybe the dynamics evolved, the propaganda on all sides could have been avoided or not. Plus Stalin is part of this picture.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? What? Like, you don't get characters. You don't get characters after the nuclear bomb. You're just not going to get characters like that. You're not going to get global war of that kind. It might be a different one, maybe a cyber war, or maybe a war in space. But we're not going to get this kind of war ever again. That was the biggest and the last global war we're going to get. So I want to be able to mouth off and explore. And argue with Daryl Cooper about Churchill and say stupid shit in the process. And Daryl says stupid shit in the process too. And then together, so anyway, the trolls on the left and the right, they go in it's annoying.
No, I agree with that, and I'm sure, I'm sure I'm not without my own bias in this, because but from my own self-interested perspective, I'm not saying like this is the main reason to be annoyed with them or anything like that, but what I personally get is all types of like self-hating Jew, Nazi apologists, all this, literally just because I criticize the way Israel's conducting this war. So I think that's like insane. But then I also feel like, and I'm not, because I want to be clear with this thing, I'm not saying this is the worst thing about people who are Jew haters on Twitter, but just from a personal perspective, I'm like, guys, you are not helping me, man. Like, it's like, I'll get people in my comments who I think are trying to like catch my back, just don't know I'm Jewish, and then like I'll say something critical of Israel, and then someone will argue with me, and they'll be like, oh look, a Jew came in here to defend Israel, and I'm like, dude, first of all, do you're like literally, you might as well be working for Mossad. You literally make the entire, you make the movement who's criticizing Israel look terrible, dude. Like, you are literally the enemy that they would like to have. And so there's a very weird dynamic in the Israel-Palestine conflict where there's so many of the loons on both sides who almost seem like they're secretly working for the other side. Like, when you see the Palestinian protests and they're chanting "Death to America" and all this stuff, you're like, what are you doing? Are you trying to make people more sympathetic to Israel? Because that's if Rabbi Shmuley was working for Adolf Hitler or something like that, it would all make perfect sense. You're like, oh, I get it. You sent this guy out to make everyone hate Jewish people, and then like it's just there's just and then with the Jew hating post too, it just feeds right into the opposition side of how to caricature. You know, it's like, oh, so their name is they'll smear everybody who's a critic of Israel as being a Jew hater. So your answer is to just really be a Jew hater. Like, all right, I don't think that's helping.
So maybe this is a good time to ask for your advice because these folks are the reason why I'm asking them. So I've interviewed several world leaders recently. It's likely that I'll interview Rabbi and several other similar level major world leaders. I previously interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu for an hour. One of the biggest regrets I have about that interview, it was only an hour. I realized that, I learned a lot, but I think he's a really important historical figure, and I think it's impossible to have an effective conversation with him that's shorter than 3 hours. So it looks like he's interested now to do round 2 with me for 3 or more hours, and I personally, so this is a bit of a therapy session, but I personally am leaning against doing it. And I hate that I'm leaning against doing it because the reason I'm leaning against doing it is because the very people you're talking about, because I just don't want them to, on either side, pro-Israel, it doesn't really matter, but the chanting sheep of Animal Farm, Jew hating or otherwise, just make your life, they follow you around everywhere online and make it difficult to think. I think whenever I come across these crowds, the woke left or the whatever you call it, Jew haters, the woke right, they just decrease the quality of my thoughts for the rest of the day. I feel dumb. It's like Rogan talks about when he hears a bad comedian, he feels like nothing is funny anymore. This is what I feel like when I read their thoughts. It's like I'm gonna go read a book now because I need to like recover my brain.
It's a dangerous kind of poison to let in your mind because then you're like, it's like, hey, I can't be thinking about you when I'm doing what I want to do. Like, I can't be thinking about what your reaction to this is going to be. The way I always thought about it was like when I get like, hate online, which I, always get. It's always just kind of like, I look at it like this. Like, I got a great family and a great career, and I love what I did. I make really good money at what I do, and I do shows all the time. I get crowds of people who love what I do. So I get a lot of people who listen to my podcast who love what I do. And it's like, so if I get all that, and then the price that comes along with that, because there's some people who talk shit online. It's like that's a very good price to pay for all of this. Like it's just, and I just kind of made a decision at a certain point that it's like I'm just going to accept that that's the price of business here. That's what it costs, and then okay, fine. And then sometimes I try to have fun with it or mock them or whatever, or go back. But to me, now again, I can never tell you what to do because it's a very personal price that you have to pay, and it's a very weird psychological dynamic. I mean, it's just not. It's almost something like that we were not evolved to deal with, and it's very artificial, and it's very like if there's a group of like thousands of people who hate your guts and are furious at you, we're almost like hardwired to like, well, I'm gonna be killed now. Like that's the next thing that happens. You're not supposed to get to know what just someone in Arkansas thinks about you right now. But so that's a very personal like decision to make. But I kind of feel like guys like me and you have already made the decision that we're in the arena and we're going to deal with that price. And so I just, from my perspective, I'm like, yeah, but how could you turn down get 3 hours for that guy? Like that would just be so interesting. And I'm not even saying, like I hate the guy, but I'm not saying you should interview him like you hate the guy, or I'm not saying you even have to like really, but just if you get 3 hours with somebody, something interesting is going to be revealed there. There'll be a benefit to that. It'll be interesting to just see him talk that way. There's also something about, as we kind of saw with Trump doing the podcast, and even JD Vance doing some of the podcasts, there is something really interesting about this format. The long form podcast, where it just gets people to let down their guard and reveal themselves a little bit more. Like it's not just the time factor. Like that's a big one. It's a huge one. But it's like there's something about like if me and you were just, it's like if we were having this conversation right now, but in back of us was like a cable news, background, the red and blue and sparks and a ticker at the bottom of the show, and then you just start interviewing someone. It's just a different thing. Whereas this, you just kind of like fall into conversation mode. And I'd be interested to see him fall into that. I do too. Like I just think that it's great.
First of all, thank you for the encouragement. But to push back on the question a little bit, I think everything you said about your life is also true about mine. Except family. I don't have a family. You said that you bragging. On the podcast side, I can have a lot of conversations. Some of my favorite stuff in the program is for video game designers, or what do you about that versus talking to a world leader with specific thing that people don't understand. Like, for example, you and I can mouth off. We can be super supportive of Netanyahu, super critical in a way that you can't do in front of the guy. You can't. You have. If you want to reveal something about that person, there's a different skill involved there in order to reveal how they think, who they are as a human being. You have to just like we said there, you have to humanize the person to a degree in order to let their mind flourish in for them to break, to let down the barriers that they put up. And Benjamin Netanyahu has put up a lot of barriers. Internally in Israel, he gets attacked insanely. There's a Game of Thrones going on. This guy's maintained power for a very long time, so he's very good at putting up those barriers. Plus, gold has impact a lot. So the task there is difficult. And so each one is a puzzle, and you have to make a decision. Do you want to take this on as a project, which might become a lifelong project because of the consequences? And you don't need to.
There's a calculation now. It's not so like self-evident that there is a correct and incorrect answer. And I do think that we probably all had things certain type of ventures in life where you're like, all right, no, I don't want to do that. And then you have to have a moment to be like, well, why is it you don't want it? Oh, is it just because it's going to be a lot of work? Is it just because you're scared of it? Is it just because this? And those typically are not good reasons to not do something. Like, you know what I mean? And now, there is a reasonable, I think, point that you made in there where it's like, it is a different game to interview a world leader. That is a very different thing. Like talking to some comedian about his thoughts on all this stuff is a very different thing than talking to a world leader, and especially one who's conducting a brutal war as you're talking to them. You know, like and I don't know exactly what the way to navigate that is. I agree with you. It's not just to be like hostile and be like, I've got you here for 3 hours, I'm gonna grill the shit. It's like, probably not the best way to do it, but probably to like have a conversation, talk to the guy, probably try to get some important questions in, but also give him a to breathe and be a person. I just, from my, but again, it's a very personal thing. For me, I just do think that I'm going, I hope you do it. Because I'd love to see that podcast.
Well, see, this is why part of the reason I asked you is because I get a taste of it. So that
But this completely ruined
exactly. At least with another guy, because I don't know. That's the cool thing about the things we do. You've been through a lot of battles. You walked into a lot of tough things. It's like you don't know. This could be a conversation that like ends you.
I know. I'll say that. I think that's one of the things that I love about doing debates. And there is something about that where I do kind of feel this, like I'm a little bit of like an adrenaline junkie. I mean, not like really, I don't like skydive and stuff like that, but like doing stand up is kind of like, there's always something about that that's like you're risking a lot by doing it. You feel a lot. Like not like the way you do when you first start, but there is something about that, and there's something about. Well, first of all, I feel there's kind of two things. Like number one, I feel like I'm obligated, and I wouldn't say this for you, but I think this is true for me. I think I'm obligated to do like at least several debates a year, and I think that if I'm going to go on shows like your show and Rogan's show and Tucker's show and Candace or whoever else, Patrick David, like Tim Ford, I go on these big shows for long form things. And I'm sitting there and I'm being like, okay, it's like this. Like this is it. Now I think it's like this. That. Then if I'm going to do that, I have an obligation to like test myself against someone being like, no, it's not like that. And then, like showing that I think I can stand up to these kind of challenges. So I feel like I'm kind of obligated. But then I do, like, there's a feeling to it where you're like, hey, man, like, this is not, my career is not a joke. Like, I got little kids. This is how I support them, And like, I am kind of taking my career in my hands every time I go do one of these debates. Like, if I just get smoked and this guy just totally beats me up, it's like, I don't know. How's anyone going to look at me again after that? You're like, you acted like you had such a good point, and then this guy just totally destroyed your point. So, but that then kind of motivates me to be like, okay, I got to really be on point. I got to really make sure I've done my homework. I got to make sure my argument's really tight. I got to think about this thing from all ends. And then on the other level, it's like, if someone can do that to me, then kind of that's the way the movie's supposed to end. Like if there is some hole in my argument that I'm just not thinking of, and then someone else can point it out to me and I got no response to it, then I kind of deserve to be humiliated publicly for that. So, all right. And I don't know. This is kind of exciting in a way.
Because the movie ends at some point.
Well, that's true. Unless you and your genius friends can figure out how to, give us eternal life or something.
I don't think I want to live. I don't want to live forever. I think flirting with that idea too much is dangerous. This kind of transhumanism kind of idea.
Yeah.
It's not a good way of thinking. Of course, I do want to heal diseases or extend human life, especially high quality of human life. But yeah,
if we could be in like much better shape and much healthier and like extend life by a few decades, I think that would be great. But I agree with you. I think there's supposed to be an expiration date on it. I think we're supposed to. There's something about like scarcity being a necessary component in a lot of different fields. You know what I mean? Where it's like the life itself having a finite amount of time on it, I think makes it more precious.
Yeah, at the individual level and then at the societal level, it just does seem like death is the way you get new ideas. It's like people kind of solidify their ideas and are unwilling to change their mind. And the only way you get new ideas
is like right the next generation
Yeah.
has to take them over.
you have to keep churning. Alright, speaking of the trolls and Israel, I gotta ask you about this. Let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein. I recently got attacked because of a couple conversations that I had with Tim Dillon 3 and 4 years ago. I love Tim Dillon. He's hilarious.
I love Tim too. I've known Tim for many years. Just love that guy.
Yeah. So I bring up Jeffrey Epstein often because there's a fascinating study of evil to me, whichever angle you take on it. And I think they're partially talk shit, but I showed some skepticism that he's connected to Mossad. To me, there's three, we've all thought that since then. But I'm not actually sure if Mossad, it could be any intelligence agencies, maybe CIA. But I was wondering if you could educate me. I did a little research on this last night. I looked into it a little more. And then I saw that you said he's definitely Mossad.
Well, I don't know if I didn't say definitely Mossad. I don't know my exact. I mean, I made one kind of jokey post, as is the case with almost any intelligence operation. Look, I don't want to like poo-poo anybody's hopes here because I guess like the JFK files just got released and supposedly the rest of the Epstein files are coming out. There's a lot of there's a major journey right now to get to the end of the movie where we find out everything that happened, and yeah, I think it's great that people have that desire, and I hope more and more does come out. I think the truth is that with any intelligence operations, we're probably never going to know all of the details of exactly what happened.
The funny thing about intelligence agencies, and I've been regularly accused of being CIA, FSB, and Mossad, depending on what it is exactly. But I think it's a fascinating topic, and it's very difficult to know some of these intelligence. But if you have any nuance or want to discuss the nuances, then the comment is going to be that guy. You were talking about Mossad and so on. Yeah, that's one of the things that when I saw with Alex Acosta said that you basically mentioned that Epstein was intelligent. That to me is like, okay, that's a piece of evidence. That's a really valuable piece of evidence. And that was very not just intelligent, but Mossad. Because before that, I thought it might be CIA. Because I kind of heard
rumors about it. Possible that he was working with elements of both. I mean, as I think it's often the case. I also think that's something that people get a little bit wrong, like when they think like, okay, this guy was CIA or this guy was Mossad, and then there's also, I think there's the possibility that there are rogue elements within those organizations. Like this is not necessarily coming from the director or like, I don't know. But you look at the guy, the way his career trajectory tracks is like completely unexplainable outside of being connected to intelligence. Like it's not just like the one or two people saying that he's intelligence. It's like, dude, the idea that you're like you have no experience and you're a teacher at Dalton, which is like this incredibly elite New York City private school, and then all of a sudden you're at Bear Stearns and like within 2 years you've like made partner and you worth hundreds of millions of dollars and nobody knows where you made your money. It just doesn't happen. And then you're just inserted into this world with all of the most like highest level political leaders and cultural figures and stuff. But the thing that's amazing about the Jeffrey Epstein story is that it's like the level of evil and the level of corruption that it exposes, no matter what the answer is. Like no matter what the answer is, that there was a pedophile ring in our country that involved. I mean, listen, if you had said this shit before it came out, this would have been the wildest conspiracy theory. But a pedophile ring that involves the most powerful people in the United States of America and in the world to some degree, touching the royal family, the Clintons, like all these people, and that this was known and covered up and then allowed to continue. I mean, like, there's a blackmail operation that relies on raping American children, and like, if this is, whether it's CIA or Mossad doesn't make one less, it's equally horrible. But then there's like these elements where, like, okay, so when he first,
As you did. That's correct. I'm done by that. Always saying. Yeah, I know. I didn't see it first. $1,700. I think it's good. So why'd you day at nighttime? Very cool. So we very well. Well, what? Yeah. Yeah. Hebrew is one of the languages that some of us speak or read. There are others who didn't read it. Yeah, it's a good question. Nothing. Okay.
Good thinking, guys.
first got arrested, and then he was given a slap on the wrist, and then slap on the wrist, and then the prosecutor says, "Well, I was told by the authorities that these intelligence to go easy on them." It's like, okay, and you didn't resign and discuss that day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's too much to ask for. You know, there was the BBC reporter. She had the whole story from Rothschild. Like, so she had the whole story, and then the network told her to squash it. It's like, did you say he worked in there? Like, I'm sorry. I'm not saying like we're all imperfect, none of us are heroes. But like, you're in a news network and you want to cover child raping rackets that infiltrate the most powerful people in our society, and your news network told you we will not run this story because of our relationship with the royal family, and you did not resign and discuss that day and take the story to every single independent outlet that would maybe publish it. I'm sorry. It's like the thing is so damning to the entire apparatus that we did not see at the very least see mass resignations of it. Forgetting like at the very least expect that it would have been prosecuted and shut down. And then, still to this day, even if like I think Tom Carlson just said this recently, but like I guess it's a little bit of a weird area where you're filming people raping children. But where are the tapes? Where's everyone talking about the flight bombs and the fire? Where are the tapes? This guy was clearly taking people for blackmail. I don't know what the legal process of this is, but like, because I think technically it's child porn. So it's like, yeah, okay, you can't just like distribute it out and let everybody watch it. But isn't there a way that like somebody has to sit down and watch it and see who is implicated in this and see who like I just seems to be even. I think there's a lot of warfare with this administration going on right now on this topic. But does anybody really expect that we're actually going to get to the bottom of this? Because I don't. And that itself just tells you what sham this whole goddamn system is. One of the things that's so amazing about Jeffrey Epstein's I guess he's and of course the end of it, which is just like we've got to come up with like the most secure like phrases, and then he gets this, the cameras go out and the police officers don't fill out the log, and you found dead, and like it's just like when you look at it in totality, there's just like no getting around the huge indictment of this entire like everything. And I mean, even the fact that even the Trump administration was half on because we're going to release all of this information, we've only redacted what needs to be redacted for national security. Like, why does anything need to be redacted for national security? Like, I'm sorry, you're telling me to get a file ready and we can't tell you everything about it for national security. Why would that be related to national security? I mean, it's like, and I do think there's something, and it's very interesting because, like we talked about, was that on there before we were talking about Sam Harris kind of like criticizing me a little bit for not having the conscience to talk about some of this stuff. Like I didn't say that, I got a point. But it's like, one of the things that like guys like Sam Harris talk about a lot is that like, look, you need trust in institutions. This is a big thing. He goes, there's people like Joe Rogan, the institutions, just down all the institutions. And all I recognize that's an issue. We need trust in these institutions. It's like, well, it's like, yeah, but if you talk in that tone, that means you're not being emotional, or being logical, or rational, which is like, I actually don't think is appropriate that you're talking about the child this way. But whatever. That's my take on it. And it's like, okay, so where are these institutions I'm supposed to trust, man? It's like there's a pedophile ring that is at least something associated with national security. What? And how could you possibly have this story? Like, if you did care about the trust in institutions, then you should be even louder than me talking about it. You gotta tell the truth on this story. Otherwise, we'll never have trust in the institutions.
I'm the same actually. I believe in institutions. Like I think they have values. So this is what you and I probably just read the libertarian side. I think institutions, if they're run efficiently,
It's the utopian
that's right. I mean, there is the utopian message for sure, but because it's very possible. where the bureaucracies always destroy the productivity and effectiveness of institutions as possible.
It's the Lord acting kind of power book.
Yes. And that you're absolutely right. If you believe in institutions, you should want to at least have productivity. You should want to be transparent as much as possible. Yeah, but the one thing and it is very suspicious. So I'm more and more becoming convinced that there's some things connected to it. But I also want to, like, setting that aside, just comment on one thing where, again, super entertaining, but people say about me that I came out of nowhere, and that's proof that I'm intelligent. So first of all, there is a track record of what I can't talk, quote unquote. It's just people are too lazy. And there is something sexy about, like, just saying, well, Mossad, oh, he's denying it, but the Mossad, yeah. By the way, the Mossad thing is a new thing. It used to be FSB's head. What do I want to say about that? Oh, yeah, I've been gradually growing popularity over the past 10 years. I've been doing interviews, lectures, podcasts, and it's actually very gradual. And I don't know what else to say.
There's something I know I've experienced this too, right? Like, there's such a difference in perspective because, like, if somebody just found me, they just found out who I am. They go, "This guy's brand new."
Yeah,
doing like all these shows. You're like, "Oh, dude, not from my perspective, I'm not brand new." Like, dude, I've been doing stand-up comedy for 19 years. I've been podcasting for like 15 years. Like, and then when it like starts taking off, everybody's like, "Oh, this guy just came out of nowhere." You're like, I mean, all right. I wish I had been aware that it was all this quick. But look, a lot of this stuff, with so much of this too, it's just laziness and people searching for confirmation bias and people searching for a simpler story because that's easier. So if they believe that Epstein was Mossad, and there's a clip of you where you're like, I don't know about that. Then they go, see, he's Mossad too. I know that fits perfectly into my little story. I don't know. The truth is that it's quite possible that people just aren't convinced. However, given enough time, no one's always right about it. That's true. So you got to eventually you'll have to admit that you got it.
And not to say the cliche cheesy thing, but it is true that the comedians sometimes say the obvious thing that people are a little resistant to say that it's being true. That would just land some more credibility just to jokes. Instead, great. I do want to comment on this. The other aspect of me that came out of nowhere, fine, but I do get to talk to all leaders, which I have to really admit I don't understand a lot. So the experience I've had is you basically gain a reputation. Like, I talk to a lot of scientists early on. You gain a reputation like this is an interesting person to talk to, and that travels. And then over time, you get fans and world leaders are curious. Like, they listen to stuff. And sometimes it's their family that listens.
Yeah, oftentimes they're like their kids. It seems to be a big one.
And so that's just how it happens. So you said, hey, you want to talk? And then their team or them directly in several cases, they just like, yeah, and that's it. It's as simple as that. And they're human beings. And I think a lot of them, as human beings, are exhausted by journalists. But shitty journalists, I should say. And it's hard for them to know which is the good journalist. By good, there's a cynical view that they want somebody who's just going to spout propaganda aligned with the propaganda. No, they just want a good faith person. Now, and I should also say that there's no single world leader has told me questions to ask. There's this meme about my conversation with Rabbi that's like scripted. Nope, there's zero oversight, full control.
Well, it's also like there's, obviously one of the major dynamics, which is just like one of the most interesting kind of themes in the world, I think, right now, but it's particularly true in America, is that like the corporate media is just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and this whatever this is, which is so weird that we still all call them podcasts, because that's just not the right name for them at all. And none of us have had an iPod in quite a long time, and like it's just such a like the first thing a person came up with. It's a cast on an iPod. It's a podcast. And we all still use that term, even though it's but whatever these shows on the internet have the audience, and so that's a big factor. Just that it's like, oh, this is where you can go to the audience. And then I would say, and I don't know exactly, like I have no idea. I would say the motivations inside any individual's heads, but I would say, like in the case of Vladimir Putin, he is completely blacked out in American media, and to the point that even RT has been blocked out. They never play any of his speeches. They never allow you to hear, like, look, this is what this guy's perspective is. It's very interesting in the same way that they kind of all flipped out when Osama bin Laden's letter to America went viral on TikTok, and then all sorts of banning TikTok increased and stuff. So for him, say that when he did the Tucker interview, when he did the interview with you, well, that's a way for him to do an end around and allow his perspective to be heard, which I personally think is like obviously a good thing. Like if you're going to go in a war, we're kind of in a war with Russia right now. You should know what the other guy's perspective is. Not that you should take it as gospel, but and then from Netanyahu's perspective, I would imagine, Israel has a lot of control in a lot of different areas, but they have been losing the internet battle very, very badly. And it's a major problem for Israel. I mean, I don't know. I still think, in a very strange way, everybody seems to be underestimating how great the implications of all of this are. But Israel, the view of Israel from the world is never going to be the same as what it was before. The generational divide on it is so stark. Like everybody, 40 and under, who very quickly, the time goes by quickly. Pretty soon, that's, the 40 and over crowd gets aged out pretty quickly. And this is just, it's never going to be the perception of Israel that my parents' generation had ever again because of this war. And, I'm sure to some degree, at least Netanyahu feels like he has to try to get his perspective into that internet conversation area. And so I think a lot of different people, obviously Donald Trump's, it's in a way it's kind of shocking. And I guess kind of Bobby Kennedy, when he was running for president, Vivek Ramaswamy, when he was running for president, they kind of were doing some of it even before Donald Trump was. But it is kind of crazy in a way that it took this long for politicians to figure out that it's like, oh, well, I guess we got to know where the audience is. That's the point of doing shows, right? I mean, like, would you rather do a show, like with 1 million people or with 10 million people? It's like, well, okay, you guys do CNN all the time. Why wouldn't you do Joe Rogan's podcast? It's just a bigger audience, and those people get the vote too.
You reminded me with Netanyahu that one of the goals I have with the podcast is to have the kind of conversation that a historian would find useful 20 years from now, which is tough to do because you're going to get punished for it. Because it's mostly I want to review as much information as possible without the signaling, without the. You just want to know who is this person.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. And I think this was kind of what Darren was saying. I think that the part of the awful thing of always using World War II as the next example for the next war is that it's almost like you're never. This is, they hate us for our freedom, or Vladimir Putin's just mad and he wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. It's like they always insist that we never treat our enemies as people and be like, this is a real person with real grievances, and even they might be a fanatic also. Right? I'm not saying they're not, but it's just like that there are these like human qualities to it, and it's always like whatever they were going before they did the Obama and Hillary Clinton did the regime change war in Libya. It's like this propaganda. He's buying up Viagra to rape all the women. He's going to go genocide. This guy's been in power for decades. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't done that. And it's just like, it's like the way you're supposed to think about war is almost like these people have been possessed by pure evil. They are monsters, and there's no talking to them, there's no dealing with them. It's just simply this. But for a good example, just this recent conflict with the Houthis, where you have the Houthis in Yemen, which Saudi Arabia invaded in 2015 to pull back into the United States of America. The Houthis maintained power for 8 years through that. They maintained power until the Saudis finally gave up. And it was literally like the Saudis were just killing hundreds of thousands of people, and then the Houthis would like get like a drone off at one of their oil refineries or something like that. And then eventually they were just doing enough damage that it was like, shit, all right, this isn't worth it anymore. And so they ended it. And so anyway, you have this thing. You're like, okay, so if they went through a total war for 8 years, we think Trump sending a few Tomahawk missiles over there is gonna stop them from doing this? Okay, but then they didn't do anything. And this is according to all reporting on it. They didn't do anything during the ceasefire. It was only once the ceasefire broke down that they went back to attacking ships again that were coming through. So you just see this thing where you're like, it's not saying right or wrong, or who's good or bad. It's like, look, sometimes there's a diplomatic solution and there's not a military solution. And like in this case, you're like, it just shows you, okay, if there was a ceasefire here, these guys will chill out. What do you want to do? Again, do you want to go to total war? It's like, okay, we could overthrow the Houthis. If the U.S. invades them. Like, that's kind of what it would take. Does anyone here really have the appetite for another catastrophic war in the Middle East against the poorest country in the Middle East, you know? Or we could pursue this diplomatic route, which seemed, I mean, I'm just saying, based on the evidence that they weren't attacking ships during the ceasefire, seems like there could be a diplomatic solution there. And so there's just like a lot, and the problem is when you don't, like, if you make everybody monsters, and they're not human beings, and you can't do diplomacy with monsters. You can't negotiate with monsters, but you can with humans. And like, you know, I'm sure there are, you know, like our earlier discussion, like maybe there are times where you shouldn't negotiate. You can't negotiate with humans, but it's better if you can. And we could use a lot more of that thinking.
Can we take that idea and move to the war in Ukraine?
Sure.
What do you think of the path of peace there?
Well, I think what Trump is pursuing is like infinitely preferable to what Biden was doing. You know, what puts Donald Trump, and I don't think everything he's done has been perfect. I really did not like that mineral deal that he was floating out for a while there. I think maybe that might be the best thing that came out of that Oval Office thing is that maybe that, you know, Donald Trump is going to be very tough to do business like this. It's like, yeah, we shouldn't be doing this business deal anyway. But by the way, I don't think we should do it on a few reasons. Number one, principally, I think it is kind of like bullying Ukraine out of resources. And from what I understand, we don't even have that many like rock minerals, but whatever. But it's also like, well, look, if he's selling it to Zelensky, that's kind of a security guarantee. You know, because like, hey, if we're in business, then if Putin messes with you, he's messing with us. But from my perspective, like that's the whole point. You don't want to get into the business of giving out security guarantees. I mean, this is why George Washington was against entangling alliances. Like, you give out war guarantees to too many places, you might have to fight a lot more wars than you otherwise would have thought. And also, like, we're in this weird position where America postures like they're so tough, but really when it comes down to it, we're not going to war in Ukraine. There's no political will here. Like, we're going to try to convince the American people we should send our boys here. Like, I understand you're from the region, but like, or you have roots from up there, but like, to the average American, the idea of going to war over whether Luhansk is ruled by Kiev or Moscow is just, they don't even know what Luhansk is. And if they met someone, they would probably just assume they were Russian. You know what I mean? Like, they might be, but whatever. I think the first step to a path to peace is that you have to want to get a path to peace. So I think Trump's doing a good job in that.
Do you think all three sides want peace? I would understand. Obviously, Trump legitimately, fully, with an urgency wants peace.
I think for sure Trump wants peace. I also think Putin wants to wrap the conflict up. And I think that Putin has been willing to deal for the entire lead up to the war and pretty much throughout the war. And there's been a lot of solid reporting on this. And I mean, the sources on it are pretty impeccable. The head of NATO, Stoltenberg, I always mess up his name, but he literally said that in late 2021, that Vladimir Putin actually sent the draft agreement to NATO, and that his condition for not invading, like I will not invade it, you have to put it in writing. Like you said, a draft treaty that you have to put in writing that Ukraine will not join NATO. And then Stoltenberg bragged about how he said, no, we won't let Vladimir Putin dictate to us whether we can expand NATO or not. And then he was bragging, he was like, look what he got, more NATO expansion, Finland, this and that. So look at that. It didn't even seem to notice, like, wait a minute, you're admitting that you could have just promised not to bring Ukraine to NATO, and save hundreds of thousands of lives. Seems like it would have been a much better deal. It's going to be a much better deal than what Ukraine will ultimately end up getting. So I think that also Joe Biden's CIA director, CIA directors called 4 years, $1 million burns. When he was ambassador to Russia, he looked in the net. And in the memo, and again, this was dumped by Julian Assange, this wasn't for the public. This was just him writing to Condoleezza Rice to tell Secretary of State his assessment. And he said that his exact words were a decision Russia does not want to have to make. And this was the decision about whether to invade Ukraine or not. And he was like, they say, if you keep pushing for Ukrainian entry into NATO, this could lead to a civil war, and even worse. And in that situation, Russia would have to decide whether or not to intervene. A decision Russia does not want to have to make. So essentially, it's like, I think it's pretty clear from all sides that Putin didn't want it to come to this. And look, I mean, even after the coup in 2014, he took Crimea, but he didn't invade the country. And he may have said special forces, but I mean, not the full scale 2022 invasion. And even the Civil War, going all that, he did. It seemed like I'm not defending the decision. I'm just saying it seemed like he reluctantly debate. What was it, 2014 or 15, when they had the plebiscites in Crimea and in the Donbass region, and they voted to be independent? He didn't take them then. I mean, he could have used that as a pretense for like, hey, they voted to be with us. He didn't. I think he wants to have their vote. Zelensky, from everything he said publicly, seems like he still feels like, I'm just taking that as word here, and it's like, well, no, look, like, we could end the war, but we got to end the war. It seems like he's moved from his position being like, no, we have to reclaim all of our territory, and now his position is kind of like, all right, maybe we don't reclaim all of it, but we got to be given some type of security guarantee in the future. I think the problem with that is just, again, like, I don't mean to be cruel about this because, like, it sucks that there's little countries that are next to big countries that kind of get bullied around about them, but there also is a bit of an entitlement to demanding a security guarantee. Like, what exactly do you mean? From America? What, that we'll go to war if you're invaded? Why do we owe that to anybody? Like, that's crazy. I'm sorry. You can just sign up to say that we'll go to war if anybody invades anybody. I mean, I hope nobody invades anybody, but I don't want us to get drafted. That's a recipe for always being at war. And I don't think that's for our country. So essentially, I think Trump and Putin want peace. And if that's the case, I think we'll ultimately get to the end of this war.
So there's a lot of stuff to say here. I think you start at the beginning, at the foundation of this. I think the thing that we left unsaid that's important to say is that Putin invaded Ukraine in February 24th, 2022. And he is, from that perspective, the person who started the war. To talk about NATO expansion, to talk about any other thing that led to it. It started the collapse of the Soviet Union. Go all the way back as he did, 1,000 years. The reality is, let's go start a deep discussion about the morality of the war. No matter the reason, the guy that pulls the trigger first, non-accidental, keeps pulling the trigger. That's the guy who's fault.
Oh, I agree. I'll say one standard, one standard for everybody. The standard that I laid out before is the same one I said. It's that you absolutely have to do that. Once you start killing people by the hundreds of thousands, it's like, is there any other option? Are you telling me like you absolutely had to do this? And I don't think that's right. My friend Scott Horton, who I was talking to you about, just totally brilliant guy. Even in his book, there's a whole chapter of all the other options of what Vladimir Putin is. You're absolutely right. And there's a weird thing where like people say, like if you say that the West provoked this conflict, that is a very different thing than saying that this invasion was justified. And in the same way that like if you were at a bar and someone goes and spits in another guy's face and then he pulls out a gun and murders them right there, like he's not justified in doing that. That is not okay. You don't get to murder someone because he spits in your face. Also, if you were talking about like why did he murder that guy? I was like, oh, because he walked up and spit in his face. That's why it happened. And that is essentially my contention about this war. And I think it's just crystal clear. But that's why it happened. It may be right or it may be wrong. But if China or Russia ever like back a street push to overthrow the democratically elected government in Mexico and then install a pro-Chinese or a pro-Russian government and then started pumping arms into that conflict and then kept floating out the idea that they were going to bring them into their military alliance, DC would simply not allow that. You cannot do that. Any more than the Soviet Union could bring them into Ukraine. Like, sorry.
That should be said that that's really Cold War 20th century. Right? It is the way the world works, but like that's I'm sure you should still punish.
I don't think outside of the neoconservatives, but listen, whether you're talking about the neoconservatives or going way before any other group that has ever had control of U.S. foreign policy, going back to the Cold War years, the Truman administration, the Eisenhower administration. I think you could take this back to Thomas Jefferson. This happened in 1801. There is simply no way that they would allow a foreign great power to come bring our neighbor, overthrow their government, and then bring our neighbor into their military alliance. I think there's no great power that would ever tolerate that.
First of all, we're in a post-nuclear world, right? So we need post-nuclear weapons. So the threat of somebody being at the border is just not the same kind of threat when you're nuclear power, which is why Finland.
I think in some ways it's more of a threat in some ways.
Well, Putin is not upset about the near this much.
Look, I'm just saying, to Vladimir Putin, in his own words, what his issue always was the military hardware that comes along with NATO membership. It's not just that you get into NATO, but then you get all that military hardware there. He made a huge deal about the dual-use rocket launchers in Poland, which George W. Bush put there after 9/11. So I think all of those things are factors. I think Ukraine, the Crimea being their only year-long water port. I think there's like several, elements to it. But I do think a huge part of it is that most of the country's been invaded through Ukraine multiple times. And so there's just, I think very reasonably within the grading on the curve of how reasonable governments are, he saw that as a security threat.
But I should make very clear that the way that comes across, the full responsibility of the invasion of Ukraine is at the hands of Russia.
I completely agree with that. Vladimir Putin launched a war where, again, I don't know exactly what the numbers are. I've read a whole bunch of estimates, some that contradict each other, but the consensus seems to be it's at least in the hundreds of thousands, possibly well north of 1 million. I'm trying to have these on both sides. And Vladimir Putin launched a war that led to that. He's responsible for that. That being said, you can also point out that really what we're talking about here is the George H.W. Bush administration, the Clintons, Bush again, Obama, and then Trump. And the people who were in charge of the foreign policy in those administrations, the same ones who gave us Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, they were also in charge of our European foreign policy. And they had the most reckless policy of all was the NATO policy. Now they drove up to this conflict with Russia with nothing but off-ramp after off-ramp after off-ramp, and consciously decided that we're not going to take any of those. We're going to drive it all the way up to this point. And Thomas Friedman in the New York Times interviewed George Kennan in 1998, and this is George Kennan was the Cold War. He's credited as founding the containment strategy in the Cold War, and he was talking about the first round of NATO expansion, which he and many other foreign policy breakthroughs opposed. And he was talking, and he was like, "This is the worst thing we could possibly do after the fall of the Soviet Union. To now say that we had this alliance in NATO that was an anti-Russian military alliance, and now that the Soviet Union isn't there anymore, and it's Boris Yeltsin's Russia, that now we're going to NATO because of that." And he literally said in 1998, because people advocating that we expand NATO are going to continue advocating it and advocating it and advocating it, and then there will be a Russian reaction, and then they'll say, "See, that's why we were right to expand NATO," but they'll get this completely wrong.
When do you think a deal is reached?
I really have no idea what the timeline's going to look like. I'm hoping sooner rather than later. I think Donald Trump would love nothing more than to have some type of big spectacle of ending this war, some type of big press conference or some type of, you know what I mean? And so I'm sure, my guess would be that's where Trump's mind is how to do this in the best way that sells him the best, but I think that already we're in a position where Donald Trump has put a lot of political capital chips into the middle of the table that I can end this war, and he's going to look very, very bad if he can't. So he's very highly incentivized to get this thing done as quick as possible. And so hopefully that can happen soon. It would be great if it could happen even the next month.
Yeah, people on both sides, outside of Donald Trump, are telling me that it's a process.
Yeah.
There's kind of a reputation that's going to take a while. Germany, I really love Donald Trump's service.
Well, it's also terrible. There's something really awful, look, when innocent people dying in war at any time is terrible, but there's something profoundly awful, and I've old enough now that I've seen this a few times. Things happen. I've lived through it a few times. I've read about it happening earlier. It's like once you've kind of already decided the war's over, and people still die. You know what I mean? There's nothing almost sadder about that. It's always like, come on, you already know. When there'd be a big, there'd be a bombing campaign in Afghanistan, when we already knew we were a few months away from ending the war. You're like, you got to kill more people on the way out. We already know we're leaving. We already know because there's something, at least in the beginning, they can kind of hide behind this justification, or they could be like, listen, we're going to overthrow the Taliban and we're going to install our new government. They're going to be a democracy. It's going really good. We have to do this in order to do this bigger project. But then by the end, you're like, we're not even pretending anymore that we're doing anything more positive. It's just someone dying in a senseless thing we never should have done.
Well, in the spirit of that, that's why I traveled to Moscow. We'll travel to Moscow again in the near future to likely interview with Vladimir Putin. And hopefully travel back to Ukraine, which I did, to talk again with Volodymyr Zelensky or with whoever the future president is.
You would be the only guy who's interviewed both of them, I think.
Yeah.
Before, right?
I have to say, the border crossing is getting increasingly more intense.
Yeah, I went to Canada last week and I was here for that, so I'm sure.
Primarily, it's the nations of war, as it was in Ukraine. It's dangerous. Did you go?
It's also I think something that that's a little bit foreign to America is, we fought in a lot of wars over the last, say, 25 years, 50 years, whatever, but all of them, including, the world wars even in the 20th century, but it's been since 1812 that we fought one on our shores. And none of the other ones, I guess Pearl Harbor, but even Pearl Harbor, that was a one-off, and it was only it was America technically, but it wasn't mainland America, And so we're fighting wars halfway across the world. It's a very different thing for two neighboring countries to fight. And even though most of the fighting's been done on the we send a military that is 100,000 times more sophisticated than anything that would be meeting on the ground over to a third world country to go do that. Now, I've found out over the years, there's still a lot of challenges to that. Even when your side has night vision goggles and the other one doesn't, and your side can call in airstrikes and the other one can't, your side has all this sophisticated training and the other side's practicing on monkey bars. It's still very hard to occupy a people and dominate them and defeat an insurgency. But that's very different than like two nation states on right next to each other on the border. Like there's just a real feeling of like survival in that moment. And I do think that probably I don't understand this as well as you do, and probably you don't even understand it as well as maybe like the older generation of Russians and Ukrainians. But like there's also something about like both Russia and Ukraine in their own ways got so absolutely roughed over in the 20th century multiple times in a way that Americans it is just too foreign to us to even understand anything like that. Like millions of people starving to death, being invaded, the entire nation collapsing. And the Russian government collapsed twice in 100 years, right? And that's pretty like that's traumatic, and we just simply have never been through anything like that. And so when you have that kind of like trauma as society, and then there's a war, I'm sure there's a whole lot of different kind of feelings that we just can't relate to.
Plus, a history of both nations of super sophisticated and expensive intelligence.
Right. Yeah, that's very good.
You host a podcast called Part of the Problem. What have you learned from that whole process of interviews and interesting people? And are there topics you cover that make you sweat to this day? It feels like going into the fire.
What I've learned just from the podcast is that there's an interesting like relationship that you build with your audience, and you know I travel a lot, I do shows a lot, so like I meet people who listen to the show, and I know like I've had this experience before. I kind of had this experience with you, where like me and you met once, I think, before that me and you actually met on a very interesting night. I don't know if you remember this, but we were at it was before the Comedy Mothership when Bill, you came by a Joe Rogan and Friends show at the Vulture.
Yeah.
And it was while Joe was going through the shitstorm. The Vulture, and he was on the phone with Dana White and stuff in the back. It was a wild night. But then at the same time, right, like even though we just kind of met that one time and we talked on the phone and now we're doing the show, I know you all.
Yeah.
Like, I already know you. As I said, friends of friends, but just like sees so much stuff that's like I know you all. And then they're like that. It's like they know you. And I've had this experience. I had this experience with Joe. Like I knew him before I knew him. And so that was kind of like one of the things that I really learned from doing the podcast over the years was like how much that's actually a relationship. Like you actually have a relationship with your listeners. And almost like in the same way that like, you know, you can't lie to people like in your life. You also can't lie to your like they're a relationship too. Like you can't lie to your audience. And that I think that there's often almost like kind of shortcuts that are presented before you, but there is a payoff to not taking the shortcuts and like kind of doing it the way you want to do it.
What do you think is the number of hours it takes to form a relationship? Because I absolutely agree with you. First of all, I should say I'm a huge podcast fan. I'll listen to you as a guest and you're on the show a lot. So yeah, but I think with you, I've already crossed the threshold of hours where like I feel like we're friends.
Yeah.
One way, and I guess because you listen to me the other way, which are like separate parallel
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very strange in a way. It's very interesting. And it's also there's something there which is more your area of expertise than mine, but there's something there where like technology is playing this wild role. Like we could have a two-way friendship without actually having to be sort of all facilitated by the machines that we built. It's very trippy.
I think it's probably like, I'd say it's like 50 hours. 20 to 50 hour range when you're like, okay.
It's kind of interesting in a way, right? Because like the thing before like Joe Rogan experience and what was like kind of the thing that made comedians big. The things before that used to be like Letterman and Leno and Conan. Like comedians would get like a 7-minute set on there, and even if you do great, like if you're just like you kill, and someone watching it's like I love that comedian. That comedian's amazing. First of all, unless they were like on social media and then like shoot you out, there was no way to connect. They just were like love that guy. Anyway, back to my life, and then maybe you'll remember him. And maybe when he's coming to town, you see, oh, that same guy I saw in Conan is going to be at the local comedy club or something. Maybe, but then like Rogan became the main thing, and now they didn't just see you for 7 minutes stand up. They sat and listened to you for 3 hours. So let's just say even off the 1 3-hour podcast, you come away knowing a lot more about that person. Right? It's not like just a little taste. You know a lot about it, but there is. I probably would put the threshold at 40 to 50 hours. Like if you consume 40 to 50 hours of somebody, especially when they're doing what we do on these shows, where you're speaking very you're speaking in a very unguarded manner. Even though like this is your show and you ask like a lot of questions, you don't know exactly where this is going to go. You know, you're then you're seeing what I say and I go, okay, well let me ask something based off that. Let me make a point based off that. We're both kind of like unguarded. And you consume somebody like that for like 40, 50 hours, you do see into their soul. I think there's almost no way to avoid that. And also, I would say, if they're not letting you see into your soul, you'll notice that. And you know that about them. Like, this is a guarded person. This was ultimately Kamala Harris's issue, right? And this is why she was probably, correct not to do Rogan. No, everyone looks back at that and says, like, no, this was a big disaster for her campaign. It's like, I don't know, she was so guarded in every single interview that she ever did. She was always constantly not trying to let you see who she really was. And if she was going to try that on Rogan, that would have been so apparent to everybody involved.
So you've had a lot of intense conversations. What do you appreciate most about you? As a human being, as a conversation partner?
I can't overstate how much I love Joe and how much I admire him.
Not as much as Paul. Just let's be clear. There's like a hierarchy here.
He's like,
wow.
Holy shit. They're both like, there's like very.
That means a lot.
Well, there's Ron Paul and Joe are like those are like my generals.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm a soldier. Those are my guys. Like if Joe Rogan pointed to some guy and said, "You got to go fight that guy right now," then all right, I got to go fight that guy. Or what, Ron Paul too. I just think it's both very personally for me. Like Ron Paul like introduced me to like a set of ideas that like changed my life, and I'm just enormously grateful for that. Joe Rogan was like, I was a huge Joe Rogan fan before the Joe Rogan experience. Like I'm an old school Joe Rogan head. I used to go on Joe Rogan.net before the website used to end
before Jerry,
before everything. I remember I was a fan before he confronted Carlos Mencia. And the day he confronted Carlos Mencia, I watched the video on his website. It was like, oh shit, Joe Rogan called him out, dude. This is the craziest thing ever. And then like, I was a fan that like when he started the podcast, I remember going, this is gonna be good. Because he's gonna be so good at this. Because he's got so much interesting shit to say. And I didn't realize it was going to be quite what it became, but I did think like, oh, this is going to be an awesome thing. And then, so there's like that. So like, I always really admired him, and I was always a huge fan of his. And then he literally, not only did he like change my life, but he changed like all of my friends' lives. Like it's like a very weird situation. Like he's the Santa Claus of my world. Like he's literally just, and there was something like, I don't know, man. He's just a very like genuine person, and he's really loved. I think he really derives a lot of pleasure out of the fact that he gets to help he sees as like the good guys, like the guys worth helping. And I just think it's like such an unbelievable thing. You know, the first time Roman had me on this podcast was, I believe, in 2016, and I might have had like 5,000 followers or something like that. Like I was completely unknown, and like it was like I did nothing for it. It was just the fact that he heard me on Ari's show, and it was like, oh, I like what this guy's got to say. I think this is cool. Like, let's talk about it. And yeah, I mean, he's just like, you know, like again, he's just been such a great guy to me. And at every little angle, like everything, you know, you open for him, he takes care of you better than anybody else does. You work his club pays better than anybody else does. You know, like just everything is always like, he's always great to the people who are around him. And, you know, again, like it's just hard to, like, you know, again, I have a wife, I have 2 little kids. Like he's put me in a situation where I can like provide a great life for them. And like, don't get me wrong, I mean, you know, like I did something with the opportunity. It's not like he just gave me, you know, like it's like he gave me the opportunity and I did something with it. But still, I mean, he didn't have to give me that opportunity. I will go to my grave being enormously grateful for his friendship and his, you know, the platform that he's given me. And also just, he is like, and I try not to abuse this, but there's been like a few points like over the years where I was like, I really need advice on this. And I've gone to him, he's been like the absolute best. And literally every single time. I followed it a few times I didn't follow his advice, and I really regret not following his advice, but he was the absolute best like guy to be like, all right, let's talk about this. And last thing I'll say is that it was freaking crazy. It's like, he's like, you know, got more shit going on than anybody else in the world, and is still very interested to take time out to like discuss something that I'm asking him about, which is a really, really great quality.
Yeah, I always think it's more fun. Yeah, you're right about the advice. His advice is spot on. It's often the ones for me personally. With me, is like he's been through so many fires.
Yeah,
Like he's really good at like making you feel like don't fucking worry about it. Just like move on. It's the don't read the comments thing, but it's generally.
Yeah, that's right.
Just like fuck it. And he has that whole vibe, which kind of looks effortless, but I think when you look at it serious, especially in contrast to the journalist, there's a fearlessness there.
100%.
Like, yeah, that not giving a fuck. I mean, he says that fuck because of fucking money or anything like that. I don't think so. I think
It's more than that. I mean, I'm sure that's a component of it. But there's people who have that and still don't have that.
Most people who have money, a lot of money, are actually become more scared.
Yeah,
because they like the comfort of just like normal life. Because when you're taking risks, you're gonna pay for it even if you have money, not just financially. Just like it's gonna hurt. It's gonna disturb your life. It's gonna create turbulence. That the guy's feels it follows just his genuine curiosity. It's like an inspiration to me, friendship, society. Just inspiration of how great a conversationalist he is, and not he would generally do give a fuck if like he talks to maybe the presidential candidates or not. If he would just talk to friends, just because he wants to. He put meaningness to it. There's no like giving a shit about views.
Yeah, during the COVID stuff, man, he was like interviewing Dr. McCullough, and who's the other one? Malone, Dr. Malone, and Bobby Kennedy, all these people. Like at this time when it was like so, and he's had it with me before too, like talking about Ukraine and Israel, like at the times when it's really white hot. You know what I mean? Like there's this huge penalty on not going along with the regime's talking points, and he's like it's really hard to overstate it. I mean, there used to be nothing like this. It used to be that if CNN and Fox News agreed, well, then that was it. That was the line now. And now we got the biggest show in the country will actually allow the other perspective on and allow people to like challenge the regime. I think it's been historic.
I think also there are people that use their constant conspiracy theories, which is fine also. But I sometimes feel that those lack genuineness. Because they kind of put themselves in a bin for everything. It can be questioned everything to a point where, like, I don't know, I feel like you're not getting closer to the truth when you question everything.
There is something that some people in the conspiracy world do, which is like they speak about something with certainty when they're really not certain about it. And it's like it's fine to like ask questions and it's fine to speculate about things, but you also have to like you just it's true in general, like you gotta be really careful about like presuming your conclusion and then working backward from there. And then sometimes you have one or like it's a matter of being sloppy versus not being sloppy. And like sometimes people like I remember for a long time back in the day in the 9/11 truth movement, there was this one of the huge smoking guns that they would point to was that in the 90s there was this one document, I'm blanking on the title of it, but it was from PNET, the Project for the New American Century. This was the think tank, like one of the think tanks, some of the neoconservatives. All the big neoconservatives were involved in PNET, from Dick Cheney to Rumsfeld, Richard Perle, David Lawrence, all the big neocons. And there was this one document where they were like, you know, their project for the new American century was how we're going to have hegemony for another 100 years. Now that we won the 20th century, how are we going to win the 21st century? And they were like, okay, well, here's what we want to do. We want to start multiple wars in the Middle East, and we want to like build like all the plans that they had. NATO expansion in Europe was a big part of it. And then there was one line where they said it's going to be tough to work up popular support for these multiple wars we want to fight in the Middle East, short of another Pearl Harbor style event. And the 9/11 truthers would point to this and go, see, clearly they did it. They did 9/11. They even say in their own words here that they want another Pearl Harbor event so they can do this. It's like, well, look, that doesn't actually prove anything. I mean, it might just be the case that they were like, oh, we wouldn't get this without a Pearl Harbor. And then 9/11 happened. They went, hey, we got our Pearl Harbor style event. And, you know, and even if you like that story and 9/11 was an inside job, you know, because it's kind of sexy and exciting and like, oh my God, what a crazy world we're living in if that's true. And I'm not even saying it's not true. I'm just saying if you're not sloppy and you're scrupulous, you go, that's not really evidence. It sounds like evidence. It's evidence-y, you know, but it's not actually a piece of evidence because it doesn't in any way demonstrate that they actually were in on the thing. And there's just a lot of things like that. There's a lot of things. I even see like it's a very popular conspiracy theory online now that Israel did 9/11, and I'm like, I'm open. You know, what do you got? What's the evidence? And they'll be like, well, did you see that Larry Silverstein took out a huge insurance policy on the World Trade Center? How did he know? And you're like, how did he know that the number one terrorist target in the world might need a big insurance policy on it? You realize that the same guys attempted to knock those towers down in 1993, right? And so there's just little things like that where, like, if you're being sloppy and you already really want this conclusion, I see where you can see these things as evidence, but if you're just being if you're critically thinking about them, it's not as strong a case as you think it is. I like to, again, I'll speculate every now and then, things, but I like to take on something where I feel like I can prove this case. Like, I would really have enough evidence that I think I can prove this. I think I can prove that the neocons didn't invade Iraq because they were worried about weapons of mass destruction, and they actually had this agenda for at least a decade before the war broke out. You know, like, there's strong, tangible evidence for that. It's just sometimes the constant conspiracy guys, not always, but sometimes they just get sloppy when it comes to actually analyzing how strong the case is.
So there's several psychological effects. I think there's a certain drug to the dogmatic certainty that you were mentioning. It really annoys me. There's something about human psychology. Because I usually, when I say stuff, I usually show doubt and show the humility that I might not have the right answer. And I sometimes look at multiple perspectives. And that's seen as weakness and lack of intelligence. It just sounds like when I even listen back to people that do that kind of thing, that certainty sounds like intelligence. Like if you say something with a lot of certainty, it sounds like this is smart. And I hate that about myself, about human psyche, that's the case, because then like the the dogmatists are going to be like the ones that are having agenda.
It is true. I've noticed that for a long time, though. It's almost like, in a weird way, it's kind of like a prerequisite for leadership in a way. You kind of have to be certain about things. But then there's a real problem with that, which is that a lot of times you're just bullshitting, or you're not right. You're not correct to be this certain about this. It's at least debatable, and so you always try. And then the thing, like I feel like, at least for me, is, which I try to do. I'm sure I fail at that as a ton, but you try to at least go like, you got to work on training your brain, and you have to be conscious about it. And so you have to go like, hey, if there is something here that is confirming my bias, that I get that, you start getting that little sense of pleasure of like, oh great, here's another point that proves the thing I want to be true. Then you have to like be 10 times as skeptical about this. You have to really examine this one and be like, okay, am I sure that this one, and sometimes you hear people throw out things where it's like, oh, I know you liked that because it was helping your case, but come on, think about this. This doesn't even make sense. It's like, okay, I want to make this argument, and then everything that would support that just gets sucked in like a force of gravity or something, and you're like, yeah, but half of these are bad data points.
I mean, like, for me, there's something definitely about my brain that is attracted to conspiracy theories. So
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
very well aware that gravitational pull is there.
Well, it's if nothing else, it's a crazy story.
Yeah,
It's like a movie. So it's like, oh, that's
every fucking
yeah, you don't need to work on it.
I don't understand, or I don't. That's one of the big mysteries of like modern era. What? People like hang out. What the fuck?
And as a youth, I mean, obviously, Slade, Elaine Maxwell, she went to jail. But anybody else? Has anybody anywhere been forced to resign? I mean, like, just even like, say, like, I don't know, like the FBI or something, just for not like catching the things, like even if you weren't in on it, it's like, if there's a real problem with the American system, and it's that like, and I think this just went on for too long before like the American people just wouldn't put up with it anymore. This is why trust in every institution, the corporate media, and Congress, and all of it is evaporated. Because it's like, this is just saying, of all the people who sold the war in Iraq, no one so much as like got kicked out of like society. Like, I'm not even saying like, oh, they went to jail for war crimes for life. But it's just like, yeah, you can't. We're not looking to you for advice on the next war. Thanks. Go home. Like, none of that. It's like all these like crazy things. Nobody goes down for it. I mean, like, they lied us into war after war. They bankrupted the country, damn near destroyed the dollar. They locked down the country on the basis of pseudoscience. They lied through the teeth about what this vaccine would do if they were forced to cut people. Like, no one was done. No one even gets in trouble over any of this. And look, in any area of life, a business or a relationship or whatever, you cannot screw up that catastrophically and face no repercussions for it and think that your business or relationship is going to fail as a result of that.
I think ultimately, there's been a lot of wake-up calls that have been in our society from that, like better institutions. I hope there is like more transparency, more like authenticity. I think also the Democratic Party is learning the lesson of like you have to have candidates that do like we should like podcast but do podcast like things, meaning review themselves as human beings.
I think it's one of the best things that happened in this last election. And I'm not saying, like, I did think they were great, but I'm not saying that, like, any of the Trump podcasts were perfect or, like, maybe there could be a better way that they could be done. But I will say that I used to say this for a while, I do, it's kind of expected that I'll probably like, I don't know, I get like at least like maybe 15, 10 to 15 times a year, I'll come do a show like this, like a long form show on a big platform where I'm gonna, like my ideas will be broken, prodded, and tested, and there'll be pushback questions, and there'll be that. Sometimes they're more, adversarial, sometimes they're more friendly, but like you're gonna, and then yet our standard for who is the commander in chief was like you show up to these debates that are like 90 minutes long with these really stupid questions. You give a 90-second answer to it above, and at least for the first time now, it does seem like the standard is kind of you're gonna have to do a long form show. So people really have to have, and that's what I think is all a real positive development. Like you just kind of know some colors Democrats, right? Which I think is kind of what you were saying, right? You can't run a Kamala Harris if you can't you gotta run somebody who's able to sit down and express themselves, have real genuine thoughts, or at least try to convince people they have real genuine thoughts, at least, and it's very different in a way. And, I look back at some, like, the most talented politicians in my lifetime, which I'd have to say the few words for no question for Rothschild. It's like, it's the most talented traditional politician. Trump's like the anti-politician. But, like, they were like the traditional, unbelievably, but they never had to do that. It was just a different time. She'll just have to walk up and, like, go, oh, it's a beautiful face, and go back and then play the sax, and then have a couple good answers, push walk up. That's not the game anymore. Now the game is like we sit down and actually, have some ideas of long form. And I think that's so much better because it's so much more revealing. How long you reveal a little bit. That's not 50 hours, but it goes 3 hours. You reveal a little bit of your soul.
Yeah, I think that process makes you actually a better person. I ultimately think that that's it. And there was a choice made early on for less kind of that's a disturbance. And I think it's a skill like to be able to allow yourself to be yourself in a certain way. Also, like I'm a person, that's a person. Like
You just never got to meet her.
and I don't know if he has that. But it's a practice thing. Like reviewing yourself. But I think what she did, on the critical that she's a candidate, what she did pretty incredible. Meaning like to raise that much money in that short amount of time. I think it was terrible for him, terrible candidate. Still, with the tools you got, like use TikTok, use whatever.
The fact that she came as close as she did to being president is pretty goddamn something US. But yeah, they're a mess. Like I've had some political fun before, but that in itself is I think a very good thing. And what comes from here is there's a lot of possibilities. And there's never been like I don't know who the person is. I don't see any of the out there that I think of that would go this wrong. But there's never been a more right time for someone to Donald Trump the Democratic Party. Like somebody did what Donald Trump did, and I tend to forget this because now, like, it's also because the accusation from the Democrats is that the Republican parties are all a bunch of Trump cultists or something like that. But like, I'm old enough to remember 2016, and what actually happened was that Donald Trump came in and just really resonated with the voters, and the establishment of the Republican Party hated it. They were openly talking about changing the rules at the Republican National Convention to deny him the nomination in 2016. What they were saying is that they were going to raise the number of delegates required so high that nobody could hit it, and then say, hey, since nobody hit it, we select Mitt Romney again, and we're going to run Mitt Romney again. Like, they were openly conspiring. Bernie Sanders showed you a little bit of what's possible, and this was from like a 18-year-old socialist who didn't really have the balls to go through with it at the end of the day. Like if somebody felt her and a little bit more with the current zeitgeist for able to do that could happen.
I mean, I would generally think that AFC she might have to get that, but she can't go for that. They could get out there.
I don't know. I don't see AFC being the one to do it, but I could be wrong about that. She's got some qualities, unlike almost all the other ones you could think of. I just, I don't see anyone right now who I think could be that person. But I never would have said. I mean, if you had asked me in 2014 who's going to come take over the Republican Party, I never would have guessed Donald Trump was going to come to what he did. So it might be the person we're seeing who we're not even thinking of, or it might just be some unknown. Same with Obama was an unknown. I mean, obviously he had very powerful people behind his presidential run. It's not like he was a true, just like grassroots guy. But he wasn't anyone we would have been necessarily thinking. I mean, even things we could or DNC. That was it. That was the thing he was known for. He made one great speech at the because I said he was a state senator and then a junior senator. I was thinking he was going to be president.
He could be like a Johnson. I asked him if he or Rothschild never saw Trump would ever. So
there is something about Jon Stewart that is he's, and obviously I disagree with him on a lot of stuff too, but he is an authentic person. And there's something about that gives you a huge advantage, particularly in our current political climate. People are so sick of the phones. It's like, and they're right to be, because you can only, you lie to some of the people some of the time, like, you can only lie so much, before eventually nobody wants to hear you eventually. Phony voice telling the same phony lies anymore. And at least Jon Stewart is, I will say, I think Jon Stewart is telling the way he sees it. Like, I don't think he's necessarily right about a lot of things. He is right about a lot of things, but I think he's wrong about a lot of other things. But I just get the impression that he believes what he's saying. I mean, there's something powerful about that.
especially when he's surrounded by people that disagree with him.
Yeah.
That takes a certain kind of courage. Yeah. And he's fucking doing it. He's not going to lie. It's annoying. Nobody, crazy about it.
That is one of the real problems, And then, people attack Donald Trump for being, a narcissist. And he's like, who the hell up? Oh, he's going to ever do this.
What gets you hooked about this whole thing? America can't keep civilization.
Okay, so this is not Mop Ryan, but this is Gene Epstein, who's a really brilliant economist and a great guy. And he told me this once. So I just always loved it. So I call it Epstein's case. Not that different Epstein. Gene Epstein, no relation. I want to be clear on that. Okay? This is let's call it Gene's case for radical optimism. And the way he put it was he goes, so imagine you were sitting around in 1845 and you're at the height of, the slavery, and you were like, hey, 20 years, slavery's going to be abolished across the West. And you know some of it, slavery has existed for all of human history. Slavery is, look around, it's not going anywhere. You have to be out of your mind to think we're 20 years of abolishing slavery. And yet we work. I mean, it's just the greatest thing in the history of the world. And unfortunately, America had to fight a bloody civil war to get there, but many other countries did it. And they just walked away from what had been the status quo forever. And just stopped doing it. And look, you can argue there's slavery by other names and things like that, and some degree, and income tax is some degree of slavery. But there is not chattel slavery in the way that there used to be. And that's an incredible neocons, because he was trying to have these talks with Russia. Neocons were in the press being like, he just guaranteed another 100 years of Soviet dominance, and somebody just didn't be like, calm down. In 10 years, there won't be a Soviet Union. Is it something like, okay, nice idea, but out of your fucking mind. And yet that was true too. And so there is, even when, and you can see some dynamics even in our politics today, where 3 years ago, I was really concerned about whether they'd shut the whole thing down. Like when it was during the COVID time, and during times where it was like everyone I knew was just getting strikes on all their channels, and you just even wanted to talk about how there are people being vaccine injured. You lose your YouTube channel, you get kicked off Twitter left and right. And I just saw it and I was like, dude, the graph is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. The regime is not going to allow us to go permanent forces, and it's too big. They're going to shut this whole thing down and figure out what I'll do after that. And I was totally wrong. It's just the trend totally went the other direction. And things are now at a point where it's like, I couldn't even imagine that. I never would envision Elon Musk was going to get $44 billion to get together and buy Twitter and music. It's like, and so I just think that if you kind of zoom out, I think that the regime has lost their monopoly on propaganda. And this opens up enormous possibilities for what, I remember so vividly 2002. And 2002, 9/11 happened in late 2001, was invaded Iraq in 2003. The fall of 2002 was a massive propaganda campaign, just constantly laying down the blueprints for this war that we knew was George W. Bush was about to launch. And it was, they had weapons of mass destruction. They were in on 9/11. Friends with Al Qaeda. They're going to hand this weapon that they don't have off to the terrorists they're not friends with, and then they're going to nuke Kansas. And every right winger, by the way, this is also, sorry for rambling a little bit, but this is also one of the reasons why when the Jew haters will say things like, oh, look, all of the Jews support Israel, or 70% of the Jews vote this way, or 70% of the Jews support this way. It's like, listen, I don't like blaming when the Palestine haters will say 70% of Gazans support Hamas or whatever. It's like, okay, look, I remember a time in this country, I know I'm going back 20 years, but every right-winger in this country was completely convinced that we have to go invade Iraq because he has weapons of mass destruction and you're some type of leftist homo if you don't agree with that. That was the entire culture of this country. And it was the one thing that the New York Times and Bill O'Reilly, CNN, and the Washington Post all agreed on. They were all on board selling this. You could not do that. They could not get away with that. Because if they did, how do you control this entire country? But you tell me. How do you control Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson? How do you get these guys to go? They're not going to go along with it. And in fact, they're almost definitely going to have people on their show who are just tearing it apart. And so I just look at that and I go like, we're in a place now where we have this world of possibilities that would have seemed just impossible just so recently. And so just think, all of that rambling stew, whatever all that was, that leaves me feeling very, very hopeful.
Yeah, there's a lot of social and political progress in that rambling stew over decades, centuries. For me, it's probably something to say. Me personally, is still hope when I see the rocket go on. So to clarify,
I think I'm still Josh, the one that's going to
you had to clarify the Epstein thing. The Epstein rule. Clarify exactly what's right. SpaceX and Blue Origin rockets to take you viewing of space. And plus be among the stars. It makes me feel like we're the future. Because the bleaker times though in history, you think that there's just a sense, right? And during COVID, there's a sense of for many reasons, maybe just a simple psychological human reason. Oh, I don't think we, as a civilization, are ready. We can't handle this pandemic from a policy perspective. from a human perspective, economic perspective, like this is like pandemic light. There's going to be other bigger troubles coming our way. And then now it's again the rocket goes up. It's like first of all, we'll colonize space and other planets, and we're an inventive motherfucker. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, and then certainly, like for me, just personally, it's like really touched my life. But like the innovations in medical technology are just nuts. And my son had a congenital heart defect and had open heart surgery when he was 3 days old. And I mean, it's like something that 20 years ago, I would have lost my child, a piece of time, just absolutely fine, because it's just amazing what these surgeons, cardiologists, and, neonatologists, and all of them, what they do now. It's like goddamn magic. And so there was always something about it was almost like that inoculated me against ever having a sense of like, well, I wish it was the previous time. It's like, no, right, previous time I lose my kid, so I don't care whatever other challenges there are out here. Like, I'll take that trade-off where this baby survives and gets a shot at having life. And there is a lot of that stuff is kind of easy to take for granted. And it's like, it's when you touch your life, you don't take it for granted as much, but it's just like no, it really is. There are miracles going on all over the place now that like everybody in human history does not have access to.
All right, brother. It's great to finally meet up. End of the conversation.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this.
And I can't wait to talk to you again.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gates. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, let me give you some words from our podcast. We don't feature willingness to challenge the government where it's wrong. Thank you for this. We hope to see you. And that time is in front of you. Viva la muerte. Long live death. They have their counterparts today. They are the people who told line like we love death. More than you love life. Following the conversation, Douglas, author of one of the West, the Madison Crowd, democracy, we talked about Russia and Ukraine and about Israel. Douglas is very strong views on the topic. He defends brilliantly and feels. They always try to on all topics, and they also talk to people who have different views about this, including on the next episode of this podcast. We live in an era of online discourse where grifters, drama farmers, liars, bots, that's it's hard to know who to trust. I believe no one is in possession of the entire truth, but some are more correct than others. Some are insightful, and some are deluded. The problem is it's hard to tell which is which unless you use your mind with intellectual humility and with rigor. I recommend you listen to many sources who disagree with each other and try to pick up wisdom from each. Also, I recommend you visit the places and questions as Douglas has, as I have, or at least talk face to face with people who have spent most of their lives living there, whether it's Israel, Palestine, strive together to not be caught in the machine of outrage, but instead to reach for reason and compassion. There is no Hitler, Stalin, or Mao for the West that is today. Plus, there are thousands of nuclear weapons ready to fire. Human civilization hangs in the balance. The 21st century is a new geopolitical puzzle. All of us are tasked with solving. Let's not mess it up. This is a Lex Human podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Douglas. What have you understood about the war in Ukraine from in your business there? Just looking at the big picture, your understanding of the invasion of February 24th, 2022, and the war in the 3 years since.
Well, I think several things. It's political angles which are forever changing, but on the human level, it's the frontline troops who have that admiration for people defending their country, defending their homes, defending their families, struck by the way in which that is to remove some political noise, the media noise, and much more. It's very easy to get caught up in the twos and fro's today's news, but that, to my opinion, that's the single thing that struck me most. It's just the people I've met who are fighting for a cause which at that level is unavoidable, undeniable. So the thing that struck you is different from the media trouble is just the reality of war. Yeah. People who have either lived under Russian occupation of invading armies and then come back out into the world and liberated us in late 2022, for the people now, most recently their PCBs who were just getting on with their job as soldiers whilst the world was talking about them. When were you there? Early on in this escalating the war of 22? Yes, first of all, it was before the Ukrainian armed forces when they took Kherson, and I was back for 2 weeks, and was there when the Trump-Zelensky blow-up happened. I was in the Ukrainian dugout at the front lines when I was watching. How was the morale? How was the way, the content of the conversations you've heard different from the two visits, separated by, I guess, at one level, nothing has changed. It's not a total standoff, because intermittently each side gains territory from the others, but it's not that there's been very significant gains by either side in the interim pivot. I think my experience of the soldiers, people in Ukraine early on in the war, there's intense optimism about the outcome of the war. There's a sense that they're going to win, and the definition of what win means was like all the territory is going to be won back. Yeah, I certainly on the front lines facing Crimea was very quite familiar with people for the Ukrainians in late 2022 to be able to get Crimea back. That struck me at the time. I said that was overreach. And now I think people, the soldiers, in my experience when I visited the second time, are more exhausted. The morale, the dreams, the certainty of victory has maybe faded from the forefront of their minds. Well, 3 years of war will tire out everyone. What did you think of the blowout? Zelensky, Trump, as you were saying in the dugout? Well, it's a very disturbing face to watch it from. That's anyway would have been. And
shouldn't have happened.
Far too early.
Why do you think so? There's not enough actual pathways to do something. I take both.
Well, I think it's a mineral deal. I love the fact that everyone's down it. Certain pieces of Ukrainian mineral deposits. But
I think as I've learned as a talk about Israel and Palestine, I've learned that everybody's an expert on geopolitics. It's a war on the internet.
now, speaking of the energy kind of mineral deposit knowledge. No, I think that what I can see the deal that the American administration is trying to get the Ukrainian government to sign was too early to force Ukrainians were ready to sign a deal with Rothschild. That's pressure. And I think certainly Zelensky wasn't expecting to, she wasn't expecting to go until pretty much the day before. It was obviously visibly high. But again, as you are after that pressure. No, the thing that struck me, I said this in the comment, your post from there, that the thing that struck me was I said to some of the sources I was with, what do you make of this? And, one of them just said to me, well, both eyes not to be quite too close to the house, politics, this, and of course everyone has Instagram scrolls and the dog picture, but the hot women, whatever is, whatever in the oval. And what struck me was this thing I said, I've got a job.
Right. And there's a clarity and a wisdom to that. But your job is bigger than that, right? It's to understand the politics as well. And when you think about the politics about COVID, because that was a real opportunity to come together and make progress on these, right? And it, by all accounts, was not a successful step forward.
But anyway, step forward,
Unless,
to some extent, it was play, but from deep sea to say to Putin, look, Dr. Zelensky, now give us something. That's the only remedial idea I have about what might be behind it. But I think it was just one of those really just awful political moments. Zelensky was obviously deeply irritated by the interpretation of the war that he was hearing in Washington. It was only a week after the Trump comments about Zelensky being a dictator. And people in the administration implying that Ukraine has started the war. And I think that must be a pretty Alice in Wonderland situation to be in. And I had significant sympathy for him finding it bewildering, because it would be bewildering.
I think the sad thing to me also of the mundane details of that meeting was just the unfortunate way that meetings happened. I think it's true that he was also exhausted. There was a dickhead or a reporter that was asked a question about outfit in a way that, listen, Zelensky, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. He's an emotional being, for better or for worse. And there's a dumb dickhead of a reporter.
I thought I'd agree with you.
But the things, see, you're a real journalist.
He's someone that I'm all for opening up the White House press corps and all that sort of thing, but it means that you get some people in who are yes, the blog land is nothing wrong with that, but it means that you get some that. The problem with that interaction, as I saw it, was that guy asked that more disrespectful question. And I think it was disrespectful. And I'll very quickly say why. I think when a man comes in the realm of war, in the realm of peace, the people in the realm of peace should have some respect
sitting in a political environment where you talk about people being destroyed, decimated, defenestrated, or for a man for whom none of that is metaphorical. I think it's extremely hard to accept. And I think that probably also that there was a sort of sense of, Zelensky being disrespected by being asked about when, as everyone knows, that the Churchill during World War II used to wear his fatigues. But it's just that, it's the mind that comes from that war. And I think that probably in that moment, things wouldn't be going as they would be. But I mean, if this was Putin sitting in his side journeys, hope you had stepped in and defended. I mean, let's try this one. I should say, if a journalist, Putin, or a Putin journalist said, just Putin, everyone knows you've had a lot of facial work done, and the word is you use the same guy that Berlusconi. Can you comment on that? You say, well, that's kind of disrespectful question for journalists to ask a little bit of what needs to be gone over. And there's the same thing with Zelensky now, that I think it was just petty and threw things off in that way.
Yeah, I know it's more research because I think Zelensky was explained this like 3 years ago. War guy, he was the assistant prime minister.
It's also, by the way, it's an example of frivolity, of the attempts to understand what's going on. I mean, my view is that since actually most people, in fact everybody, cannot be an expert on everything, one of the things that we always do is to seize on minor, really quite unimportant things. I mean, for example, every side does look at the way in which the American right for years talked about the Churchill bust in the White House over office in the army. I didn't want to hear another darn thing about the Churchill bust after 8 years because it was in lieu of trying to understand and actually critique Obama's foreign policy, just easy shorthand. We're always.
But the thing is, I think the Russian Putin, I think Putin would have been able to respond himself to that journalist effectively, and he would have done it in Russian.
Oh yeah, the language.
Yeah, so I wanted to sort of lay out several just unfortunate things that happen in these situations, and I think it happens in all these negotiations. And it's funny how history can turn on moments like this. I do think that that reporter, along with the fact that with all due respect, but Zelensky's English sometimes is not very good.
Yes, sort of. He had agreed to not mention English. He would have bought himself the extra set because some of his publicity.
Yeah, and have the wit. The guy is funny, witty, intelligent. You can do that in the native language, of whether it's Ukrainian or Russian, to be able to respond and get the interpreter. So all of that is very unfortunate because again, those are moments to dance, and there's an opportunity there. The Republicans, the right wing in the United States, in general, kind of skepticism of Zelensky, but that doesn't mean it has to be that way. It can turn, it can change, it can evolve.
It's very interesting why it has happened. Why do you think?
The politics in the United States is so dumb that at the very beginning it could just be reduced to, well, the left went Putin bad, Zelensky good, rah rah Ukrainian flags. Therefore, the right must go the opposite.
Yeah,
but sometimes it's literally as dumb as that. You pick a side and call the other sometimes.
I had a line I used recently the necessity of people who live too long online to try to wade their way out of the news. It is so like that. Yes, I mean, I can understand people find it very irritating that so many people who have put BLM flags or pride flags or trans flags in their bio, they've got Ukrainian flags in their bio, despite almost every number of where Ukraine was. And if that happens in Netherlands, think of a lot of people who aren't really thinking, is to say, that's really annoying. These people are really annoying. I'll get to them. But that's where you've got to try to rise above that and say, actually, funny enough, the fate of the country doesn't depend on my tolerance for means of lying together.
Yeah, so I think the memes can be broken through collisions like the one that happened in Trump, but have been real camaraderie. I've seen the skill of that just recently. Researched deeply and interacted with Narendra Modi. Here's somebody who has the skill of, for his country, for his situation, being able to somehow be friends with Putin and friends with Zelensky and friends with Trump and friends with Biden and friends with Obama.
Praise God.
That, while still being strong for his country and like fundamentally a nationalist figure who's like, very not globalist, not anything but pro-India first, nation first. In fact, nation first is a very specific idea of what that nation represents. And that, you have to do all those things, but have the skill of navigating the Trump group, because every single leader has their own peculiar quirks. And that,
yes, the obvious was one. I mean, I can tell you it's nice to spoke, but obvious one. But to say yet again, as he has done for 3 years, thank you, American people, American politicians across the aisle, for your support for my country and its Arab. We're deeply grateful. And because he, for once, forgot to say that.
I think it's not that simple. I think
It's not that simple. One,
I think saying thank you. Say thank you. There's
just that way Vance left it.
he's just picking a thing to leap on. There's a whole energy. You have to acknowledge in your way of being that you have been very violent, buddy with the left for the last 4 years. There's ways to fix that. Listen, these people are complicated. These are all of the Biden and Trump. You have to navigate the question with that. And you basically have to say a kind word to Trump, which is like showing there's many ways of doing that, but one of them is say feeding the ego by acknowledging that he is one of the world's greatest negotiators. I'm glad we're able to come to the table and negotiate together, because I believe you are the great negotiator mediator that can actually bring a successful resolution.
Yeah.
As opposed to have an energy of like, it should be obvious to everybody that Ukraine are the good guys and Russia is the bad guys. There's this whole energy of entitlement that he brought. He forgot there's a new guy. You gotta like convince the new guy that this global mission that this nation is on, this war, that it's in many ways the West versus the East. That this ideal of this whole history is here. This is a war we work with. You have to convince them. Right?
Yeah, sure.
And go through that.
But as I say, it must be bewildering to land in a place where people were seriously talking about Ukraine starting the war and Zelensky not Putin taking the victory. I did the front page of the New York Post the day after the announcement saying Putin is something that's taken. And I think that people can be live enough to be able to recognize that you can make criticisms of Zelensky or the Ukrainians. It doesn't mean you have to fall for Putin. And I can, unfortunately. But a lot of people in our time don't have that capability.
Can we go right into it? What is your strongest criticism?
The dictator is very bloody. As present as you can be, political opposition, internal opposition. He's kleptomaniac. His country's resources has enriched himself as much as he could. Cronies around him. He's not just acted to destroy internal opposition in Russia, but has gone to other countries, including my own country, and killed people on their our soil, using, as it happens, weapons of mass destruction. The use of polonium in the centre of London, not good. The use of incredibly dangerous nerve agents that could kill tens of thousands of people in the charming cathedral city like Salisbury, not good. If the sort of apologist, people would say racist, a sort of tough man who's looking after his house business, well, I don't think, even if you think he has the right to do that, he should be doing it. Third countries deliberately using weapons that are meant to show that you could take out tens of thousands of British citizens. Yeah, that's just the start.
What do you mean for, do you think he's actually popularly elected?
No.
Do you think the results of the election are fraudulent?
Yeah. I mean,
Do you think it's possible that it's just that the opposition has been eliminated, and he's legitimately popularly elected?
it definitely helps the chat if he's killed all his opponents.
Some of the parties in the term chat in that context is just marvelous.
But no, I mean, but I mean, seriously, if people are worried about it, this is another sort of slightly Alice in Wonderland. Zelensky is saying, why hasn't he dictated because he hasn't held elections or the total war is not passed? And he's like, well, if you're really, really passionate about free and fair elections in that neck of the woods, you'd at least know that Russian elections are not free and fair in any sense. But this doesn't mean that you have to say that therefore they should have Western-style elections and win that Russia is ready to go and become a Western democracy. Doesn't mean any of that at all. Just that at least know that this is what Putin is.
What do you think was the motivation when he made Ukraine?
It's what he's said for years, which is basically the constitution of the Soviet Union.
Do you think there's empire-building components that motivation?
I would trust most of my friends in Eastern and Central Europe who certainly do think this. There's a reason why the Baltic countries are the countries that are spending highest as a percentage of GDP on defense, and it's because they're very modern. I don't think they're faking it. I don't think they're faking it for me or for anyone else. I think Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, and others are genuinely worried for the first time in some decades.
Do you think there's a possibility that the war continues indefinitely, even if there's a ceasefire and a peace reached, the war will resume, yet he will seek expansion even beyond Ukraine?
And the most obvious thing is if Trump manages to negotiate a ceasefire, it'll be a temporary pause, and whoever comes in as president after Trump, Putin will use the opportunity to advance again. Yes. Again, one of the things I have heard from parts of the American right now is all he wants is Ukraine. So that's all he wants, and that he has no history or rhetoric or actions to suggest anything else. And one of the reasons why you talk about it, our history very much remember being in the country water after Putin tried to avenge 2008. So I just, again, people don't have the greatest support to the Ukraine court just to recognize that it doesn't seem to be the case that Ukraine is in Putin's vision.
Do you see value in that the powers of powers? Somebody like Dr. Trump that EU's engagement in Ukraine is using military power to expand to different region in the population of geopolitics.
It's interesting. One fascinating thing in the last few years has been the actual sort of macro context of certain figures which tend to be perfectly fast. And I think the area that Ukraine mentioned Please. But by the way, first question, very yeah. Most people, to some extent, will say they are realistic. Very few people are surrealist. Well, surrealist foreign policy. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should. But I mean, if you want to say you would be people that I am sure. I think still make their argument. Russia has, or believes it has a still, and it's right. But that's very that would be about the best. But
Well, to expand on that still there, resilience powers up very adult years. That's certainly what's right. The United States uses military power, right? To avoid military. But China appears to be looking to use military power to expand its international political power.
not ethnic warfare to take over the areas of conflict.
Behind that is more of these economic threat, food threat.
This is what's the students from just school. I just but yeah, cool. Okay, we believe they have or would like us to be. I do think at some point that these are realistic. I think you have to try to say how much leeway they're allowed to give to a very patient people. And it's not, I mean, it's not the easiest kind of relational estimate. You have to work out whether or not, for instance, it is true if Russia had, if Putin had managed to go all the way through Kiev in the first weeks of the war in 22, he would have gone straight on to other places. And, maybe you would take it. Maybe you wouldn't. I mean, this is a verifying calculation that changes every week. I don't know Georgia. Why leave after 2008 to get through either NATO membership or EU membership. I thought that was completely like citizens are like almost any example of Europe, NATO, because you've got very careful as being policies that on issues of Ukraine has been since the 90s. Are you going to set up a fire and start working with Britain?
So what do you think is still Edward like? What is the path of peace look like in the coming weeks and months?
But for Ukraine, incredibly Ukrainian ceding territory, and then making sure that we are during whatever peace comes up.
Can probably filter of Donetsk and Luhansk, the Federation President.
You could lay any of that out because you have to negotiate. But I think that, and I think the ease with which non-Ukrainians are currently speaking about Ukrainian ceding territory is concerning because these territories include hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian citizens who do not want to live under Putin's rule, and people who have families in the rest of Ukraine and much more. And I recently interviewed children who had managed to get out of the Russian occupied area, and it's brutal for the Ukrainian to be growing up in that territory. So when people say, well, obviously Donetsk has to be given to people, that is not as easy a you're in Ukraine as it is if you're sitting in New York, say. And by the way, I think the issue of there is a school of thought that has got some skepticism floating in recent weeks, which is that if a deal is done, a business deal, you get a kind of buffer zone from American businesses, investment, therefore American business people in the region, which would effectively warn Putin not to invade. I don't follow that idea because not least there were Americans in the regions that were invaded in 22 and they left fast. And we know from Hong Kong and other places just because there were international financial interests in the region does not mean that dictatorship will not either militarily or covert take over. I don't see American miners as being effective buffers against Putin.
And what did you learn from talking to children, Ukrainian children from those regions?
Well, I mean, it's heartbreaking because the only schooling is Russian schooling. Obviously teaching the Russian language, Putin's view of history, and especially indoctrination. And people can quibble with that term, but it's Putin-esque indoctrination, which is and any children or families who do not want that effectively have to hide and not go out. And there was, I spoke to children's parents who've had school friends in Russia set up in 22 or 23 summer camps for children. Some of the areas have been occupied, and the children went off to the camps and they didn't come back. But they were just stolen. And thought around 20,000 Ukrainian children stolen in this fashion. That's not a small thing. It's not got very much attention, but yeah, the children would hide whenever Russian troops or one teenage boy who described me when one was out, a woman came round the house, knocked on the door, and gave him his papers and said he had to attend the next week to sign up for the Russian army. This is not good, and that's what superminers like thousands of people behind the Russian line in Ukraine. I just have it in mind when people say things like, well, obviously, but it's very, very hard.
Yeah, even if they are part of the negotiation and over, they will probably repeat generations or never effectively accepted by Ukrainian people. Absolutely never. What do we know about the impact of children? The stories of the thousands of children that came from Russia.
Some of them were in orphanages, not all, and some were. And it's a very complicated story, actually, because many children many Russians said, look at these Ukrainians, they don't even look after their children, therefore we will. And I was recently, when I was there, looking at the story, because it's very interesting questions to why it hasn't had more attention. You know, one thinks of, for instance, the abduction of the Chibok schoolgirls some 12 years ago now in northern Nigeria, and that the appalling abduction of 300 girls by Boko Haram completely gained the world's attention. And I was very interested in why the Ukrainian children being taken by the Russians did not gain similar attention. There's a slight similarity more in Israel, which we'll come on to, but and I do think that one reason is they were effectively hostages, and the Ukrainians knew this. This is my estimation of the Ukrainians knew that if they made a great deal about this, was it worth more than they did, that the children would effectively be the most effective bargaining chip. And I do think there's considerable truth in that, because if you look at, for instance, the way in which pressure has been put on the Israeli government by the Israeli population
just a flood of propaganda on both sides. Now, of course, when you go there and directly experience it and talk to people, but those people are still also screaming the propaganda. So unless you witness stuff directly, sometimes it's hard to know. As we have the people on the Russian side, and they're clearly, first of all, well, they're going to speak up. They almost always say that there's no propaganda in Russia. Cool. Which makes me realize that you can be completely lied to. Maybe I am in the United States as well, and just be unaware. Maybe Earth is run by aliens. Maybe Earth is flat. So I don't know.
Maybe you've taken mushrooms.
I have it before this, and I finally see the truth. And it's you that is. Okay, but back to our rounder discussion. Rounder ships that we are. How do you know what is true?
You can tell it when the bare facts become not true. But you can tell it when somebody's willing to claim that everything caused the invasion of 2022 except for Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine.
Yeah, there's a hilarious thing that happens, and I think you might be speaking about this, that people are generally just much more willing to criticize the democratically elected leader over. So the interesting thing that happens is wise sages narratives on like NATO started the war, right? Which there's some natural truth to that, like NATO expansion created a complicated political causing, whatever, sure. So if you get to say, like, other parts of that story,
Well, yes. I mean, to some extent, I think that's a very, the most irritating type of question to ask at any event is the person who says, I was disappointed in the person who didn't address X. And I tend to say, looking forward to coming to your next talk where I say, minutes will cover everything that could possibly be covered. There's always stuff that's going to be left on the side. Always going to be stuff that's left unaddressed. There's always going to be other angles. There's always going to be somebody else who has this interest, like, and you can't cover it. Nevertheless, if you cover everything other than the central event, then it's suspicious. Many years ago, there was a debate in London. There was a debate about the origins of World War II, and Pat Buchanan, necromancer, was one of the speakers, and Andrew Roberts, historian, was one of the people on the other side. And at one point, they got so completely stuck into issues of iron ore mining in Poland, something like this. And the moderator, I remember, it was just a mess. The moderator turns to Andrew Roberts and says, Andrew Roberts, why did World War II begin? So, World War II began because Hitler invaded Poland. And it was a magnificent moment because everything had been demolished. They were so lost in all the intricate and clever and interesting things you can talk about the origins of war that you forget to mention the thing that's most important. And certainly my experience as a journalist, right, is that one of the reasons why you need to go and see things with your own eyes is because people are certain now that what you've seen with your own eyes didn't happen or hasn't happened. And it helps steal that for that moment.
the gradual thing that happens is where the obvious things that we take for granted, and people stop saying it because it's like the boring thing to say in party. And all of a sudden, over time, you just almost start questioning whether like the obvious things even true. I don't know how that happened.
I think that psychology, I think it does a lot of different places, which is the important thing is the only thing you do. Everything else is going to but some of us, some reason why we try not to. People think,
Armed with obvious thing, yeah.
yes, and you say, no, I'm not wanting to support that party. douchebag you'd be if you know that.
Nobody has got that on this part. Okay, is it possible that Donald Trump, with the mediator, a successful negotiator, brings a stable peace?
It's possible. We'll have to see. But it is too complicated task. Look, he wants to bring a peace, seems to me. He obviously stated it for a long time. Whether he can, we're just going to have to see. It's extremely hard to see something like that. And I would suggest one, not the most difficult, but one of the most difficult is that there is no peace guarantee on paper that the Ukrainians can possibly believe. It doesn't matter because we in the West, some of the countries in the West have said before secure that. And we have. And so, what other, which is not possible in my view, what other NATO membership would reassure the Ukrainians that they are going to have their borders secured and peace of Ukraine secured? I can't see.
I think there's not going to be ever a guarantee that you can trust. I think the way you have a guarantee, implicit guarantees by having military and economic partnerships with as many partners as possible. So you have partnerships with the Middle East, the partnerships with India, perhaps even with China, with the United States, many nations in Europe,
All of which still suggest that if there's enough financial interests in Ukraine, that they would prevent another Russian invasion.
there will be financial pressure. Yeah, there will be. Russia needs to be friends with somebody, either China or the West. And any world that's flourishing will have Russia trading be friends with the West and the East.
Totally ideal. Would be ideal if eventually Moscow wanted, but that's that. I mean, again, you get the thing. People accuse Russophobia, but I mean, I do believe that after the fall of the war, Russia was ill-treated by the West, not treated with the some of the courtesy that it required. I do think that. And at the same time, that doesn't justify the actions of Russia in the last 20 years.
Right, but let's descend from the surrealist to the realist. It's possible for Russia to be on the verge of military manifestations. That would be wrong, while also not doing it because they're afraid to hurt the partnerships with the West and with China.
It's possible, but the alliance they formed, this sort of rogue alliance, China to a considerable extent, not what Korea, not useful, and Iran is something they seem to find not a very good alliance. Most people's analysis is an alliance.
Variable. But I don't think Nikki's secret with this. I don't think the Russian people or Putin want to be isolated from the West. I think he wants to be friends with the West and with the East and with everybody. He just also wants Ukraine. Right? And there's how the Rolling Stones song go. Not the satisfaction.
Simply the devil.
That's the one. You got that right. No, like there's interests, whether it's experimental, that's one thing in the table. But that can be put aside if you want to maintain the partnerships with these nations. And if Ukraine is strong economic partnership with those nations, then that prevents Russia from invading. I think the premise is
One that I've seen before. There was a famous, what was his name? Norman Angell.
he wrote this book, which was a fantastic bestseller today, where he believed that Europe would be in a period of endless plenty and peace because the prospect of European power going to war was so economically unviable. The book was reissued after World War I, and I never got the second edition, but I assume it was significantly rewritten.
That's a very kind of cynical take. That's just because the book is wrong.
I'm not saying it's a book, but I'm saying that the idea that the cooperation on an economic and other levels is any significant preventative device, madness breaking out, is not something you could deter some, you could deter some very, very rational economically driven actions, but it fails to take into account all of the other things that motivate people. Which are going to war and invade and get mad.
Okay. Well, I would argue that in the 21st century, one of the reasons we have fewer wars is because of the much more to it. Well, so there's a few tools here on the geopolitical stage. One of them is just much more interconnected economically. And that is always a present pressure on the world to keep peace. There's a lot of money to be made for peace. There's also a lot of money to be made for war. There's a lot of interest and tension. I'm just presenting one of the tools that are needed to use it. The alternative, what, military force, that is an interesting one, sometimes a useful one, but unfortunately, it has its downside also. And after 3 years of war and hundreds of thousands dead, you have to start wondering what are the options on the table.
I agree. I'm obviously for economic cooperation, but my only is not to think that is something which is of ultimate interest, or even the top of the list of interests of despots, tyrants, extremists who want something else.
Yeah, but can you read the mind of Vladimir? A lot of the ideas I hear about peace is Putin bad, victory must be achieved, NATO membership required. Yeah, which is kind of like, but you have to come to the table to end the killing at this point, and to have different ideas of how to have a non-zero chance of peace. So that the options are, it seems to me, the only option, not the only option, the likeliest option is a lot of strong economic partnerships. There's of course other radical options. There's Russia joining NATO or something like this, or there's giving, flirting with World War III, essentially giving leaders to Ukraine, something like this. There's a crazy stuff, or a totally new military alliance with France and Britain, Germany, European nations in Ukraine, or some weird network of military power that threatens Russia in some way, or maybe some big breakthrough partnership between India, China, and Ukraine, something like this. Just some really out there ideas, and I think that's how the world finds its balance and realigns itself. Interesting, right?
Yeah, it could be. I hope you're. I hope I did right. I think it's about what's set in the most peaceful way that this be resolved. My only caveat to say is, and also never forget to factor in that people want different things in this world, and some people don't dream of individualism.
I think we'll talk about that in death box. That one is that easier to understand to this story you're describing.
resistant to assign psychopathy to the leaders of major nations.
Yeah. I'm not by any means certain with regard to Vladimir Putin's political American madman who cannot be in any way understood.
I think he can be negotiated and reasonable.
Your lips because
He's been on the case for and against Zelensky is the right idea for Ukraine at this moment. Is he the right person to take it to the point of peace?
we'll see. If he can, then of course he is. You know, he deserves enormous respect for galvanizing people, for being elected in the first place, for galvanizing this nation at the time of the Great Peril, playing the international game of getting support for his country well. And sometimes the person who does that, not there are many people like that, can be the person who also brings about peace still, sometimes not.
I think there's a degree to which he may have seen too much suffering of the people surrounding of Saddam and able to get the destruction, feel
That is what
compromise.
that's possible. Again, it was serious on him. Sort of slightly presupposing that Putin doesn't have the same human instinct on that. It is extremely hard. I've noticed this in a lot of conflicts. It's extremely hard the way in which outsiders come in and others who haven't seen what you've seen or gone through what you've gone through and say, you know, it's time to get right to the same table and just you didn't see what I saw in Facebook. For you to tell me. Goes back to that thing with the visitor from the land of war and the visitor from the land of peace. The visitor from the land of peace can easily talk about getting around the negotiating tables. But the visitor from the land of war is seen other things. And it's very hard for somebody who hasn't seen it to tell the person who has that they should act differently.
Instead of the about humanity, both the person from the land of peace and the person from the land of war are right.
Yes, so that's a struggle.
That's definitely a struggle.
It's like asking somebody to forgive. I've seen that in a lot of ends of conflict. You'll see many one things we forgive them. And then the other person says, you know, your child did die a trouble.
And this is, I got a lot of heat for it this week. But like people privately, people message me, it's all about the support. It would be good to support Ukraine soldiers. There's a lot of people online that are misrepresenting me or lying.
People online are ruthless and misrepresented lying.
Yeah.
Good God, Lex. Discovered a new phenomenon.
I'm a real radical intellectual.
Nothing. This is your eye.
I see the truth and I'm unafraid to point it out. No, there's a degree, this idea that you need to compromise with the leader and so doing to some degree of forgiving your actions. Because the actual feeling you have is you want it to be fair, and definitely fair when you see that from suffering is for him and everything around him, maybe even all of the people on the other side that you die because you seem to have suffered. But the other side of that is, yes, there's children that have died, but you coming to the negotiation
Stopping other children from dying.
Yes. So like there is just you have this kind of way to speak about it, embody that perspective. And it's naive to say to come to the negotiation table. And it is the person from the land of war, but the very smart, intelligent non-naive person for the land of peace is often right in some deep sense of the and it is the right thing and the Lord
But one thing I would add to that though is don't forget that people is also dependent on whether or not there's a clear shot of winning. So if there's a clear shot of winning, and that's the most important thing in war is not final negotiations, simply winning. And if you have a clear shot of winning and you can take it and you're near it, then having somebody else come in and saying, why not stop just before victory is very hard. That's what the many complexities of conflict talk about.
You know what's the other big complexity of that? Just a clear shot of what he's like a man walking through the desert to see water. It could be during war, it really is an illusion. So here's what happens. The really complicated aspect of negotiation is in order to negotiate peace from a place of strength, you have to have victory in sight.
Yes.
And so the temptation from that position to not negotiate is to keep pushing forward and achieve victory. And this, I would say, hindsight's 2020, but this is the failure point two occasions to achieve, to negotiate a ceasefire of peace. One in the spring, because there was Ukraine was a big, I would say, position of strength, having fended off the Russian forces around Kiev. That's one. And then, as you mentioned, in the fall, 22, the Kherson Kharkiv had a lot of military success. They were in a place of strength. In that place, they decided to keep going because victory was the same. So that was also an opportunity for peace.
Perfectly possible. Yeah.
That's the hard thing.
It's very hard. It's all hard. But I'm just that again, it's victory can be won. Is a and you're right, they constantly grind on because nobody has the capability to make breaks. It's a case of about 7 years tends to be that they sort of burn out after about 10 years. So for some reasons.
When you're in the war, and you actually know that you want,
it's a very good question. And you need troops on the battlefield or political leaders or
military and political leaders. It just feels like I said, man doesn't see water. There's a sense that victory is so close. The times in the war, you feel like victory is so close.
No, you're right.
And then it just slips away.
Yes, it's an interesting insight. It's like whatever. There's a force in nature which is that if you amass an army, amassing it will pull you in to using it.
And
Extremely hard to amass an army. Sometimes it's like, let's go back. So yes, you're right. No, it's one of many interesting aspects of warfare.
I think the sad thing about successful wars in the modern day is it takes a great military leader. I would argue that Zelensky really unified Ukraine in this fight in the beginning of the war. You have to be that, and like you said, after you've asked the army to be able to step back to peace. Those two just don't often go hand in hand. Because again, as a wartime leader, especially one that's seen the suffering firsthand, walking away it's tough. Especially also combined with that, just the realities of war where there is probably corruption. That there is things, once the war ends, there has to be investigation. Because the war wasn't won, you might not turn out to be what history would So he's like, and the leader doesn't want to. The leader always wants to be the big guy. So there's just all psychological complexities there. And when you look at this whole picture, in the basic sense, if you want Ukraine to flourish, if you want humanity to flourish, just ask the question, okay, what is the thing I would like to see?
There's so many historical analogies here, but just surely not rewarding Putin's action in any way would be a good way to deter him and other dictators from trying to grab land in the future.
So, yeah, and but this is nuanced because, like, it's very probably good to be the boring person at the party who says, it's okay, troops are bad, democracies are good, many of the ideas of the West are
Most
good, bad. But this sounds like Animal Farm, but yes, two legs is better. But yes, democracy is better. And in many countries is bad. Uh, but World War III is bad too. So after you say something's bad, what's the next step? It's military intervention in a lot of these conflicts.
it would be about deterrence.
Yeah, but what's effective deterrence?
That we're going to have to keep going over for a long time to come.
My question is, how can we achieve peace in April, in May? Like, not like the adults, the people also tell me, well, it's a process, it's complicated, it just feels like this is a thing that might go into the next future. And if there's still maybe initial ceasefire, the ceasefire is broken, and there's more people dying, and it's that mess. It seems like civility and politeness ignores the fact that people are dying every single day.
I mean, of course, like we were all, almost everybody, not everybody, but almost everybody would like to take stop immediately. Of course.
No, but I think that is one thing at the party. Yes, but they don't say it often. Not often. There has to be a frustration. There has to be a frustration. I don't understand why Putin, Zelensky, and Trump can't just meet in the room together without signing anything. Leaders meeting, discussing, and like human connection. There's so many layers of diplomats. It's the problem I have with a managerial class. They schedule meetings well, so they'll get shit done. And I would love it if people got shit done. So the soldiers get shit done. They're fighting the reality of it. And then the leaders have the capacity to get shit done on the scale of nations to conflicts. But like this diplomatic meetings,
I share your frustration about it at the same time. I think I share your frustration for this for a lot of it, in my own eyes. Dan knows what the other week they were hit just after I left the base. You wouldn't believe what the thermobaric bomb could do to the human body. And I share your frustration with that, but at the same time, one of the things that happens if you are Russian is that you do, and I've seen this elsewhere, you put pressure on the people you can pressurize, and you will not put enough pressure on the people you can't pressurize. That is one of the worries that could happen with this. So you can't put, America can put its borders, diplomatic, financial, intelligence, military pressure on Ukraine. And it can put significant pressure on Putin, but it's much easier to pressure Zelensky. And that's one of the many things that makes it harder, is that the temptation to rush for peace, accepting the peace is the most desirable thing, accepting the horrors of war, we've been thinking of, accepting him all that,
somebody says we've got to get peace today, and the three of them around the table, for most likely it will be the person who you can pressure most easily, who will be the person you can pressure, and as a result, have an outcome which, yes, might stop the killing as soon as possible, but might also set up a situation which rewards the aggressor and effectively punishes the victim. That's an extremely ugly and common thing to happen.
Yeah, and that's the other important thing to say. The joint truth that the easy shortcut here is to punish your question. And you just have to not do it. That's keeping it important. Yeah, well, he's made by us. All right, let's go from one conflict to perhaps an even more complicated one. Israel and Palestine. Can you take me through what happened on October 7th, as you understand it, and as you outlined at the beginning of the book?
Well, the book on Fox's death is a mixture of first-hand reporting and observation and interviews, and a wider reflection not just on the war that's been going on since the 7th of October, but it's been going on a lot longer. And also, I suppose, on what for me is one of the overarching questions, which I'm sure we'll get to, which is the reaction of the rest of the world. Obviously, on the 7th itself, it was a brigade-sized attack on Israel from Gaza. Hamas broke through the security fence and attacked all the softest targets they could. They swiftly overwhelmed the observation base in the Halas. They ran through communities in the south, very peaceful, peacemaker communities, the kibbutzim, as they call them, communities, and murdered and raped, and kidnapped. Of course, they, from their point of view, have the great good fortune of also coming across hundreds of young people dancing as they wanted a dance party and rampage through that with RPGs and Kalashnikov grenades, hammers and more, and got within, 20 kilometers into Israel, places like Ofakim, Sderot, important town, carried out their massacres there as well. We now know that the plan was that Hezbollah didn't safely north. Hezbollah joined in the war within 24 hours by starting firing rockets again, very large numbers into northern Israel from southern Lebanon. But the plan was that they would do the same north, carry out similar massacres there, but the open people go off Israel from the center. The interesting reason why I think we found out in the future of why they didn't coordinate better. Hamas didn't trust any line of communication to Hezbollah to let them know exactly what they were going to do if it wouldn't be accepted. The Iranian Revolutionary Government in Tehran, which obviously funds Hamas and Hezbollah, trains and arms, knew of the plan. It was a very successful attempt to highlight the state. They didn't get close to that, but they got worryingly closer than people might have thought. So it came wrong. I think from the Israeli side, it was obviously one of the most, if not the most catastrophic intelligence and military failure since the foundation of the state. And I think there are several reasons why. One is perception of what a lot of military funds and others describe as the conception. The conception that had prevailed in Israel for some years in the security military establishment was that Hamas were content with being corrupt and governing Gaza, lining their pockets and living in Qatar and becoming billionaires, but that like many other terrorist groups and cults, that they would
that's the first thing. So it was a massive error of the conception in Islam. And then there are the multiple manifold security and military things on there and leading on there. And there already have been, but a lot of people help to account for that. And there doubtless will be in the future as well. The single thing I heard, which I heard most, and which was most distressing in a way, was the number of people who described to me, who survived the massacres in the South, who said that, they'd said to their children, don't worry, the army will be here in minutes, and they weren't, in many cases, many hours, till the army got there. And there are reasons for that. There are some reasons that will be military failings, leadership failing. Other things were as I discovered, were very human failings. I don't want to overstress the failure of the army, because actually certain units have got down very fast. Certain units took it out and got down to the junction. 5 would take about an hour, 90 minutes of the massacres started and joined in the fight. And then there were self-starters where I found the more extraordinary people who just broke orders and just realized the magnitude of what happens and we need in the South go and fought very hard for hours, days, in some cases. But the complexities on the ground were unbelievable. As usually happens in warfare, but what they call the fog of war is a very real thing. You know what you can see it in hindsight, but you can't see when you're in it. And one of the things that made it very complicated was, for instance, Hamas coming in, taking uniforms off dead Israelis, wearing them, coming in with Israeli-style apparatus on them. So the Muslim doctor I quoted in the book who describes how he was going to his Israeli Muslim Arab, he was going to a doctor, he was going to his ship to hospital at 6:30 in the morning. The rockets start coming in, because the rockets started first, and then the foot failure. And he described to me how he's one of the members of this group, they had set up a first responders group, and then they sort of, they get an alert that tells them that, a car has crashed nearby, and they put on their, first aid kit, someone to go. And he got one of those alerts at the junction, and realised there was a car, something happened, their bodies, and he stops, and he sees these men dressed as soldiers, and they start, and he's wearing his Hatzalah gear, and they start firing at him. And he just thinks, what the hell is going on? And they turned out to be Hamas dressed as Israeli soldiers. They used them as a human shield to try to protect from anything there. The Sultan, in the end, they shot him and left him to survive. Very brave man. So there was a lot of confusion like that. The girl whose father she was at the Nova party, and I met him at one of the reunions of the party the weeks after, and the reunions of the survivors and families on it. He described it, how at the last moments of his daughter's life, she phoned him on her phone, like a lot of people, and he reassured her that just hung together from there and so on. Then her boyfriend was shot. Ed was lying on her lap, and she got the panic. They managed to get into a car and escape the party. They went to a community where they thought they'd be safe. They were told to stay where they were by somebody who she said was a policeman. He wasn't a policeman, he came out dressed as police, and she died. She was shot and killed as well. And so there was a lot of confusion like that.
you have a sense of how artificial intelligence data could happen? There's we have a temptation to call it conspiracy lab because it's such a giant intelligence failure. It seems that there was some manipulation for political reasons or for.
You don't need to go to conspiracy land. I think there are people who say that there were parts of the intelligence network and so on that might be withholding the information. I don't know. Again, people will find out. There's an awful lot of politics inside Israel, and it's hard to know that at this stage. I think most people are still Israeli and not Israeli, including people anti-Israel, who just believe that Israeli military and particularly intelligence dominance is so strong that there must have been some kind of conspiracy, otherwise how would it happen? I don't think you need to go into that. I think that, for instance, some of the young women at the occupation base are on the record, as she said, I've spoken to myself, who said that they had been warning in the weeks running up and said that they were seeing maneuvers and training by the border, which suggested that Hamas was going to do something of this. But they say that they were ignored. So you speak to some of the more senior commanders about that, and they say the thing is, this stuff is happening all the time. So it's very hard to know.
Can you talk through your understanding of who are the monsters, its history, and what it might be out? What's this?
Well, Hamas in a way quite easy to understand because they say what their ambitions are, they say what their beliefs are, they say it in their governing charter documents. And you also have the advantage of Hamas that they, as it were, trying to understand them, is that they tend to do what they say and act on what they believe. Primary aim of Hamas is to destroy the state of Israel and then see. They're not an unusual group that the bit of it that is hard for some people to understand, I think, is that they really do mean what they say, and that they really do mean what they say they want to do. And I give a number of examples for adopted, but the most obvious is the case of young Dustin as a leader who is generally respected and gets arranged to be seven for him. He a fair amount about him because in Israel in the 2000s for murdering Palestinians in Gaza, and he was released in the prison for in one of the more than 1,000 Palestinian prisons by Israel, who was released in a swamp, Gilad Shalit, for insult. And young Sinwar in prison in Israel talked to, among others, the dentist who ended up saving his life because young Sinwar had a brain tumor, and this dentist identified this, and I sent him to hospital. Israelis fakes and removed the tumor and saved Sinwar's life. The dentist was a speaker in prison regularly and was related on his news times, his conversations with Sinwar. And as Sinwar said in one of those conversations, he said, at the moment you is strong, but one day you'll be weak, and I'll come. And that's what he did.
Is it a hatred of Israel, though, or is it a hatred of Jews? Is there a level of nation to the one with
both? It's both. It originates from a religious mindset, but it's of course political as well. The Hamas Charter, some people sort of think the Hamas Charter is insignificant. So I've often noticed this slightly now that people do. Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Again, everything up basic things. But the Hamas Charter, among other things, quotes the Hadith, the end times will not come until all of the rocks in the trees shout out, and a Muslim, there's a Jew behind you, come and kill him. And that is, so Hamas is both obviously anti-Israeli, obviously, and anti-Jewish, obviously. And by the way, I mean, one of the many painful stories I tell in the book is the fact that so many people in the communities that they attack is not just that right community attack, wrong community attack, but so many of the communities they attack were communities which deeply dreamed of the idea of living in peace with their Palestinian neighbors. There's a woman whose name has become relatively famous since places like Silver, who is a peace activist who spent every weekend driving Gaza children from the border to, if they have very rare medical needs that could not be seen attention to this. It's like Gaza would drive into Israeli hospital. He spent every weekend doing that. Worked for all of us and left-wing peace organizations in Israel. And for a while after he said her neighbors and others thought that she had been taken captive in Gaza, that she had hostage posted for her, and there were appeals by the various peace organizations for Hamas to hand her over. But had actually been burnt alive in her home. This wasn't discussed for quite a long time because there was so little DNA left in her that it was very hard to identify remains in hers. So there were a lot of people in Gaza and Israel, the area around Gaza who would have been the people who wanted to live peacefully with Gaza someday. There's a certain among many, not irony, just among these pain days so overwhelming. These are the people help.
The response after the second case, and you still made a case that Israel went too far.
Well, the case that started from very early on, that critics of Israel had, was the claim that, I think I first heard it on about the 8th of October, whether I'd done anything in response, was the claim that Israel must act proportionately in response. And I have a critique of this that I've often expressed, which is that there is such a thing as proportionality in warfare. And at the same time, Israel is always accused of acting disproportionately. And the proportionality of the rest of the world, much of the rest of the world seems to think Israel should express in warfare is to have an equal level of suffering and killing on both sides. I don't think there's any more war that says that if you kill 1,200 people and you kidnap another 250, that's where the other side's allowed to do the same back. But that's what a lot of people think. And then when they see the death toll escalating on the Gaza side, they say Israel is acting disproportionately and is overreacting. That one is tricky because it's my belief, and again, this is a basic thing that has to be stated, that 9 million citizens of Israel constructed the house to 7th of October movement in America. You'd be talking about the day on which the attack happened in America, where 44,000 Americans were killed in one day and 10,000 American citizens taken hostage. Nobody can tell that if such an atrocity occurred, that America would not do whatever it needed to destroy the groups that had done that and to retrieve the hostages that they take.
Just on that point, I agree with you 100%. America would hit hard back. And a lot of America people feel different. But it's also possible that military-industrial complex, and politicians do something like the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, which would extend far beyond hitting back and actually do a thing that's destructive to everybody, including America financially, and the flourishing of America, the flourishing of man broadly, and the region, and the stability, and the war on terrorism, if that's a real thing. The war in Iraq and Afghanistan did not maybe succeed in defeating terrorism, but even making progress toward being more terrorist. So there's a justified feeling of hitting back and going after something like the modern is 9/11. And there's just the actual implementation. And it seems like the implementation can sometimes intended or unintended consequences that are bordering on war crimes. It's not right war crimes. No, it's general stuff. And I will look at Israel, where I think small land, everything is very compact. There's a lot of complexities that are well studied and we've talked about extensively.
Well, the two state aims of the Israelis after the 7th were to get hostages back and to destroy Hamas. And many people said that you could do one, but not both. And I actually think they've gone a long way to both. By no means everything goes to hostages this week and held in Gaza, including young America. And Hamas is not completely destroyed. It's very, very significant way it's not completely destroyed. But those are the two aims. I believe that I've never seen as much more as any outside observer. I've said that there's an exception maybe, but and so I think I can say with considerable certainty that the Israelis haven't done. There were various operations at the beginning, various plans which didn't happen, like storming straight in and getting, for instance, as many hostages as possible out of the Shifa complex, call the hospitals. That's also the Raidis to have mass command headquarters. And there was a more plan to maybe go and do that fast, but it was avoided because of deaths on all sides would likely happen. The Israelis did actually hold back at the beginning. There was a period of making sure that when they went into Gaza, they didn't do so in any way blind. The Gaza is a very built-up area population-wise. Is densely populated. Something, by the way, which people who claim frivolous Israel being genocide never think it happened. That Gaza population moved essentially straight before 2005. But yes, it's a densely populated area and it's an incredibly difficult place for the train of war because of one thing in particular, which is Hamas. Goes back to our conversation earlier, this is a much more extreme example. I mean, Hamas really don't play by the rules. In fact, they use all rules completely to debunk. It has to be reiterated. You are not meant to disguise your army as civilian. You're not meant to use places of care like hospitals as bases for military operations. You're not meant to use schools and places of worship as operating centers of war. And Hamas was always and is always does. And it does so with very obvious reason that for them the whole thing is a 2-for-1 offer. You get to operate everywhere. And if the Israelis operate anywhere, you claim that this is a war crime because how could they attack civilians. These people are dressed as civilians. These people live in war. So, and that's why everybody in Gaza sees right that knows the same thing. This is just incredibly difficult warfare of a kind that American troops have seen in the last 20 years, Fallujah and elsewhere, Kurdish militia, Peshmerga, all the fighting, our frontline troops in the war against is similar house in house, but by no means the same entrenched basis. Again, it can't be stressed enough that Hamas has used the years since the Ready for 2005 to build vast underground tunnel network. And again, it's obvious it has to be remembered and I quote one Hamas leader in the book saying, when they build their tunnels, they do so in order that their tunnels are used by them, Hamas, to store their weaponry, to secure their fighters, and to hold hostages. They do not build their underground tunnel networks for the safety of Gaza civilians avoiding aerial bombardment. And every difference in the world seems to me to exist between a country which does build bomb shelters for citizens and a government which builds bomb shelters with bombs. Can you discuss the flow of money here? So, how does Hamas, the leadership, use the money? So you started to talk about Hamas, but how much corruption is there? You just let it all out, because I think that's an important part of the future here. Totally corrupt. Every Hamas leader who's now dead died a billionaire. To say that they use Gaza's resources, or the resources that came into Gaza for their own ends, is vastly understating that. Hamas used everything that they to build the infrastructure of terror that allowed them to do the sevens and everything since. They militarized the whole of Gaza. They, by estimations of troops have been with them, every second of their house had weapons stashed there, bombs, RPGs, Kalashnikovs, rockets, tunnel entrances, the network that they just embedded all these years was total. One of the many tragedies of this is the whatever reading of the rights and wrongs of the Israeli war in 2005. It was an opportunity for the Gaza to become something else. It could have become a thriving state. It could have been a thriving Palestinian state. It's just that Hamas, like PLO before this, decided that they wanted to destroy Israel more than they wanted to create a Palestinian state. And that is to the great detriment of Palestinians in Gaza. To put it as mild as.
So just to outline here, leadership of Hamas are stealing the money from itself. So they're putting it in their pocket and then
By the American taxpayer, by the European taxpayer. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not just about stealing the money, it's about using the money and the infrastructure to annihilate the neighbor.
those two things. Corruption is from an economic perspective, it's also a signal of deep moral corruption because they're screwing over the Palestinian people.
Yeah, the cynicism says.
Yeah, and then with the money they do spend on the Palestinian cause, they're not doing that to build up Gaza. They're doing it to strengthen world terrorist superbullies, yes, of the terrorist organization. You have, maybe you can correct me on this, have said that the people of Gaza have some significant responsibility for the actions of the Hamas.
Yes, they're like the what ifs are endless, but very unwise in the George W. Bush administration to push for elections in Gaza after 2005. But Hamas were elected, and they then, in 2007, killed the other Palestinian faction that was their main challenger, Fatah. Killed them through mob rooftops, dragged their bodies behind boat lines through Gaza. From that point, they had total control. And this is difficult because you get into the realm of being accused of advocating for in any way justifying collective punishment. But if you talk about this, but it should be borne in mind that Hamas had effectively 18 years to run the Gaza, and that's the time it takes from the birth of a child to get a formal education. And in 18 years, they could have decided and produced a generation of young Gazans who were productive for their people, for their society, for their neighbors, the rest of the world, and they didn't. They spent 18 years indoctrinating the children of Gaza. They could have come into a genocidal hatred, which obviously was both dangerous and Israeli, but it was obviously disastrous for the people of Gaza. And there's just, you can speak to soldiers who were there in 2014 when Hamas started the war again. One of the set rounds of war since 2005. If you speak to the soldiers who were there in 2014 going against that, and who were also involved in the war since 2003, they all say the same thing, which is the marked radicalization of the Gaza population. The marked increase in so banal in a way to be decided. The numbers of copies of Mein Kampf in Arabic in an average Gazan household, the protocol for learning that was designed. There are so many what ifs and other powers that have asked to take it, that was the one they took. They decided to take the path of using their time and power to build up their infrastructure, radicalize the population, and encourage them to believe that they can destroy the business. And then on October 7th, they gave their best shot. And by the way, there is no organized collective punishment of citizens of Gaza. Collective punishment is you dropping bombs with no purpose across civilian areas can't get wrong. This is simply not what the IAF have done since they have been fighting a house-to-house war against this terrorist group. They do aerial strikes. Gaza is very, very badly beaten up. The buildings, the infrastructure that existed, there are many buildings standing. But this is not the result of just wild and imprecise bombing by the Israelis. It's been extremely concerted. It's extremely difficult. But when people say, well, this must be collective punishment, I think that the people who say that, you still think that's not true. And also, there is not a hostage who's come out. You don't have to open up. There is not a hostage who's come out who I've spoken to who found any Gaza Palestinians who it's from the 7 that haven't had recorded themselves, often taking young Jewish women into Gaza and so on. You will notice that the trucks and the motorbikes and so on are not stopped by horrified Gaza civilians saying, why have you got this Israeli girl who's tendon you cut, why are you bringing her here? It's all celebration. All celebration. And it's the same with those couple of cases of hostages who managed to escape from the civilian houses that were being held in, who were immediately killed by citizens.
Yeah, the celebration, I do wonder what percent of the population they represent. There's something really dark. There's several ways to explain celebration. It could be that there's a deep indoctrination where you do legitimately hate Jews. And there also could be a place of just deep desperation. And it's a kind of relief that you have to convince yourself that you're on the side of fighting for freedom in order to justify to yourself that this is the right way to fight out of desperation or extremely harsh conditions. Because the way we're kind of speaking about this with celebration, it's very easy to project the kind of evil of the populace that I'm very hesitant to project, especially on the general populace.
You don't have to project it onto them. You can just listen to their own words. I'm sure you've heard one of many audio recordings here from the morning. I'm sure you've heard the audio recording of the young man who ends up in one of the communities in the south of Israel, calls back home. Heard that?
Yes,
I quoted in the first chapter of the book. He calls back home. He says his father, who picks up, he's on WhatsApp. I think he's on the phone. He's saying, turn on WhatsApp because I can show you. He says, I killed 10 Jews in my own hand. So, Rabbi, your son's killed 10 Jews. And his father is saying, where are you? Where are you? I want to show you, Dad. I want to show you. I killed Jews in my own hands. Your son. But mother, the brother. This is one of many stories from the day that suggests something which I would say is not just indoctrination, but yes,
first of all, those phone calls are somehow uniquely horrific. But I've also heard recordings of phone calls made by Ukrainian soldiers to their parents and Russian soldiers. And they have not as intense, not as horrific, but they have a similar nature to them, which there's an aspect of the war where you dehumanize the other side, right? So in order to fight that war. So we have to remember that element is going to be there. In a time of war, in a time of desperation.
it would be a strange type of simple sort of pride and war to go into an 80-year-old woman's house and kill her on the floor and then film her dead body, her body in its final moments, and send it round to all of that woman's friends on her phone, on her Instagram account. You may have heard different from me, but I would be surprised if there were even most vociferous of Russian soldiers phoning back home to Moscow and saying, Mom, you weren't going to leave my life. I managed to rape and kill these 8-year-old women. That's quite unusual, even in warfare. And that's one of the things about Hamas and what I describe as the death cult types, which makes them different from other people.
But that's the channeling of evil and hatred and anger in the human spirit, but that doesn't make that person evil.
No, I disagree.
You commit that once.
I think that there is such a force as evil in the world. I think it can descend and it can be used. It's very hard to find a non-theological way to talk about this, but everything I've seen, there are actions that people like Hamas committed on the 7th that cannot be described as anything other than evil. And the things that happened in the Nova Party were especially appalling, especially appalling because, first of all, it's a sort of party which people like you, when I was younger, might have been there. And so everyone knows the world of the dance party, where it was desert to commune with nature and the universe and take some psychedelics and to expand your consciousness and your love. The fact that at 6:30 in the morning they encountered people coming in to the party on trucks and military vehicles and just massacring and raping them. And I mean, I give examples of the first-hand accounts of people who survived, but I mean, it's beyond belief of almost anything else I've come before. And it's because it seems so. I mean, an army facing another army is one thing. The terrorist group, people in clothing facing an army is another thing. But a terrorist group facing a group of young people in a dance, unarmed, and doing what they did is pretty hard to comprehend unless you use the Mexican people somewhere.
So that's it. Can you empathize with the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, with the destruction that resulted as a response?
Yes, what has happened in response is terrible. Terrible. I was there when the first time, a couple of days earlier, into the ground again, when the citizens of Gaza were coming south in the middle of the strip, the terror corridor being set up, trying to stop the hostages being taken south, in West Gaza, and trying to stop them as leadership. It actually didn't really work because they'd already got a lot of hostages south. It was an attempt to keep Hamas there, fight them north, so as not to be dragged all the way in. In the end, they dragged all the way in anyway. But yes, I mean, watching the citizens of Gaza moving through was being checked for bombs, suicide vests, checked for particularly young men of military age. This tide of human misery. It's terrible, but this is a terrible thing that's being brought on by the people who misgoverned the place that they lived in. And of course, on a human level, you feel terrible that these people are going through this. Human empathy for them can coexist beside an unspeakable anger that they had come to this point because of the fact that they had elected a terror group to run their territory. And one of the things is obviously a lot of people like to say it's true, of course, that this didn't all start on October 7th. Absolutely true. This particular intense round of war started on October 7th, without doubt. But it did not have to have happened. although they were forced to liberate themselves some but the conflict, of course, goes back a lot earlier. But you will have to always keep on contending this fact that there is one central issue or paradigm of that conflict. What used to be called the Arab-Israeli conflict now has become interestingly rebranded to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But there is one absolutely essential issue to this which cannot be forgotten. Do the Palestinians want a state, or do they want to destroy the Jewish state? And if they want to destroy the Jewish state, as they've heard many times, it's a disaster for them. It's a total disaster. If they want to create their own state, they've already had several very good shots at it, one of which is Gaza post-2005. But they've never shown in their leadership the desire to live with the Jewish state. And that's a catastrophe for the Palestinians.
Do you still have a case of the lived experience of Palestinians and pro-Palestinian forces that describe the Gaza situation as an occupation, the West Bank to in the case of Gaza, open air prison?
Take an order. There's nothing about Gaza that wants an open air prison. They have the ability to trade, they have the ability to move in and out in increasing numbers. Egypt wasn't so keen on allowing Palestinians from Gaza to Egypt, still isn't. But at the time of the 7th, there was actually an interesting one thing the international community was pushing for. There was more Palestinians were coming into Israel every day with the Arabs crossing the others to work in Israel because they could have better living in Israel and can't go. And this, as it were, normalization was slowly being attempted to be pushed on Israel by the international community because too fast for Israel's comfort. They have. That completely came to an end. That was done, gone. 6, 7 months.
So you clarify the dream, the normalization of
Normalization dream
in Gaza and Israel.
gone. But there will be, no normalization. No, not after that. And one of the reasons is the number of people, again, I've spoken with who deployed Palestinians, worked alongside us, encouraged more Palestinians to be coming from Gaza in order to work in Israel. These are their brothers and sisters and so on and so forth. One of the reasons why it makes it 7% was because of the number of the terrorists who came in, detailed house to house maps of those communities. I spoke with one man who, his community, they had a security officer, chief, and Hamas came in, and we need to go and kill him and his family first, and then which happened. It was just, I've seen the maps myself. They came in with incredibly accurate information about this community. How did they have this? Because it was given to them by the brothers, by the workers, by the cars and the company. So there is nobody that would trust that necessarily.
There's a lot of Palestinians that have lived and lived inside Israel. What are they saying? What are they feeling? And what are the Israelis feeling about them? Is there still camaraderie to some degree, or is it completely destroyed?
My observation at the beginning was that everyone's extremely wary. I mean, if you've worked beside someone and then found out they sold out your family, you'll never trust again. And that begins to become the word of that happening is that very fast. the very beginning there was intense fear about that, including of the 20% or so of the population who were Arab Israelis. I actually think one of the few sort of positive news stories of the period is that population within Israel is by and large held. It's not, there hasn't been an intifada. One of the reasons why there hasn't been more activity, terrorist activity, in the West Bank, Judea, and Samaria, because the Israelis have been very careful along with the Palestinian Authority to some extent cooperating to keep that down. But, there wasn't a full war on three fronts. So I think that the sort of coexistence within Israel is pretty much hard. There are some terrible trouble, far too regular, but not as regular as it could happen of Muslim Arab Israelis carrying out acts of terror as a bit sympathies with Hamas. I was in the middle of one such attack myself late last year. And those things have happened, but it's not that particular catastrophe. So we talk about a lot of people who spoke of evil, they refer to it as evil. On the spectrum between good and evil, as a leader, where does that young fall? Well, it's like not evil. It's interesting if people looking at this conflict would be reluctant to use the word evil of Hamas, eager to use it of the Israeli Prime Minister, would be sort of telling person.
Can we just actually look at that point? There is a point you've made multiple times, which is we're more eager to criticize and maybe over-exaggerate the criticism of democratically elected leaders.
Yes.
It's a dark, weird, other quality of discourse at parties, aforementioned parties.
Isn't it also, look, to be flippant for a moment, it's a little bit like, who do you show your worst side? People you love. It's like, my intense irritability is something that tends to be felt most by people who are closest to me. Like, if I express it to absolutely everybody I met at the party or social setting, it would be hard. There's a tendency to lean heavily on the people who are closest, the people who will put up with it. And something similar happens in national politics. You pressure the people who will listen. It's one of the things you hear about last week, sort of ignoramus in governments in places like Britain. So we need to put more pressure on the Israelis to do things. Well, in part that's because they will listen. If we need to put more pressure on the Ayatollahs in Iran to persuade them that Hamas is really bad and they shouldn't be doing this. What the hell do you think they're going to do? They're going to listen to them down? They're just talking two different words. Not just a different language, a different word. And by the way, that happened in Israel. Actually, that happened when the hostage families forum came about. I spent a lot of time there, but no longer family. They're remarkable. But one of the things we did notice with them as well was that a lot of them, they protest outside Netanyahu's house, they klaxon on to make sure he doesn't go to sleep, they will put up great posters by his house of him with bloody hands and so on. And I have, I think it might simply that you can, for these families, the plight of knowing that your child is sitting in a tunnel in Gaza for a year, a day, an hour, is intolerable. But there's a reason why the families protested Netanyahu. And that's because Sinwar didn't care. That wouldn't work if you said, are you, understand my plight. I'm a Jewish mother and my daughter is sick. Thinks Sinwar, the heads of Hamas. Think the leaders in Qatar who host the care. Qatarian mother of Sinwar was killed. Jesus. You couldn't talk that language to people, but you can talk that language to them. Because that, first of all, he's somebody who might listen to your pressure, could be pressure. And secondly, he's simply the only person who can pressure. There's no one else. Hamas doesn't care. Everyone doesn't care. Iranian Revolution doesn't care.
Yeah, so let's just say once again the obvious thing. While it is possible to discuss Hamas soldiers as freedom fighters, I'm not one of the folks that can take that perspective. It's a tough one to take. So this goes to the man from the land of peace and the man from the land of war. There's a lived experience of what it means to grow up in Gaza. And if you fully load that into your brain in a real way, not using the words of good and evil, but in a very deep human sense, from that place of desperation, from your home and your family is destroyed, doesn't matter why, doesn't matter if there's evil, go all around you can cause it, doesn't matter if the facts are facts. From that place, somebody who's fighting for you feel like a freedom fighter. I think it should be called out that, yes, you feel that way from the lived experience, but Hamas is very clearly, as we're talking about that after, Hamas is evil. Okay. Now, you can still, in that context, discuss the degree to which Netanyahu is the right leader for this moment, and whether he goes too far, whether he's too politically selfish in the decisions he makes, whether he's too much a warmonger, whether he's utilizing the war for his own political gains, and is not caring about the death of civilians in Gaza, for example, but more caring about his own political maintaining power. That's a perspective that I can feel, man. That's a perspective worth discussing, and that's a perspective that he in Israel when they criticize Netanyahu. He's increasingly less and less popular.
I think both of us, Malcolm, but you were saying,
I make my own poll, and I put in my poll. I'm the greatest, I'm the nicest, and the coolest person in the world. 100% of people agree.
so I think it's enough of that much.
Yeah.
You laughed a little too much. Hang on, more than the joke.
Yeah.
But you were saying, but I think
Yeah. Okay, let's steel man the criticism of that guy. And then steel man the case for him.
Right. Look, the most devastating thing that I want to get to is that the seventh happened was watching after the Cold War in 1993, Golda Meir, very distinguished Prime Minister of Israel, remarkable that she effectively took the political hit for the Yom Kippur invasion by Israel Arab neighbors happening on her watch. And I thought that most critics, fair-minded critics of that time, inside Israel was hold back against it. I suppose one of the criticisms you hear a lot as well is this thing of Israel being divided in the year before itself because of the judicial reform. I think it's a strong case for judicial reforms in Israel, but it's a niche Israeli governance issue. You don't have to get into the point is that Netanyahu's government pushing these reforms through judicial reforms, and it's very divisive, and
Aviv, and other cities every weekend. There were protests, and the police were hired. They spent week after week on overtime police protests, often more cases, obviously, by some environment. And you could say, well, if you see something is dividing your country this much, how do you stop? There is a claim by some people that one of the things from the 7th was that Hamas, the actors in Qatar and Iraq, saw the Israeli society, saw the Israeli population in significant. They're talking every week on the streets, shutting down highways, shutting down services and so on, and thought, good, now's the time. In other words, what I quoted Sinwar as saying earlier when he was in prison in Israel was, this thing, one day you'll be weaker than I. Struggling. Maybe that is one of the things that Sinwar thought. Israel was very weak, divided, and then there's argument that the 7th was in preparation being planned before the judicial reform process in Israel began. So you can look at it several ways. But you could use that. You could say, hey, look, this is, your nation is divided. Don't push through any more of that. There's lots of things like that. You could say that Netanyahu was one of the people responsible for the inception. You could, there were critics of his, and he critical cabinet who thought that he was too focused on Hamas, not focused on Hezbollah, other people who think he's focused on Hezbollah and not on Hamas. And many other criticisms that people make of him. I would say I've interviewed, I think, every political leader in Europe right for that, pretty much. And I have to say, I don't think there's any of them that wouldn't be responding similarly to the 7th of October to the way he has.
Okay, so that's side issue. Outside of issue, like you said, he is one of the most hated people in the world. Just the relative, he's sort of blocked by a lot of people. But there's a lot of people that, there are a lot of psychological effects that might explain that.
I mean, it's sort of strange. If there is a widespread global loathing of Prime Minister of the country, facing out many people.
Yeah, that might mean something more than the hatred of the military actions or policies of the one person.
I mean, there's an awful lot of people that hate him. There's a lot of wars. It's always of interest. Obviously, some of the ones that go into Marx's death is this question of why is this so galvanized for so many people? And I think that is a very, very interesting question. Why? By the way, let me do a quick addendum to that. You can notice something else that when people talk about the Republican failures in foreign policy in the last 30 years or so, it's very interesting. There's a certain type of person who will immediately mention Paul Wolfowitz. Yeah. And they will say, well, Wolfowitz, you mean Deputy Undersecretary of Defense and George W. Bush? He guided everything. Why would that be? Other than the fact that his neck aim, like Simon said, starts with nasty animals and ends Jewish. I mean, so I do think that there are very deep things at play. There are very deep things at play. Netanyahu, irrespective of anything he does, for a lot of people, is the kind of devil. And you have to say, well, why is that? Now, of course, some people say that's because he's terrible hawkishness reaction. The case for Netanyahu is
that he sees it as his historic purpose to defend the only homeland of the Jewish people, and that that's his life's mission. And on that basis, I think he would write any man of historic that he has warned the world about the threat from the Mullahs of Tehran, warned about Iranian revolutionary expansion across the region, across Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. And after the 7th, he has held together a very, very difficult set of challenges to keep international pressure at a tolerable level to do all sorts of things, but most importantly, to oversee the two war entities that happen. I thought, let me just be clear, I thought, like a lot of people, when I heard about the hostages, my immediate instinct was they're all dead. They're all going to be dead. We'll never see them again. And that was the attitude of a lot of Israelis. But although there were still hostages being held, one said we were any part of the back, or at least the beginning of the end, people get to market there. Nevertheless, because of the actions of not just that kind most of the hostages have been returned who did not expect this to happen. And Hamas has not been completely destroyed. It's been very, very significantly degraded. And you end up in the definition of what total destruction of Hamas would look like. But they are not anywhere near the capability they were in November of 2023. Their leadership has almost all been killed. The second tier of leadership almost all gone. And this is a just response to what Hamas did. The moment Netanyahu's reputation in Israel was a little low early on because of what had happened. But there's no doubt, as I say in the Final Chapter book, of the General Slim and this phrase, from defeat into victory. Israel isn't a victory in this conflict, but when in September last year there were a set of operational systems so extraordinary that, I mean, it was just like every day's news was. There was one day I remember when after the Assad regime fell, the Israeli Air Force took out the entirety of the Syrian Air Force in a day because they didn't want it to happen in the jihadist administration in Syria. It was story number 4 on the BBC News. The leadership of Hezbollah gone. The second and third gone or wounded. Iran's Rolls Royce destroyed. These are very, very significant military achievements, and are, in my mind, a just response to the attempts by Hezbollah, Hamas, and other Iranian proxies to destroy the Jewish state. Would another Israeli leader have been able to hold firm as Netanyahu has? I don't know. But I do know that any of them would have done something similar, or would have tried to do something similar. Because there's no country on earth, no market on earth, which could possibly not respond to such an atrocity.
The point, the underlying point you made, why do so many people want to call him hero? So the implication is it's not just a hatred of the hero, There's an ocean of hatred for the Jews. Why is there so much hatred for Jews in the world?
I would say there's one reason in particular. It's a stupid and gullible person's emails. Why does certain things happen? What is our explanation of chance or unfairness or any number of things? Easiest, stupidest person's explanation is there's a small group of people doing it.
Let's not say stupidest. There's something in the human mind that craves a nice, clean theory of everything, right? That goes all apart. It's not just stupidest, lowest grade, right? Because I had that desire too to simplify it, like
Be a bit anti-Semitic, what?
we've all been in this notion of there, it's fine. I mean, maybe it's a mathematician, they say, to find simple explanation for everything. Right. That's nice for everything.
Right.
Historians do this. Like, analyzing why the Roman Empire collapsed. It's so nice to have one, especially if it's a counterintuitive explanation. It's one of the bigger notions, right? It's an explanation for all the problems in the world.
The lowest resolution analysis, right?
Why is there traffic? Why did my wife leave me? Why did my cheating on me? Why did I lose my job? Why did I not get the job? So even on the personal level,
Especially on the first one. What? I don't know, get everything. Somebody must have held me back.
and it's just that hatred of Jews has been such a popular go-to throughout history. You just always return back to the hits, I guess. And like, what is it special about the Jews as a group that people have to hate? Is it just a small number of people?
Yes, everything.
Successful.
One is without by any means saying this in general, but disproportionately highly accomplished in certain fields at certain times. Prominently, but prominent slightly got their numbers in certain places. It's not a full explanation. I mean, all sorts of historical reasons why Jews were involved in banking. But then there are also historic reasons why the Scottish people were involved in banking. And to this day, you don't find many people who play more international finance property than Scots. So there are just like easy grooves people fall into, it seems to me.
I should also mention that banking is money is a thing that people go to. But Jews have been disproportionately successful in scientists and engineering, mathematics,
Yes,
and the arts, and so on.
a sensible person would try to work out why that is and see what it can replicate. I don't use the word stupid again now. A different type of person, I'm sure that a different type of person would look at that and say that must mean they took something from me. And that's the most zero-sum game there is. It's an endlessly fascinating subject because it seems to me that it's almost certainly a sort of analytical temptation of the human spirit and its ugliness and cheapness. But because it's back in our day, there's some analysis again. And I would say two things about it. One is, as I and others have said many times in the past, one of the fascinating things about anti-Semitism is that it can cover everything at once. So the Jews get hated for being rich and for being poor, both for being Rothschilds and for being Eastern European Jews. Let's get to the problem. They can be hated for being religious and for being anti-religious and producing Marxism, for instance. Hated for religiosity and secularism. They can be hated for most recently simply not having a state and therefore being religious cosmopolitan. also hated for having a state. And that makes it something very unusual, actually, human bigotry and bias and prejudice. But the real thing is, when I get curious about the Grossman says at the center of life is faith. Almost everything that's worth saying about anti-Semitism, Grossman's genius, that he could say in 3 to 4 pages what most people couldn't say in an entire life, after life study. But there's this passage in Life and Faith, I quote in my book, which just bowls me over when he says, the interesting thing about anti-Semitism, he says you can meet it everywhere, in the Academy of Science and in the games that children play in the yard. But Grossman's great insight is, he says, everywhere it tells you not about the Jews, but about the person making it. Okay. And the most important gift he gives is when he describes it as a mirror to the person who is making the claim, culminating in this popular. Which is, he says, tell me what you accuse the Jews of, I'll tell you what you're guilty of. It's a searingly brilliant insight. The Iranian revolutionary government accuses Israel of being a colonial. The Iranian revolutionary government has been colonizing the Middle East throughout our lifetimes. The Turkish government accuses the Jewish state of being guilty of occupation. Do you know Northern Cyprus? Turks have been occupying half of Cyprus since the 1970s. Cyprus is an EU member state and Turkey is in NATO. So, you could do this on and on. The people who accuse the Jewish state, like the people who accuse of something, almost without fail, is the thing they're doing. Look at the supporters of Hamas. One of the things they say is that Israel is guilty of indiscriminate killing. Hamas? Hello? What were you doing? You see, there are these crazy guys online who repeatedly claim that for some reason Israeli soldiers will rape Palestinians or anything, whether in a prison or on the back or in a hospital. It erupts. People go around and say, oh my God, IBF, the rapist. Excuse me? You're the ones who spent the years after 2016 saying believe all women. Then from the 7th of October said believe all women except for Jewish women who say they've been raped or seen their friends raped. And then you say, aha, the Jews are rapists. You've been carrying water for rapists and then go and accuse Jews of rape. I mean, it just works. Every way you do it, it works. I do think the thing of psychological projection in the case of Israel is wild. I mean, it is wild. But by the way, there's an interesting thing on this that I try to get into in the book, which is this thing of why did so much we're seeing in New York. There was not one protest against Hamas in New York after the 7th of October. The Believe All Women crowd didn't come out against Hamas's rapes. The Black Lives Matter movement did not turn their attention to the killing of Israeli children. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. The one thing that did happen, very prominently, was that people came out to attack the people being attacked. And as I say in the book, I saw that myself down the road in Times Square on October the 8th. Total of frigging 8. The protests are in Times Square
this is something that deserves deep self-examination. People in the West who've seen this movement overwhelm parts of our society, degraded parts of bits of universities, and so on. And I think there's an explanation for it, which again goes back to that issue of projection. When you and I last talked on camera, when we talked about my last book, War in the West, I remember saying to you there, one of the things I was talking about in that book was the deeply, wildly biased, unfair, and inaccurate estimation of the Western past, whereby, America's original sin had to be identified in the original sin as slavery. So America has an original sin. Does Ghana have an original sin? No one knows. No one really going to point one out. And you go on and on with these things that identify the War in the West, these sins of the West. And they have in recent years been reduced to the claim that countries like the one we're sitting in are guilty of what? Colonialism, settlement, white supremacy, slavery, genocide, and a couple of others. One of the things I remember saying to you when we spoke was that one of the deep problems of setting up that system of thought, pseudo, non-thought, would be thought, is that there's nothing you can do about it. Even if it was true, there's nothing you can do about it. If it turned out that your ancestors in the 18th century were certainly slaves, then what are you going to do? There's no mechanism to forgive or be forgiven because you didn't do it, and there's no one else who could accept the apology. And I remember setting it up there and set up this very, very risky, dangerous, unforgivable, unforgiving thing that we set up about our society. But I would say that since October 7th, there has been an answer for a certain kind of person, which is, I am from a society where I've been told I am guilty of settler colonialism, white supremacy, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and more. I've been told all of these things. I have been put in an unget-outable of situation of moral burden that can never be relieved because I can't ask anyone for forgiveness and nobody can forgive me. But here's a country which I can accuse of all of these things in the here and now. What owes my energy, my guilt, my burden onto, and what's more, I might be able to end it, and by doing so, would relieve myself. And in other words, there's like to a quite like tweak, of course, with the people in America and Australia before that, but tweak them all. On this occasion, tell me what you accuse the Jews of, and I'll tell you what you've been told you're guilty of.
Yeah, it's an issue kind of projection. Just to observe some of the sociological phenomena here on top of all this, it does seem that hatred of Jews gets a lot of engagement online. Is this, so I watch it like a curiosity, like I'm an alien observing Earth. Is it dangerous to you, or is it just a bunch of trolls and grifters, let's say cosplaying as Nazis? It's just could be both fun to trigger the loops.
It could be all this, it's anything that is or more. Taboos, taboos can be fun to break, I suppose so. Some people online who have grown up knowing that, since the Holocaust
anti-Semitism was to move, and they run out of what we're saying now. It's the word Holocaust. They say, I've heard enough about that. And maybe those people have gone off in a direction as a result of it. I think that's a detail compared to the real thing is the anti-Semitism man, and there is a stuff about that mother. Isn't it that? Like a what? Well, it never goes away. It's just that it's since seven. I think that it's had a greater status, and this isn't to say that in any criticism as well as anti-Semitism, it doesn't. But as I have often said, we don't ever express any interest in the murder of Muslims in Syria, not any interest in genocide in Sudan, killing hundreds of thousands of people in Yemen. But on the 8th of October, we were through the Black Holocaust. I'm sorry, you're anti-Semite, for sure. I mean, I know you are. But that's what's going on.
It gets a lot of
It does. It does. But I mean, it's one of several things you can always see get huge engagement. It's like if you say that there's like a massive pedophile ring run by prominent politicians, it might be a total bullshit. Like bullshit, but it's a public engagement.
Yeah, but that's still those pedophile rings that Epstein Island, that kind of stuff.
Always very interesting.
Yeah, it's like great. All right, cool. Let's get behind that conspiracy. But the Jews, the hatred of Jews, still that's the greatest hate. Still,
It is. I see it with some of the people who've made minor celebrities themselves. With a sort of made up version of history, this smattering of this and a little bit of that, and then just asking questions, not saying. Or there's certain, rhetorical sleights of hand that have helped us along. But as I said earlier, it's just like the lowest grade explanation of a certain type of mind looking for a pattern and looking for meaning. And I can give you just one quick example of why that indicates is so extraordinary. Is the number of otherwise semi-intelligent people who will tell you that the problem is simple. That the Israelis need to give the Palestinians another state. And that if they do, it will solve the problem of the region and the White House. And irrespective of the fact that Palestinians have been given several states, the claim that this particular land dispute would unlock every other injustice in the world should be seen on its face to be preposterous. There is no reason why if the Palestinians has got another state, either in Gaza or in parts of Israel and Samaria and the West Bank. There is no reason why we should expect the economy of Yemen to boom. It would not inevitably lead to the mullahs in Tehran giving equal rights to women or anything else. It would solve. It would simply have another failed Arab state run by a sort of proxy Tehran. That's the best case scenario. I mean, lifelong defense of Palestine or Salman. He said I've always been a supporter of Palestinian people, but it's an unavoidable fact that if another state was given to Palestine, it would simply be at best another front for the Israeli people. Then, so why the passion about it? Why the unbelievable wild passion about it? Why did that? And I say some of it can be, should be argued out, and some of it can be explained. But
there's definitely a realm of it, a layer, which is simply at that level of this excites something within me. This excites something. Yeah, there's something compelling to people about it.
Look at the prominence of the so-called, some prominent people who are willing to play around with the idea that 9/11 was an inside job, often somehow done by the Israelis. I mean, the Jews. I mean, look at like this shit is going around.
I have to admit, there's a part of my brain that's full of those conspiracies. There's something compelling and fun, but a simple explanation of things, what's really going on behind the scenes. Because the real world, when you don't look at the conspiracies, first of all, it's complicated. Second of all, it's kind of boring. Much of incompetent people.
Usually opening up Pandora's box that they don't understand.
Yeah,
It's pushing buffoons.
I've been, I've walked around and talked with people. So, like, I think I learned is they're just human beings. There's not, I've yet to be in a room where exceptionally brilliant psychopaths are plotting.
You never got that invite?
No. In fact, like, a lot of people, they're just not good. I mean, people continuously disappointed if they're not. I love confidence. The places where I've seen confidence influence of it is in low level, like soldiers, like low level, what do you call that? People that do stuff for so buildings, different kinds of engineering, like craftsmen. Like I've seen
Yes, because you've got a very specific task that could be highly complicated, but you get to apply yourself to solve.
over years you master it, master about generations and so on. But like statecraft, like that kind of stuff.
Well, it's because there's so many variables. I mean, this is what I mean when you're kind of going on the prognostication of Ukraine. And I was saying, I've seen enough to know. I just don't know because I know the amount of things that can change all the time. I was some years ago. I was talking to a former public servant in the UK when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister and COVID started. I mentioned to this friend, I said, well, it's pretty bad luck for Boris that he came in to do one thing, which is Brexit, and then there's a global pandemic from Wuhan, and he's got to like mug up on that, and then get maybe Rothschild anyway. And I was really struck by the fact that no, great, except disagreed. He said to me, the virus is always like this. And he said, Tony Blair came into power in 1997, wanted to reform education. Ends up trying to remake the Middle East. And I do, as I say, one reason why I am supportive of conspiracy theories. And most conspiracy theories, not to say that there aren't some who actually turn out to be, the dad's on the end of it. That happens. A lot of things are called conspiracy theories turn out to be true. Gladly. But in general, the suspicion and the scorn I have for people who fall into this, per se, is a very low grade, low resolution look at the world. Like you clearly have never seen the wildness of actions in the world and the way that they reverberate and the number of events. I mean, I once spoke some years ago to a politician who literally said to me, I won't name the country, said to me, can you help that with just how to cope on with the day and understand day-to-day struggle we're having with the cycle? And I said, well, like, what are you talking about? And they said, our experience in government is that every day something comes up which we have to fire. And that's what we do that day. And then the next day something else comes up which we have to fire. And we're not getting our policies And I just, for me, that rings an awful lot truer than that country gets the odd phone call from a member of a Jewish family telling them, it's like, come on. So that, that's,
I do prefer to hear we're asking about Iran. What role do they play in this conflict? It's fascinating how it seems like Iran is fingerprints everywhere in the Middle East. And it's also fascinating that I have a lot of my best friends are. It's fascinating that there's a lot of revolution in Iran. Took the country from a leadership perspective backwards in such a drastic way, and that they're still in power. That confuses me because it's possible I don't know the people in Iran. Sorry, obviously, but I just have a lot of friends in Iran. And a lot of them, everybody I know there opposes the regime. And they're brilliant, educated, thoughtful, worldly people. And it confuses me that this is one of the, I would say, one of the greatest nations on earth.
just one of the great cultures.
Cultures and just the peoples in Iran. Yeah. And you look at that, and you look at the leadership, with their behind most of the terror groups
In the region. So,
can you just speak to that and how is it still the same?
I know, as you know, I started on the bottom of that coast with a flight taking the Ayatollah Khomeini from Paris to Iran.
The flight that you say we should never have.
I think it's one of the two worst journeys in the 20th century.
What's the other one?
Lenin's train.
That's right.
It's quite a transportation. It's something, but yes, I know. I'm looking at transportation. No, Mike. Wait till my book of 10 best journeys. Just as the train within the station. The Russian. You saw the flight coming from Paris, bringing Ayatollah Khomeini to Iran. Talk about Aslas of Khomeini, the most radical form of Shiite Islam. With Iran, then Iran. It's one of the great tragedies of the modern era. What happened there? Like you, actually, I have a lot of close friends. I had a great fortune early in my life to have a very close, made friend who had grown up in the revolution in Iran. Was very fond of the Shah and so on. Father being an Ayatollah for the Shah. But, and everyone had criticisms of it. But when you saw what came after him, it was among other things what I learned from and other friends that region was that two things. One is, of course, it's a sort of several conservative inside. It can always be worse. They can always be worse. Never say this is rock bottom because like you might have a Shah with hundreds or even thousands of political prisoners in cells, but you could always have Ayatollah Khomeini butchering for, and including the people who helped him get to power, like communists and trade unionists who simply were fighting against the Shah and were very useful to the Ayatollah because they didn't need them anymore. But the other thing I learned that particular friend and others was that this thing that, and again, it's very hard for Western mindset, very hard for American mindset, that there is such a thing as fanaticism, real fanaticism, and real ideological, real religious fanaticism, and the thing I described is the death cult mindset. That fanaticism is something which is very easy for the West to get because we haven't seen it. We get very distant echoes of it in our societies immediately. And we're highly attuned to
idea, which is good in some ways. But Khomeini is not only asked to set that in Project Future in the nation, but he's managed to keep it something which is successful now. And the question is why gets to one of the reasons. The biggest question is that has to be understood, the answer to which has to be understood, which is what's something that Sid says at one point, about Kogo, the passage where he describes when we heard the footsteps of the staircase and the knock was on our neighbor's door, and we knew our neighbor. Why did we not stop? And in the case of the revolutionary government in Iran, it's the same answer as Governor Gaza with the people working in Gaza who would like to see them on the front of it. People don't feel like this. But despite the rhetoric and everything else, everything changes. It's never done it. And yet, when the Green Revolution in 2009 started, why was it? Why did it? Why you might sort of ring into my frequent post one day get their country back? Why didn't these smart young students why after they came out, why was it put down? It was put down because the Bastille militia will shoot you in the head and they'll take you to a prison as they did in the Iranian students and they'll break you off and kill you. And even a little bit of that goes awfully long way to tell the rest of society not to do it again. We know it happens like that in a film, but do you think people understand that regimes like that operate like that on a grand scale, on the biggest scale, and with the ultimate brutality? And that's how they say it happened. And one other thing on that, by the way, which is, I was reminded of this the other day, but thinking about this, what I just described as sort of a problem in democracy. We just, we like to think everyone thinks like us, and, we like everyone to sort of be like us. We believe fictions that we're taught in films like, everyone basically wants the same things as us, and you haven't stepped outside the wall of the city, things like that. But the second thing is this thing of the left of why we sort of simply fail to understand this is possible. But Khomeinism is both very specific and also very strongly linked to totalitarian and radical extremist death cult movements that are not that far in our past. I mean, there's a moment in when Ariana Blanche interviewed Khomeini in 1979, one of the very few Western journalists to do so, she says to him, these people, this big movement, this revolution you've begun, it's guided by hate. It's hate. It's all hate. And Khomeini says, no, it's love. It's love. And it's actually a scene with the this Stalin versus Rothschild, when that comes out taking out. But I was thinking about this recently because I was thinking, but how can you explain to a Western mindset that going on? There are people directed by this hate that calls itself love. This. And I was reminded of a book I haven't read since I was probably too young. It made a great impression on me then. Did you ever read the Tragic Sense of Life? Miguel de Unamuno, the great Spanish existentialist philosopher who died in the 30s. Inamura had an encounter with students at the university in the first, when you realize, and this is the early period, the Francoists, the Rivera, those people. Inamura is at this meeting, and the chant goes up from the eager students who were forward into this phalangist Francoist ideology. They end up chanting in front of us. He's trying to defend the principles by which he has lived his life. They end up chanting in front of him, Viva la muerte, long live death, long live death. And he tries to explain to this is a necrophilic attack. But those young men in pre-Franco Spain shouting long live death, they have their counterparts today. They are the people who told Americans, Westerners, Israelis, and others lines like, we love death more than you love life.
Yeah, that's the line you're referring to. That's a really difficult line to run it. You base your whole existence on that notion. Then you're there to the world. That's a good foundation for committing to it. I have to ask because you mentioned that interview. You had a good interview with Benjamin Netanyahu after October 7th. I've been very fortunate to get the opportunity to interview a few more leaders. It looks like I'll interview Vladimir Putin and others. One, I have a general question about how do you interview people like this? Maybe you put your historian hat on, of like how do you approach the interview of world leaders such that you can deep understanding in the hope that that adds to the compassion of the world. Like, I have a deep sense that understanding people you might hate helps in the long run for history to add compassion for the world. But even just to add understanding is difficult for this type of project. And maybe it's more useful to think about from a historian perspective of how you need to introduce somebody like Hitler or Stalin or Churchill, FDR, not, I think about this a lot, especially if it's, 2, 3, 4, 5 hour conversation.
What is a lot of weight on you when you do that?
From where? So, like, who's watching? Is it historians 20 years from then?
Who knows? Like, the whole data might be white. I suspect there's a weight on you because every major world leader you interview, and you've done some amazing ones, presumably you have a sense, you're saying you've got to ask him about this. You can't not address this. And that's a very challenging one because, of course, although in interviews a politician should not be supine, nor can it be endlessly interrogative because, like, you're not the prosecutor. They don't have to be the guilty party answering to you. And I've noticed that a number of people who interview people, world leaders and others, who go in with a set of sort of those things. And at some point, the other party just, I don't need this. And people criticize it and don't realize that. You just can't do that.
Yeah, I suppose what you're behaving the way they do, although I have increasingly less respect for journalists. The average journalist. I have more and more respect for the great journalists as my respect for the average journalist decreases. Because a lot of journalists seem to be signaling to their own. But there's a lot of pressure on people in that situation to ask what I would say is the dumb question. Why is it the dumb question? The adversarial question. that the world leader, the person is ready for, has answered that question. And what you're trying to do, I guess, one, to signal you've asked the question to push them.
Yes.
Two, you're trying to like just create drama. Because really what people that ask you to ask that question, they want you to embarrass that person. They hate them and they want you to make them piss their pants or something. They just start crying and run out of that. Yeah. Walk out in a way that's embarrassing to them. Like, look at that pathetic person. And that reveals to me nothing, except maybe the weakness of that interviewee that they can't stand up to the tough question. But mostly, like, I had to do a lot of things. You get attacked a lot. If you ask questions from a place of curiosity that actually has a chance to reveal who the person is.
There's a very interesting line of Robin Day, very Simpson, go back to a very Simpson, go back to the day, has said about Jeremy Paxman, who was very interrogative if you were in the UK. Robin Day, who was quite good at being rude toward him, said the problem with the new approaches he saw in the 90s was, he said, if you think the person you're speaking to is a liar, you should get them to reveal that they're a liar. Don't just call them a liar. And I think that is, again, it's something that a lot of people sitting on the other side of the screen realize, is that it may satisfy them that you call a person a liar in their face, but it doesn't do anything. And it actually reveals nothing. If somebody is a liar and they reveal themselves to be a liar, then that's something else. But yes, I mean, I hear you obviously you have a lot of different voices telling me what to do. It's also difficult because one of the things that I continue to really understand is that in the end, it's just you. I'm sure you have this about Putin. People say, I know exactly how to do it. They can give endless advice. The endless use sitting down talking to them. It's like everybody knows how to behave on the presidential debate stage, but only a few people have done it. In person, it's actually really difficult. It's very difficult because you've got all this weird behind the scenes stuff as well. You've got all the games people do that. I mean, yeah, but these runs. I'm pretty fearless in general, and he was a very human, very fascinating human. But there is soldiers who can't stay all around.
You didn't have anyone? No one was on your side?
I one friend lost crazy. You never know. You could turn on.
You did feel crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, that doesn't have. By the way, I should mention that it's hilarious, but process-wise, with the Intermodium, but anyway, they don't. They said it was scripted and all this kind of stuff. I would never do anything scripted. They don't get to have to say anything I ask. That's complete freedom. Sometimes you'll have people on the team very politely nudge, like, "Hey, can you?" And I'll very politely say, "Thank you," like smile. But that doesn't mean I have to fucking do it. I can do whatever the hell I want. The section you fight with more people doesn't happen. It happens more with CEOs because they have like comms people. They'll just be like very polite. Hey, oh yes, about when they that sexual assault or asking charges. Yes, there's no reason to make that. One of my favorite anyone ever said. But does any ever happen? I've never come to cases of this happening private. Some a friend of mine once years ago was debating against this is before the war, the Civil War, so was debating something to do with the Middle East, and one of the people on the other side was the then Syrian ambassador in London. The then Syrian ambassador in London says something about the Israeli troops and Palestinians, and my friend standing there starts talking about Assad Senior's massacre of Palestinians in Hammer, where he killed
friend starts talking about the Hammer massacre as I've seen, and if that Syrian ambassador stands up to respond, and he says, that's none of your business. And my friend was like, oh, I thought we were going to get a denial.
Let me just ask one more thing about that. Yeah. Because I also had the opportunity to do a 3-hour interview with him at this stage. And I've been, if I'm just being honest, very hesitant to do it. And I just don't know how a conversation there could help action the world. And that particular topic, no matter how well you do it, you take on a very large number of people that will just make it their daily activity to hate you and to write about it, to post about it, to accuse you of things. In some sense, I don't want to lose the part of this small moment with good.
People have very little understanding of things if they're willing to say that because you're sitting down and talking to somebody, you are ergo platforming them, advancing their cause, in you being a show or whatever like that. It might be actually just finding some things out so they're becoming new expert. And I don't think you're great is that they, life is long. And, hopefully God willing, we both have a long time. And therefore you don't blow everything up that requests some twat online. But I do think that a superpower of a kind is to identify the people who really care and worry about their opinion and no one else. And just keep your own guiding light. That's what's sort of, for me, I've always said I don't care about it because my opinion, millions of people disagree. I might be curious, and if I can see it doesn't fundamentally, that's not right. I'll send you Churchill's great speech on the death of change. I mean it. He says one of the most wise and brilliant things. I was thinking about this like earlier on my first because one of Churchill's greatnesses was his magnanimity. And when his great political opponent, Chamberlain, died in 1940, Churchill had just taken over as Prime Minister, could have used the opportunity. And we might even say that some politicians are not very good at he could have used the opportunity to say, you see, I was right. You understand how you put us into this mess, and you should have all listened to me. Because that would have been a good time. Yeah, it would have been a good time, so that would have been one for the win, as they say. But Churchill doesn't do that in his great eulogy for Chamberlain. He talks about how hard it is for mankind to operate in the world and how you can do it successfully. He very movingly says, he doesn't even mention it, he says what would never change his thoughts. He says, desiring of human peace, seeking peace. And he said, because he had this, he was led astray by a very wicked man. But then he has this great passage where Churchill says, beautiful resonant passage about how he says it's not given to men happily for them, for otherwise life would be intolerable to foresee or predict to anybody except down public. And he says, in for one phase, men seem to be right, and another they're proved wrong. There's a different scale of values emerging. And he says, what is it worth? He said, the only guide to a man is his conscience. The only shield is man has, rectitude, sincerity, action. And then he said, it doesn't matter what happens. If you have this, then however the fates may play, that if you have this shield to guard you, that you might always ranks of honor.
that. If you lose sight of it, some people do, and maybe everyone does, some days chat. And then you get buffeted by the twos and throws of the waves. And that's dangerous. But if you keep sight and hold on to what you believe, a million photos don't matter.
Yeah, there is the path. We were talking offline about the green ground for Churchill. Churchill himself made mistakes, they admitted the mistakes, and responding mistakes and learn from them. That's all the best we can do. The worst we could probably do is being afraid of making mistakes.
That's what TR thinks of, and man in the rings. TR.
Yeah, the old TR. Those two have made quite a few mistakes, but in the end, some of the greatest human ever created. Norman Donald, Churchill.
Did we do not? I think we did it before coming on.
Oh, before coming out of there, he's always and everywhere in the air around us. One of the great comedians. All right, we'll get you home about this thing we have going on. Human civilization. We've been covering some of the darker aspects, the madness of crowds, the madness of geopolitics, the madness of wars. Sometimes when the sun shines through the clouds, and there's a smile on everybody's face. What's the source of the smile? The warmth.
Endless now. I get enormous encouragement from smart young people. That's just the best thing ever. I was in Kiev the other week. Was asked to speak to some students at the university, and irrespective of other tricky situation that they are in, it's just great to, as you know, to speak to a group of students about things and then hang around afterwards and just answer all the questions you can, hear from them about their lives and what they want to do, and remembering what you were like at their age, and how goofy you were, and how much you would get wrong, and how much you had to learn, and how much you would enjoy it, and seeing the opportunities they have in front of them if things go right, and just smart young people doing all this kind of stuff. That's the best.
Yeah, you see them as possibility in their eyes. They're not like blinded by, let's say, the cynicism that builds up.
But even the cynicism that you can resist that. I mean, I've got quite a deep well spring on it. But I mean, you can't only fall into that because there's so much else that doesn't cover. We don't spend your life being ironic.
So that said, you have seen a lot of war, especially recently, indirectly. Ukraine, Israel. Has that changed you? Has that dimmed some of that? In life?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I don't know. Different day to day.
So sometimes it's that. Because, cool.
Yeah, I at times.
You regret some going as much as you have in the front lines.
One reason why war is for writer kind of the ultimate subject is because you see life really at its ultimate. Very, very strange thing. But, this is truth. Death, when it's in front of you, is something which
gives terrible clarity to everything. And you see wow, even sometimes more how they'll as it contained that there was in my mind why we weep and laugh at the same time. Everything's just more, and people. The real thing is that you see them sort of very, very best beside each other. There is some so around about just the soldiers in the front line. And there is some level of like all the bullshit niceties or whatever it is of civilian life is all stripped away. Yes, yes, more honest somehow. Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And there's the wild character about things, not because of enemies or anything like that, because of I joked, I think I mentioned, but I joked about it. Just as when it's old and 22, because he rolled a cigarette, and we stepped outside our company from outside. They weren't allowed to smoke indoors. They said now, there were rockets. Yeah. And I said to her, isn't it strange that fear of secondhand smoke is superseded this belief? I see the humor in that. When you're on the front line, when you're fighting in the war, the humor of that is somehow just perfectly delicious. You can just laugh all day about that. And the absurdity of life is right there. That's so honest, so beautiful. And that's why a lot of soldiers guys support what they also miss it. That's right. That's right. It's an intimacy. The whole thing. Absolutely. That's the advantage of those folks alive. Yeah, I would. Well, I hope just like Churchill keep fighting a good fight, and not the same day when he tried to say, "Douglas, I'm a huge fan. Thank you for doing this." Right back. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dr. Support. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Russell. The problem with the world is that fools and fanatics are always so certain of themselves, and wise people so full of doubts. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Democrats still think the currency of politics is money, the currency of politics is attention. And that's a huge difference. I think the steel man is very easy to make here. Department of Government Efficiency. That sounds like an organization that's needed if government is inefficient. One of the themes of our book is just how inefficient government can be. Not only build houses, but actually often at achieving its own ends. Building high-speed rail when it wants to build high-speed rail. Adding affordable housing units when it wants to afford adding affordable housing units. I love Ezra's line that we don't just need to think about deregulating the market, we need to think about deregulating government itself, getting the
can be achieved. This is a world in which a department of government efficiency is a godsend. We should be absolutely obsessed with making government work well, especially for what is the kind of liberals who believe that government is important. In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and leaderless, rudderless as it is right now.
That won't stay that way. You cannot change American politics. You can't change the Democratic Party if you're not willing to upset people. Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party by willing to fight Republicans. He ran against George W. Bush, against Jeb Bush, against Mitt Romney, against the trade deals, against a bunch of things that were understood to be secret house. Somehow this guy ran, like right after Mitt Romney and John McCain. Well, I mean, Mitt Romney and John McCain, right? If you are not, like, the Democratic Party does need to change. It needs to obtain a different form because the Obama coalition is exhausted. It's done. It's not going to be able to do that. It doesn't understand the risk. We can say, we were wrong about some things. We have to change our views on things. We have to act differently and speak differently.
When Elon takes over Tesla, Elon is at SpaceX, Elon's at X, I would imagine you know this kind of me because you know him, and maybe most importantly, the purpose of this part of the conversation, you know people who work for him. I'll bet if you ask the people who work under Elon at X, Tesla, SpaceX, they say, I know exactly what Elon wants. This is his goal for super heavy rocket. This is his goal in terms of humanoid robots. This is his goal in terms of profitability of Twitter and the growth of our subscription business, how we're going to integrate new features. These are probably really clear mind meld. Right now, I have no sense that there's a mind meld. And in fact, I have the exact opposite sense. That rather than an example of creative destruction, which would be a mitzvah of entrepreneurship, we've enacted destruction. With destruction for the sake of destruction. It's much cleaner to me from an interpretive standpoint to describe Doge as an ideological purge of progressivism, performing an act of performing the job of efficiency, rather than a department of actual efficiency.
The following is conversation with Ezra Klein and Darren Thompson. Ezra is one of the most influential voices representing the left wing of American politics. He is a columnist for the New York Times, author of Why We're Polarized, and host of the Ezra Klein Show. Derek is a writer of The Atlantic, author of Hitmakers and Not Work, and host of the Plain English podcast. Together, they've written a new book subtitled Abundance, the Lizard kind of manifesto for the left. It is already a controversial, widely debated book, but I think it puts forward a powerful vision for what the Democratic Party stands for in the coming election. If I may, let me comment on the fact that sometimes in this podcast I delve into the dark realm of politics. Indeed, politics often divides us. Frankly, brings out the worst in some very smart people. Plus, to me, it is frustrating how much of the political discourse is drama and how little of it is rigorous, empathetic discussion of policy. I hate this, but I guess I understand why. The other side's called either Hitler or Stalin, or online by storms of chanting mobs. It's hard to carry out a nuanced discussion about immigration, healthcare, housing, education, foreign policy, and so on. On top of that, anytime I talk about politics, half the audience is not that. And no, there is no audience capture. I get shit on equally by different groups across the political spectrum, depending on the guest. Why, I don't know. I've slowly come to accept that this is the world. I'll try to maintain my cool, return hate, passion, and learn from the criticism and the general acts. Still, I think it's valuable to sometimes talk about politics. It's an important part of the big picture of human civilization, but indeed, it is always still a small part. My happy place is talking to scientists, engineers, programmers, video game designers, historians, philosophers, musicians, athletes, filmmakers, and so on. So I apologize for the occasional detour into
especially in the past few months. I did a few conversations with world leaders, and I have a few more coming up. So there will be a few more political podcasts coming out hard, so I can be better prepared to deeply understand the mind, the life, the perspective of each world leader. I hope you come along with this journey into the darkness as I try to shine a light on the complex human mess that always back and forth by deep rigorous research and by empathy. Long term, I hope for political discussions to be only a small percentage of this podcast. If that's not your thing, please just skip this episode. And maybe come along anyway, because both you and I are reluctant travelers in this world. Who knows if we'll learn together about the world and about ourselves. This is the Lexington Podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, here's Ezra Klein and Ben Thompson. You are both firmly on the left of the U.S. list as representatives outside. You're often referred to, as I think of you as one of the most intellectually rigorous ones. Yeah? Can you try to define the ideals and vision of the American life?
Oh, good. Start small here.
Maybe contrast that.
Sure. So, what I would say here, you can find the left in different ways. I think the left has a couple fundamental ways. One is that life is unfair. We are born with different talents. We are born into different nations. The luck of being born into America is very different than the luck of being born into Venezuela. But we are born into different families. We have luck operating as an omnipresence across our entire lives. And as such, the people for whom it works out well, we don't deserve all of that. We got lucky. I mean, we also worked hard, and we also had talent, and we also applied that talent. But at a very fundamental level, that we are sitting here is unfair. And that so many people are in conditions that are much more precarious, much more exploited, is unfair. And one of the fundamental goals of government should not necessarily be to turn that unfairness into perfect equality, but to rectify that unfairness through a kind of universal dignity, right? So people can have lives and flourish. So, to say that's one thing. The left is fundamentally more skeptical of capitalism, and particularly the unchecked forms of capitalism than the right. I don't think this is hard to talk about because we call it unchecked capitalism, but it's never sort of supported by government. So I think in a way, you have those like markets are things that are enforced by government, whether they are, how you set the rules of them are going to different things, right? But the left tends to be more worried about that you could get rich building coal-fired power plants, belching pollution into the air, and you get rich laying down solar panels, and the market doesn't know the difference. And so there's a set of goals about regulating the unchecked potential of capitalism that also relates to sort of exploitation of workers. There's very fundamental questions about how much people get paid, how much power they have. Again, the rectification of economic and other forms of power is really fundamental to that. When you think about what the minimum wage is, I am a successful podcast host. But I go through negotiation with New York Times. I have a certain amount of work about that negotiation because other firms want to have it. When you are a minimum wage worker, the reason we have a minimum wage is in part to rectify a power problem. A lot of workers do not have market power. They do not have a bunch of job opportunities. They're not working with firms. And by the way, some kinds of regulation, those firms are capitalized, make it so they can hold out wages anyway. Right. So trying to rectify power imbalances is, I think, another thing that helps out the so that would be a start of things that I think broadly might maybe looking into questions. I want to say that the podcast is right, but I'll start there. And there's a lot of fascinating things here on the unfairness of life. That could be the interpersonal unfairness, so one person getting more money than another person, more skills, or more natural abilities than another person. And then there's just the general unfairness in the environment, the luck of the draw,
things that happen. All of a sudden, you cross a street in a car, runs the red light, and runs you over in the hospital. So that unfairness of life. And in general, I guess there's some role for government to help you with that unfairness, right? Then maybe there's also a general notion of the size of government in the West is more comfortable with larger government as long as it's effective and efficient. At least in this
Certainly true in the last 100 years. It was New Deal liberals who enlarged the government, and it was Republicans who acquiesced to that large government in the 1950s, and then starting in the 1970s, 1980s. It's typically then conservatives who tried to restrict government. Sometimes they failed, while liberals typically tried to expand certain types of spending. One thing that I was thinking as you were talking, and I was writing this down because I thought Ezra's answer was really lovely, but like at a really high level, I thought, you need to agree with this. I thought about distinguishing between liberals and conservatives based on three factors: what each side fears, what each side values, and what each side tolerates. I think liberals fear injustice, and conservatives often fear cultural radicalism or the destruction of society. And as a result, they value liberals, I think, tend to value change. At the level of government, that can mean change in terms of creating programs that don't previously exist. Specifically, the liberals, for example, have been trying to expand health coverage, while conservatives have tried to cut it back. Just in the last few years, in Biden, who tried to add a bunch of programs, whether it was infrastructure, the chips and science, tech, the IRA, and then Trump comes. And I also think tolerate different things. I think liberals are more likely to tolerate a little bit of overreach, a little bit of radicalism in terms of trying to push society into a world where it hasn't been. Well, I think conservatives are more likely to tolerate injustice. They're more likely to say there's a kind of natural inequality in the nature of the world, and we're not going to try to overcorrect for it with our policy. And so I think that even at a layer above what Ezra was articulating, with the policy differences between liberals and conservatives, there's almost like an archetypal difference between what they fear and value and tolerate. Liberals fearing injustice, seeking change, tolerating sometimes a bit of what people might think of as overreach, while conservatives fear that overreach, value tradition, and often tolerate change.
The only thing I would say is that I do think this sort of the left like big government, right, like small government, oversimplifies. The left is pretty comfortable with an expansive government that is trying to correct for some of the imbalances of power and injustice that is and imbalances like I talked about earlier. The right is very comfortable with a very powerful police and surveillance and national security. I always think about the sort of George W. Bush era, although right now I have nice digits, have some all kinds of green card holders who think about this matter too. But the right's view that on the one hand, the government's incompetent, and on the other hand, that we could send our armies across oceans, invade Afghanistan and Iraq, and then rebuild these societies we don't understand in a fully functioning liberal democracy. So we are allies. Extraordinary level of trust in a very good government. I mean, that was compared to we're going to set up affordable care in America. That's a level of faith in the U.S. government being able to. It was extraordinarily difficult, but the left is more confident in confidence in government than the left.
You're right. There's some degree to which with the right, when the right speaks both sides of government, it's a little bit rhetoric and not actual policy, because they seem to always grow as has comfort. Right? They just kind of say small government. They don't, if the surveillance state in the foreign policy, involvement abroad, and really every program is not very good at cutting it either. It's just kind of like to say it.
Cutting is really hard. Government spends trillions of dollars, and if you cut billions of dollars, someone is going to feel that pain and everyone is screaming. And so you look at defense spending under Reagan, the overall spending under Reagan,
Reagan might be one of the most archetypally conservative presidents of the last 40, 50 years. He utterly failed in his attempt to shrink government. Government grew under Reagan, defense through all sorts of programs grew. So I think that one thing we're sort of scrambling around in our answers is that at a really high level, there are differences between liberalism and conservatism in American history. But often at the level of implementation, it can be a little bit messy. Even Bush's foreign policy that Ezra was describing, from a big sense of American history, is very like Bill Stone, right? The sense of like it's America's duty to go out and change the world.
Or to use the current example,
Or the Kennedy, right? And a lot of people compare Donald Trump's foreign policy to Andrew Jackson. This sense of we need to pull back from the world, America first. We need to care about what's inside of our borders and much less about what's outside of our borders. Sometimes the differences between Republican and Democrat administrations don't fall cleanly into the lines of liberal versus conservative because of those definitions.
All right, so to descend down from the platonic ideals of the left and the right, or who's actually running the show on the right and the left, or the dominant forces? Maybe you could describe, you mentioned democratic socialists, the progressives, maybe liberals, maybe more mainstream on the left, and the same thing on the right with Trump and Trumpism.
so on the right, it's pretty straightforward. The right is composed differently than it was. But the right is run by Donald Trump and the people who've been given the nod of power by Donald Trump. So that is right now Elon Musk, but Musk's power is coming from Donald Trump. That is sometimes Homans over at VHS. The right beneath that, the Republicans in Congress are extremely disempowered compared to the administrations. They are just told what to do, and they're doing with it told. Republicans in Congress, Senate Republicans, they didn't want compelled Senate. They didn't want actual power. They didn't want president. They didn't want argument. Nobody got elected to be a Republican in the Senate, hoping that they would confirm Robert F. Kennedy. You're a member of the Kennedys, a Democrat who's pro-choice, running as Democrat years ago for HHS. But Donald Trump told him to do it. So the right has developed a very, very top-down structure. And one of Trump's talents, one of the things that makes him a disruptive force in politics is his ability to upend this professional structure, interest group structure that used to prevail. The Koch brothers were the big enemy of the left, 10, 15 years ago. He said in many ways, he said to the right. The Koch brothers network is much less powerful under Donald Trump because he just disagrees with them. It's just to empower them. Not to say none of their people or none of their groups at all, there are, but you wouldn't put them at the forefront of the right this second. Reason the left, the Democrats are a fundamental disorder. There is no Democrats, Senate Democrats decided to vote for the competing resolution avoiding the shutdown or critical accident. Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the House Democrats, and Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Senate Democrats, are leader disagreement on the weaponization of Democratic leadership isn't even united on the single biggest point of leverage they might have had. They disagree on whether or not it's even a point of leverage. Outside of them, the party is no leader, which is fairly normal after a big crushing defeat. But there isn't the next big one. So you go back, and it was pretty clear that for Obama, it was going to be Clinton, for Hillary Clinton, it was either going to be Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, for second to the primary, but either going to be vice president. You often have a presumptive next nominee. The party can look for kind of leadership. Even after 2000, the Algo is still giving big speeches and questions about Algo. There is no presumptive in the Democratic Party right now. You can't look around and say, oh, it's going to be Judge, it's going to be Josh Shapiro, it's going to be Gretchen Whitmer. Absent, parties are given force, modern parties, which are quite weak by historical standards. Modern parties can be enforced by a centralized personality. Donald Trump
very strong example of that on the right, but Barack Obama, like, the person who held the Democratic Party for a long time. In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and weak, leaderless, rudderless, as it is right now. Now, it won't stay that way. There's a rhythm to this thing. There'll be a midterm. There'll be a bunch of seats in the midterm. If that means that King Jefferson becomes speaker after the midterm, he's going to have much louder voice because he's going to have power. It could be hard for sure to get back to the majority because the Senate now. And then we'll start having a primary on the left. And you'll begin to see voices emerge out of that. But right now, the Democratic Party, it doesn't have points of power. There's simply outside, at the national level, there is no Democrat who wields control over a branch of government. Right? They don't have the Supreme Court, they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't have the presidency, and they don't have an executive. So you're looking at an organization without any of the people position structure, and the head of the DNC without power. So it's that's pretty rough.
You got a lot of criticism for this, but you were one of the people early on said that Biden should step down. Why is the Democratic Party at this stage in its history so bad at generating the truly inspiring person? To me personally, AOC is an example of a person that might be that person.
You know, so
What's
I want that.
definitely. And I really tried to, when we'll talk about this, I tried to do it in 2 3 hours, and there's a hesitancy on the left, especially to do these types of long programs. I think it's a trust issue. I'm not exactly sure what it is. 80% of the people on the show are left wing. Pretty good faith, and I try to bring up the best in people.
I mean,
But I
it's
just say, yeah.
Well, what happens when people get closer to 2028?
Sure.
Maybe you'll be taking that help.
So, well, he's up there in age, so you can't do it. Why is the Democratic Party so bad at generating?
I think it's so bad at generating them. I think that it turned out to be bad at generating them. Look, like as you mentioned, back in February 2023, somebody came out and said, like, body can't run against it. And my view, and that was really what that piece was about the argument that even though Biden's proven to be a primary, there's still time for Democrats to do something that parties have done in the past and have an open convention. And you can structure the lead up to an open convention in a number of different ways, like a mini primary, but basically you have Democrats out in the media, out giving speeches, and their ultimate audience would be the delegates or the delegates at the Democratic National Convention. And my hope was that you would find the person for this. The thing for Kamala Harris was she was for the She was picked by Joe Biden in 2020 amidst a very different political a sense that you had a transitionary moment between two versions of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden, which is the back in the past, who's sort of lunch pail, blue collar Democrat, Joe from Springfield, a big part of the Joe Biden deal. But also, Biden never has a chance if he's done Barack Obama. And so you have this sort of weird set of historical factors of operating at the same time. There's a desire for stability and experience amidst the chaos of Donald Trump in the pandemic. There is Biden as Obama's vice president, who nevertheless did not run in the election after Obama. I think a lot of people look back at 2016 and think, you know what, if Biden candidate, he would be in trouble. And then Biden chose Harris as an effort to shore up his own, at least assumed weaknesses, right? He's a white man, the Democratic Party, at a time the Democratic Party is diversifying. And when the view of how you win elections is you put back together the Obama coalition. And the Obama coalition is young people, it's folks of color, and it's enough working class, right, for a certain college educated white folks. So that's the Obama coalition. And so Biden picks Harris, for different reasons. My view at that time was obviously the candidate for president, she was network. But there are different people out there. And then that kind of moment that Harris was running in, just sort of dissonance. First, she has a particular background in California where she's a tough on crime, what's called smart on crime prosecutor. But she runs a mill. Part of the time it's turned on that kind of politics. People want a lot from her personally, but they don't want a sort of prosecutorial character. So she sort of abandons that and never, I think, really finds another political identity, certainly before she begins running in 2024 that works. But she's a talented debater. She's a very talented performer on the stump. But she doesn't really have a theory of politics and policy that she's identified with. But she's a way for Biden to signal that he understands that him being, in 2020, a 78-year-old white guy, he understands that future is not him, or at least not just him. And he's sort of trying to make a coalition of him that speaks to his own, potential weaknesses. I think by 2024, you have two problems. Because once he only steps down, like they are weeks from the DNC. They don't have time anymore for an open convention. The Biden position is very unpopular for a number of reasons, but like the inflation cost of living. So now you have Kamala Harris running with a sort of amber of being associated with the Biden-Harris administration. She doesn't really have a home in cost of living. It's not something she's known for. The Senate, it's not something she has much of an idea. It's about nothing that she's talking about. It's probably not the candidate you would pick for a cost of living solution. And she's had no time to build that out, right? Maybe if she'd been running in a primary for, a year and a half, having to fend off Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg and whoever else, she either would have figured out how to do it, right? Primaries for periods of education and learning, it's true, or they would have found something else to do it. But she doesn't get that, right? She's thrown into the game as she goes. So, they picked a candidate in 2021, whether you think about it despite or not, he was a reasonable pick for that moment. He should have never run for a second term, and he certainly provided a lot of people that he wouldn't. And then the handover to Harris was unfair. The handover to a candidate who didn't go through any kind of selection process for the moment that she was running. We'll see what they do in 2028 with the consequences of what they did in 2024. So there's two really big questions on the table that I think click together in an interesting way. You asked, one, why did Trump win? And two, why do Democrats have this certain communication style that might make them less interested in coming on to an unstructured 3-hour conversation? Let me set Trump's story. I think Trump's victory in 2024 was overturned. There are a lot of factors here. Number one, if you look internationally, incumbents lost all over the world. They lost in the US, they lost in Europe, they lost in pretty much every developed country. At rates that we really haven't seen in 50 years. And that's largely because the inflation crisis that came after COVID created an absolute disaster for incumbent establishment power. People couldn't bring prices down, voters were furious, and they were destroying establishment orders all over the world. Democrats have the power, and as a result, they got the vote. That's number one. Number two, if you look at elections over the 21st century, two things are true. One, almost every election is unbelievably close. For reasons that I'm not sure I entirely understand. The parties have gotten really good, historically, bizarrely good, at getting each group to come to the polls at about 48%, such that every election is a battle over the next 1.5%. And in a world like that, little thermostatic swings are very important. What we've seen over the last few years is this theory about thermostatic public in American politics that says that what often happens is one party has a very compelling message of change, they become the establishment, and then they become the victims of exactly the weapon that they marshal. But then the next output party says we have a theory of change, we're going to throw the bomb. And the next party comes and they overreach and they lose. In a world with good thermostatic change, every election is very close. We tend to have elections back and forth. So I think that also explains why Democrats and Republicans have struggled to hold on to power for 6-year, 8-year, 12-year terms than where they did, say, in the 1930s or 1970s.
finally, you have to look at what kind of character Donald Trump is and what kind of a media figure he is. We were just talking off camera about how every age of communications technology revolution puts into focus a new skill that is suddenly in critical demand for the electorate, right? The world of radio technology is a world in which Franklin Delano Roosevelt can be powerful in a way that he can't be in the 80s. And then you have the 1950s. Dwight Eisenhower in 1956, I believe, first televised national attention. Famously, the 1960 presidential debate between JFK and Richard Nixon. Take an election that is leaning toward Nixon and make an election that's leaning toward JFK. This is so damn handsome and also just electrically compelling on a screen. We have a new screens technology right now, which is not just television and steroids, it's a different species of television. And it seems to think, it seems to provide value for individuals, influencers, and even celebrities, politicians, who are good at something like live wire authenticity. They're good at performing authenticity, as paradoxical as that sounds. Trump is an absolute marvel at performing authenticity, even when the audience somehow acknowledges that it might be bullshit. He's just an amazing performer for this age. And it speaks to the fact that he seems to be, to borrow Ezra's term, remarkably disinhibited in front of every single audience. There doesn't seem to be this sort of background algorithm in his head, calculating exactly how to craft these messages to different audiences. He just seems to be like a live wire animal in front of everyone. And I think that compares very distinctly to the democratic character of the democratic option in our nation. And there is a really important distinction between this vibe of the Trumpian ruler and the vibe of the rule follower. And the vibe of the bureaucratic follower is a little bit afraid of unstructured conversation. He's always performing the background algorithm of how do I put it in a way that balances all the coalitions on my side. Because if you look at the Democratic Party right now compared to the Republican Party, I mean, in 2015, I think there were 4 political parties in America. There was MAGA, there was the center right, there was the Bernie wing, and there was the Biden right. And what happened is that Trump killed and skinned the center right, is now wearing it as a hat. The entire Republican Party is Donald Trump wearing the skins of the old center right, Romney right. And the Democratic Party is still it's exactly what I described. It's a jungle. And maybe there's something about that jungle nature of the Democratic Party that is making some of its leaders perform this sort of coalition calculation in their community, such that it makes them less interested in appearing in settings that might cost them, that might not benefit them in exactly the sort of pre-calculated way they have to get the message across. And so there's not necessarily a whole lot of empirics to that theory. I'm a little bit going on bias here, and maybe Ezra sees some flaws. I'm trying to perform the live wire authenticity that I'm describing, but I do think that might begin to explain why you might be picking up on a political bias, and eagerness, so willingness on the one hand to have kind of unstructured and chaotic conversations, and to care on the other side about not letting conversations become too unstructured and too careless.
Can I build on that? I know we're talking about abundance, but I want to talk about this.
There's an abundance of time.
An abundance of time, right? So, two or three things. One is Democrats still think the currency of politics is money and the currency of politics is attention. That's a huge difference between the two sides. So what did Kamala Harris come in? She came in and raised a shit ton of money, right? Like $1 billion in record time. She had more money than Donald Trump did. And used it to try to buy attention. What it meant for Democrats to be good at social media, have a good social media people. People in your office somewhere, in campaign headquarters, who put out cool things on social media, good, good advertising and stuff.
think on the right, if you get a decision, it used to be you personally get a decision. Your Vivek Ramaswamy, your J.D. Vance, your Donald Trump, your Elon Musk, and what you understand is you are the problem. What it means to be good at attention is you are good at attention. Now, Harris, I think, was actually better at some attention. They're just like, go on the hell of a performance. She was way better on the stage. And it can be made her. She's always been great. She trashed on the but she does not do such a thing herself at any level, right? Because she's not going to take risks. Most Democrats, still live in a world where the thing that they're optimizing for attention is to not get negative attention. And what the Trumpist wing of the Republican Party understands, and this is true for them than it probably would be for Democrats, because for them to be the enemy or these mainstream medias, etc., but they said attention of volume of attention is itself good, and you can only get a critical mass if you're going to accept negative attention. Agenda control doesn't come from positive attention, it comes from conflict. You get agenda control by doing things the other side disagrees with, so they enter into function agreement with you to keep the thing you're doing in front. Now, that doesn't make you highly popular. Donald Trump is the most unpopular modern president at this stage of his presidency, except for Donald Trump's first term. It took, I think they still said it was 220 days for Joe Biden's net favorability to go negative. It's taken something like 55 days for Donald Trump to do the same. So what Donald Trump is doing is not optimized for favorability. It does not optimize. It does not optimize, by the way, for big wins. Democrats don't. But they got trashed in 2024 in the way they did. But Trump's popular vote victory was the smallest popular vote victory since 2000. When Al Gore, beat George W. Bush by 17 dogs, whatever it was. And so attention works really good. And while I think some of the the broken on the left discourse has been frankly overstated, because honestly, the most parsimonious model of 2024 and 2020 is in 2020, you have 48 nation, something like that, or maybe if something is more like a 49 Democrat, 47 Republican nation. And in 2020, because of the pandemic, Donald Trump suffered let's call it 2.5 point. You are mad about the pandemic, you're mad about things being chaotic. So you lose 2.5 points. So that gives the natural split of the electorate, Joe Biden, a 4.5 point popular vote victory. In 2024, people are mad about inflation, or someone mad about the border. You have a 2.5 point penalty applied to the incumbent administration person. And you get a 1.5 point popular vote victory for Donald Trump. I genuinely don't think, and this held nationally too, right? I genuinely don't think you need a lot more to explain the election right now. But you do need something more than that to explain. Donald Trump's now, since 2016, almost decade-long dominance of all tension in American politics. Starting when he came down the golden escalator in 2015. Donald Trump, American politics from 2015 to 2020 was Joe Biden on this about Donald Trump. Then from 2020 to 2024, when Joe Biden was president, it was about Donald Trump. And then from 2024 on, it's about Donald Trump. Joe Biden was an attentional boy. His age, the strategy, they agreed that the topic of the issue should be Donald Trump, right? When he went back to begin his campaign in 2024, he goes to Valley Forge and gives a speech about January 6th and Donald Trump, right? It wasn't about his own achievements, it was about Donald Trump. Joe Biden didn't get a Super Bowl, right? In 2023, that's when I did my thing about this is not going to work. Probably because at that point he was not capable of good extemporaneous, interviews. I mean, I think that was my view of that, right? That the revealed thing was that he didn't trust the people. I didn't have some information about anything. I just looked at what they were doing, what they weren't doing. They're behind in the polls. They weren't doing things like the Super Bowl interview. If you can't turn your candidate into a product, if you don't trust your candidate to be the product, an election product, right? And so that was to be the tell. But attention is the point of the matter. Now, there are better and worse ways of doing it. I don't think Donald Trump is doing himself to favorites right now. I think there's a pathway to the wall to be the George Trump. I think that if he was more restrained, more inhibited, if he was able to not do a bunch of things, things that are mobilizing opposition to him. You could talk about what they would or wouldn't achieve that way, but I think they could be in a much stronger political position. That would make them stronger for the midterms. It would eventually, JD Vance stronger as their successor. I think they are running a very high risk strategy that has a very reasonable chance of, if they don't get what I call a breakthrough, they might completely go, right? It's all very high risk. So for them, like for everything, what makes it good in politics is also makes it bad in politics. But for Democrats, the caution of their bureaucratic culture, the fear of saying anything that would make anybody mad, it is optimized for a different attentional era. And one of the things I am watching in the same 12 years is I'm watching people coming up, the ones who want to run in 2028, is who seems like they have adapted to this era. Not in the way Trump did or Vance did or Musk did. I think they're going to need something different. They fully represent the Twitter era of politics as thoughtful. They're sort of all what politics right now, what online politics feels like. I think the thing that will come next is someone who's able to synthesize both the lessons of it and the feeling that we all have that it's kind of sick of poison, right? That Twitter's not a good place, X is not a good place, TikTok politics is not a good place, that we're all being turned on each other. Somehow you need to be authentic and authentically angry at what we call in the way that Obama, and as a political former, hated the red and blue cut of America, hated the political consultants approach to us. You're not going to have somebody who just echoes. There's not going to be, there'll be no Joe Rogan of the left, there'll be no Donald Trump of the left, because they're not just different than right. But it will have to be something authentic of this era, but also authentic to the backlash to it, which I think as we enter into this period where the president and everybody around him fully embraces this intentional economy, I think people are going to want something different from this intentional economy for you.
And be okay with a negative message.
You're going to have some of that. You cannot change American politics. You can't change the Democratic Party. If you're not willing to upset people, Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party by being able to fight Republicans. He ran against George W. Bush, against Jeb Bush, against Mitt Romney, against the trade deals, against a bunch of things that were understood to be sacred cows. Somehow this guy ran, like right after Mitt Romney and John McCain, while attacking Mitt Romney and John McCain, right? If you are not, like, the Democratic Party does need to change. It needs to attain a different form. So the Obama coalition is exhausted. It's done. It's not to be able to do that. It doesn't explain the difference. We will walk on some things. We have to change our views on something. We have to act differently and speak differently.
Is there a degree to which the left uniquely attacks its own more intensely than maybe other parts of the political spectrum?
It's possible. You go back to the model that I made in 2015, where there used to be four large parties: center right, center left, and left. Right now, the Republican Party is all macro. So there is no coalition of like that. It's all Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump wants to name a former left-wing environmentalist to be the HHS secretary, everyone says, okay, that sounds like a fantastic idea. That's exactly what we were going to nominate too. Tip of my tongue. On the Democratic side, there is a fight. It's happening right now. And our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism and Democratic Party. So I'm not of the left. I'm certainly not of the far left. I have center-left politics, and maybe even like center-left personality style, if you can call it that. But I do not begrudge the left for fighting, because there's a fight to be had. In many ways, I think sometimes they see, I'm not endorsing this, I'm describing it. I think they see their near-term opposition as not always the Republican Party, but as the forces of the Democratic Party that are in the way for them to control one of the two major parties. And so they do have an oppositional style, and maybe that's personality based. They are fighting the center left. They are criticizing the center left consistently. But I want to be good faith about this and
anti-establishment in politics. And Democrats are at risk right now as being seen as the party that always defends institutions, the party that always defends the establishment status quo. And that is an absolute death knell, I think, for this century's angry anti-establishment politics. So what we're trying to do is essentially say, here's a way to channel the anger that people have at the establishment toward our own ends. We believe that the answers on housing, energy, and high-quality governance and science and really good answers that are fiercely critical of the status quo in Democrat-led cities and Democrat-led states. We're trying to be opposition in a way that's constructive rather than just constructive.
To put a nice pretty bow tie on that, we asked for advice. What do I need to do for AOC to do 3 hours? That's right. When you throw in a whisper.
I don't think I know how you get it. I would not pretend to know her offices or her particular views on this. I do think though that you can see different Democrats taking on different kinds of risks. Right now, we're certainly in the age of Gavin Newsom starting the podcast. Gavin Newsom is the governor of California. He's spending some percentage of his time doing the podcast with Charlie Cook and Michael Savage and Steve Bannon. Gavin Newsom realizes that one way for a Democrat is to be high risk and talking to virtually everybody. I think Pete Buttigieg in a different way. Somebody who wants to take media risks. Now, I think he's going to gut on him. He's going to hold his powder a little bit. So he'll probably want to do the next podcast, assuming we're in 2028, in 2027. We're Buttigieg, right? I think a lot of people are trying to figure out what is the lane for right now. There's a lane for the next 2 years, and there's a lane for the years after that. And you see a lot of people coming to this after that. That'd be interesting. I would be curious to how Jim Jeffries come on the show. That'd be interesting. I mean, we could do it for 4 hours. The 4 hour ask, the 3 to 4 hour ask, as some people also book politicians, is hard. I have trouble. I like to book people for 90 minutes to 2 hours. And I tend to get negotiated down to, I try not to go under 75 or 65, but even as somebody I think well rounded in that world, it's very, 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 very hard for me to get politicians to sit for 2 hours.
I don't have the sense that the 3 hour ask is a big ask because of schedule. I think it still is proud to the theorists saying the wrong thing.
I think they're used to something. I think that when you talk, they are scheduled by schedulers, right? If you talk to them yourself, you end up having a personal relationship with Westmore, and he wants to do your show. He will tell his scheduler, I want 3 to 4 hours to do the show. But the scheduler is used to it. The staff is used to it. Nobody does it. Reporters don't, donors don't, policy staffers don't. So then when some interview comes in and they say, hey, I want 3 to 4 hours, the answer is no, because culturally it's not done. You need Donald Trump himself, Pete Buttigieg himself, AOC herself, the state of their staff. No, we're making time. Because it's not how they make time for things. I don't know how much it is to be. I do think they're used to it, but I suspect a lot of it is simply cooking culture. I run into it too. They're not used to saying yes to 3 to 4 hours for anything. It's not that they don't have it. They have 3 to 4 hours if their kid is having graduation, right? I mean, they're human beings that need time, but it would have to come in a way from that. My sense is just part of the Rogan. It's very unfair to say very different stories of what happened with Rogan and Harris negotiations, but it does seem that time is one of the sticking points.
It's also possible that you're going to find, as you try to interview Democratic politicians, that the exact same thing that happened with Teo is going to happen with Democratic politicians. You interviewed some tech CEOs, and then they did a great job, and their friends were like, "You were fantastic," and I was like, "It was such a great thing that you said in, minute 97." And then there becomes a bit of a need that you can create really high-value moments for yourself here on this podcast. And then it becomes less risky for the next marginal CEO to say yes. And I think right now, what we're talking about fundamentally is not physics, it's culture. It's just norms. I think there's a fear of low expected value. If you're a high-ranking Democratic politician and you do a podcast like this, what if I say the wrong thing and it goes viral and my brokers or my agenda people and myself just feel terrible for the next few weeks? Because all we see on Blue Sky and X is just people hating. But if you get one interview that goes well, if you talk to Wes Moore, let's say, and there's a 5-minute segment where he articulates some vision of liberalism in the 2020s that everyone says, my gosh, that is the best possible articulation of what the Democratic Party can stand for the next 4 years that I've ever heard. Suddenly what's happened is that appearing on the show becomes massively de-risked. In fact, the risk valence entirely switches. We are leaving dollars on the floor by not appearing on this guy's podcast. I'm AOC. I'm a sensational communicator. If Wes Moore can do it, I can do it even better. And so I think to a certain extent, it's a little bit like of a riot theory phenomenon here. The person who throws the first stone in a riot has to be very courageous. The person who throws the 101st stone in a riot doesn't need to be courageous at all. And there might be a little bit of that going on. That people need to see proof of high expected value before it breaks what we're acknowledging to be a bit of a communications norm.
That's a really good problem here. People back because so what's going to happen? For example, this very conversation, you're both going to come off with. Well, we're barely like 50 minutes.
I have no more material. All straight down.
But what people will get tired, they'll listen to this and they're like, well, that's Tesla. Like, he's brilliant. They're going to be worried about their own candidate. If AOC comes out brilliant, they're not going to be thinking, oh, this is a place to be brilliant. They're going to be like, well, this is AOC is brilliant, but my candidate is not. It still boils down to caution. I've had a lot of Republicans, high-profile Republican people reach out to me. They don't give a shit. They're just like, whatever, how come? People on the left, I've had 2 people who I respect deeply and admire express caution about the previous people I've interviewed and not wanting to come on.
That's the thing about that. Yeah, like that's a very important cultural. They began to do a thing where spaces were verboten because it had platforms so and so. And I think that culture has changed. And I think they realized that if they abandoned huge vast swaths of significant culture because like they wouldn't go places. It's crazy. Like you have to maybe the only go where people agree with you is genuine. I don't want to act as if I'm here. And 2020 candidate with what they are and each other on their strategy. I would say, like, I'm doing this myself on my strategy. I don't think the best people to get right now in the party are the 7 people in the polls. Like, I don't think the people who get things out loud. Like, I just had Jake Austin cross off. Enough of that right now. House member for Massachusetts. I just think he's a guy who thinks out loud. I am booking someone else right now. And like that. 2 more people like that, frankly. Who are neither of them were like I could get like a bigger name. I'm more interested in people who are thinking. Like one reason I think Bernie Sanders always good at everything is to him, the thing he was really doing is doing something he says. The point of almost everything for Bernie Sanders is to be in a place where people can hear the things he has to say. And a lot of politicians don't have that. Right? The point of anything is what it does to them at the polls, what it does to them with donors, how he positions them. I'm interested right now at this moment because it's not 2028. It's not 2027. There's no Democratic primary happening right now. I mean, I think you could like pre-run the Democratic Party stupid. A primary is stupid. We don't even know what we might be in World War III. Right? We might have just AGI. Like the things that the 2027 primary might be about. The kinds of scandals that might have erupted by now are totally different. Whereas, the reason I have to go on is because they are saying something. They're a live Monica defender that has a perspective on this that you want to hear. And so I would look for that. And I think a lot of people who are not, there are people who are trying to protect something, protect the standing of the polls, protect a sort of coalitional set of allies they currently have. And then there are people who are, trying to Sanders' whole show. What he does media. It's now Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. He used to. He wasn't in 2015. Like when Bernie Sanders ran for president in 2015, it wasn't actually a big deal. It was like, oh, bummer, Elizabeth Warren didn't run for president. It was appealing to most people on the left. And so Bernie Sanders is a guy who's been saying the same thing for decades, but in the wilderness, so nobody's listening. And now he still has the instincts of somebody who understood that, like, the most important thing is to find a place for people to listen to, let you talk to them better, let you talk to them for a while. I think the candidates that do ultimately have to think like that, but even right now, I think the question is, what if the big question is I'm talking for my show is just, I want someone who has a perspective on this moment, who feels like they have had a thought that is about right now and who we are right now and what the story of America is right now. I think what's really important is what, as you said, is that having something to say. We want to talk to you and talk together about how much we're going to talk to you. We have something to say. We wrote a 300-page book about how much we have to say. We love going on podcasts, television shows, and radio, and then doing live events to tell people what we have to say. We think that this idea of abundance isn't just important for redefining what the American left means. We think that the outcome of thinking abundantly about housing and energy and science and technology is what politics is all about. It's about giving people a good life. We think this is the path toward it. So certainly one thing that profoundly motivated us is having something very concrete that we just want to get out there in the world. Like my sense as a writer, as a thinker, is I want my software running on as many pieces of hardware as possible. I want to get my ideas out there as much as possible. And who gets credit for them, where the idea goes, that's all second. Yeah. I believe in ideas because they're important. And so I want to talk to people who have large platforms about those ideas. Because how else is the idea getting mainstream except for those large platforms? That's how broadcast technology works in the first place. So maybe one thing you're touching on is a little bit of ideological ambiguity. Maybe a part of this is the sense that people don't know exactly what it is they have to say for 3 hours. All I can say for sure. There's also a reality that both is trying to enter. I think one thing you're saying is that people code and Donald Trump's really excited to do it, and maybe we're politicians or not. One thing that we think is that we're in a period of the last chapter of the book, we talk about an idea, it's picked up from a story in the first story, idea of political orders. And political orders are periods that have a sort of structure of consensus and a structure of a zone of conflict. But it's more or less agreed on by the two sides. It's uniformly passive. So you have a New Deal order. New Deal order is founded by FDR. It is entrenched when Dwight Eisenhower accepts the New Deal as part of the U.S. proving that it can treat workers better than slavery. So those are sort of right there, the three ingredients of the New Deal. You have a party that starts it, opposition party that accepts key premises, right? That's America's coming to say we're going to hold back the whole deal. And it's often held in place by external inhabitants. You then, the 70s inflation or a series of problems that the New Deal order norms to deal with. So you have a rise of the neoliberal order. And the neoliberal order is, choose a founder, it's going to be Reagan on that one, right? It's much more about markets, it's very concerned with things like inflation. And it really is entrenched by Clinton, the era of the government is over. And partially it's entrenched also by the fall of the Soviet Union. Right? The fall of the Soviet Union is like this proof point that the sort of capitalist that markets are the future, government is doing, and that becomes like a governance set of assumptions. And so the arguments go about doing right, a lot of that stuff markets and health insurance, right? You can use markets for progressive ends. We want to use markets for lots of progressive ends. But the neoliberal order basically collapses.
separate thing, which is the neoliberal order does not have an answer to the financial crisis, and it watches it recedes through the financial crisis. Too little demand in the economy, lets sort of recession linger, and sort of economy linger for too long. It doesn't know what to say really about climate change, nor does it made a lot of people rich by a lot of things that are very, very damaging to the environment, very damaging to the future of human race potentially. And you've realized China. And the neoliberal order said, you integrate China into the global economy, you bring them into the WTO, you trade them, you help them build their industrial base, you help them pull their people out of poverty, which that works good. And they will become more like the West. They will liberalize, they will have a free press, the richer we make China, the more China's going to become like us. And that proves further, right? China becomes more authoritarian over time. But it also sort of develops an industrial base that becomes, as it does not become more like us, becomes dangerous, Eastern Market, right? You don't want to ever have a conflict with another country who you've outsourced your key industrial piece to. And so you have to sort of fall back over. And then, again, here, things that would have been ridiculous at one point in the American politics then become possible. Bernie Sanders is one of them, right? Again, you would have somebody, a self-described socialist running for president, becoming anywhere near the Democratic nomination. That was unthinkable in 2004. And by 2016 was. And Donald Trump is another thing. Donald Trump runs like headlong into the failures of neoliberalism in the Republican Party. He runs against trade. He runs against sort of Paul Ryan, more open immigration, George W. Bush, and John McCain were both very big on liberalizing immigration, obviously. He runs against the Iraq War and, sort of foreign adventurism. There's a sort of isolationist instinct that coexists very awkwardly now within a territorial isolationist. And so Donald Trump and his sort of reimagining of the Republican Party as a right-wing populist, more like sort of some Christian Democratic parties in other countries, up in that quadrant of socially conservative populists. That becomes something possible. But nothing has found anything, right? Nobody's included the other side's practices. There are sort of ones who agree on both the Republican and Democratic parties in order to get right? Like Biden kept a lot of Trump's policies on China and actually strengthened them. And now Trump is voting on that aggressively like that. But in terms of the other things, there isn't agreement about what the next period in politics should look like. And that's one reason I think it's very dangerous, both as a question of media strategy, but also as a question of politics, to code people, places, platforms, to code them. Republicans and Democrats aren't going to get along in Congress. That has to do with December Congress. This book is called Why We're Polarized. It's about this almost hydraulic incentives for partisanship. But in terms of the meaning of Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, call your dad, call her daddy, of a million different places that are not worth quoted, that's something very up for grabs. I mean, Elon Musk was an Obama-era liberal in 2012. I mean, I think his personal process of radicalization is not going to outline itself, but a lot of the people who, all these billionaires are right wing now, they're just uncertain. I mean, some of them are a little bit afraid. But people are uncertain, moving back and forth. The sort of texture of it is unsettled. And it's going to take time. These transitionary periods, like they can go very rapidly too, but they take time. And I think people who are clinging to old certainties about what tells you which side for my sense is a lot of people who are very open MAGA in 2025 are going to feel very differently about it in 2023. Depending on how they do, right? If they do great, then they're going to retrench. But if they don't, then a lot of people become MAGA curious or not going to be curious. But they're not going to want the last Democratic Party either. I was making this point to someone the other day about why the Democratic Party is in place of the Liz Cheney style of independent. Liz Cheney was Cheney's daughter, a Republican. But what
But Liz Cheney and never Trump reporter were a way of reaching out to who the Democratic Party thought the independents were. But the key thing about an independent to a political party is not that they don't like the other party. It's that they're an independent because they also don't like the other party. And so finding a bunch of people who are meant to be messengers to them about why they shouldn't like the other party, it's fine. But what you need to do is explain why they should like your party. You need to have some message. You need to accept some fault. You need to think about what it was in our program. One of our deep views about and not politics, policy that hamsters the economy is that the last period in American politics, the economist, the fundamental problem coming into the financial crisis was the too little demand for the economy. Behind that too little demand for the economy was this other thing that was building up, which was the cost of living crisis. Housing is getting super expensive. Healthcare, in certain ways, energy is more complicated than elder care, child care, higher education. Like this is a point my wife is a journalist from Atlanta and Rabbi with there. And she wrote this piece on in 2020, early 2020, right before the pandemic, that went very viral, the affordability crisis. And it sticks in my head. She's writing at a time when people were saying the economy's great. Everything's great. Like you looked at measures of consumer confidence in 2020, February 2020, terrific. She's like, so how come the economy's so great? Everybody I talked to is saying. She's like, look, like people are making more money than ever, but it's getting eaten up and eaten up and eaten up. Like these things they keep getting more expensive even as consumer goods get cheaper. Then the pandemic hits, the problem becomes COVID. But then you have inflation. And inflation moves the problem of the economy, the fundamental problem everybody's paying attention to. From the demand side, how do we get more people at work? How do we get them to spend more money? To the supply side, we don't have it. Right? Restriction of semiconductors, used cars, and eventually everything, right? Everything is getting more expensive. And we do get, I mean, we'll see what happens with tariffs. We do get, by 2024, the rate of inflation under control. The prices are still much higher. And now people are paying more attention to prices. And the affordability crisis, which again is a cost of living crisis, which has been growing for a very long time, is now at crisis levels. And it becomes a substance of life. People, you get all these Democrats saying, I don't know what the problem is. Like inflation has come down to whatever it was, 3 to 4% in 2024. And they're right about that. But one, the price level is really high. But two, people were now like, the fuck is housing so expensive for? Like, I'm never going to be able to afford a home. Like, my parents went to public university debt. I could never do that. And what we've done is fail. I mean, Democrats in this case, but in blue states, Democrats have failed on cost of living. We're losing California, and Illinois, New York, we're losing hundreds of thousands of people to Florida, Texas, Arizona, Colorado. It's a big fail on cost of living. It's too expensive to live there. And the reason they failed on cost of living is supply. They did not make enough. They actually made it hard in many cases to make enough for things people needed. Some of those are straightforward, like we don't like to build enough homes. Some of them are more like we've made it too expensive to build public infrastructure, like high-speed rail or Second Avenue that way. Some of it has to do, I think, in the long run with innovation and the relationship between Democrats and technology. But one of our views is that there are other things in politics that will matter too. But we are in a period where the cost of living, supply, affordability is the fundamental economic question. Donald Trump himself has said he wondered the price of groceries. He's got this very funny quote. He's like, nobody say, I don't have Donald Trump impression, but he's like, nobody ever used for groceries in politics until I did. Well, it'd be good if he wasn't making it more expensive. But Democrats believe this is cost of living. They're probably right, but they don't have a spring. And the key question on what we start with politics is how do we make more of what we do? How does government either organize itself or organize markets to create more of what we do? And how do we admit, as liberals, times when we've made it so the government makes it too hard to make more of what we do? I'll say one last thing to this pretty much. I thought one of the most important things that's going on recently is a piece of foreign affairs by Brian Deese, who's a former head of Joe Biden's National Defense Council. And he's helped negotiate every major bill. It's a very straightforward piece about what it is Democrats have not done to make it possible to build at the level of their goals. And he says it's like should just remove federal funding from cities that have highly restricted home building codes. He says we should have a goal for how much nuclear we build in the next 10 years. We should be trying to reach a goal of nuclear capacity. It's a very, very important piece because he's right at the center of Democratic policy. Instead of retrenching, he's like, okay, we didn't get there. What do we do now to make it possible to get to the place we promised we could get to? And say that the book you met, I've gotten a chance to read, and it's incredible, highly recommend. It's called Abundance. I think of it as a kind of manifesto for what the left would represent in the coming years. So I think people should read it from that angle. And both of you have been writing about this topic sort of from different angles for a while. I think in two different articles on this topic of abundance titled "The Simple Plan to Solve All of America's Problems." And Ezra, you wrote an article in 21, a supply side progressivism titled "The Economic Mistake the Left is finally confronting." And you just described out this more progressive perspective on supply side economics you're presenting in abundance. I was wondering if you kind of give the broad, high level explanation of this idea of supply side progressive.
Well, my piece about the abundance agenda, which I wrote in 2022, started with me standing outside waiting for the COVID test. And this was a period where 2 years ago, the pandemic started, COVID test was still being raptured. It was at 21 degrees outside, and I was getting very, very frustrated about the fact that still we seem to have a scarcity of COVID tests. And as I'm sitting outside, just freezing my ass off and just getting really mad, I'm thinking, it's not just COVID tests we have scarcity. We also had a scarcity of COVID vaccines early on in the rollout, which created this really discombobulated scheme for distributing the early COVID vaccines. And then also we go early to March of May of 2020, and we had a shortage of PPE equipment for our doctors to remain safe. They were taking care of the pandemic. And I thought, it's interesting that this entire experience of the pandemic has essentially been defined by this concept of scarcity. And as I zoomed out a little bit, I thought, it's not just the pandemic. It's really so much the 21st century economy that's been defined by scarcity. Ezra beautifully described the degree to which housing unaffordability has become the economic problem of our time. In the history of political orders, each political order is in part defined by the internal crisis. The Great Depression springs New Dealism. Stagflation springs neoliberalism. Now we're in this molten moment where we're waiting for new political orders to emerge. And it's going to emerge because of the lever, because of the power of housing affordability. You have to solve that problem if you want to solve the problem of American anger about prices. And part of this is pure arithmetic. If you look at any family's budget, the biggest part of their budget in any given year is the part that goes to rent or mortgage. It's housing, housing, housing. And housing connects to everything else. It connects to innovation. You want cities to agglomerate, to bring smart people together. Housing relates to all sorts of other affordability. Like if you care about the cost of child care or elder care, you want to make it cheaper to house institutions, buildings that can care for children, which means you want to bring those rents down. And so I thought, as I'm zooming out on this concept of scarcity in the 21st century, we have chosen to make housing scarce. It's some of the most productive cities and states, often run by Democrats. We have rules, zoning rules, historic preservation rules, permitting processes, environmental reviews, laws that we created that have gotten in the way of making abundance the most important material good there is, which is housing. And as I kept sort of working myself into a ladder and getting mad about the world, I thought, it's actually not just housing, it's clean energy too. There's lots of environmentalists who are on my side, believing very fervently in climate change, who made it very difficult to site solar panels or set solar farms, or to raise wind turbines, or to advance geothermal, or to accept nuclear power. We have chosen to make clean energy scarce as well. And then finally, the ultimate loss of scarcity was the pandemic itself, which constricted the
the supply of all sorts of goods around the world, setting the price of everything that we need, and that's why inflation wasn't just an American phenomenon, actually a North American phenomenon, it was global. I thought what we need to solve for this crisis of a number of scarcity is an abundance agenda, an approach towards solving America's problems that puts abundance first. And Ezra and I have a very focused definition of abundance. We say in the first page of the book, America needs to build and invent more of the things it needs. We believe that housing is critical. We believe energy is critical. We talk a lot about science and technology, but we really put government effectiveness at the heart of this. Because one really deep thing of our book is a criticism of where liberalism has gone wrong in the last 50 years. Where liberalism has gone from the New Deal era, the politics of building things, and FDR and the progressives transformed the physical world. Infrastructure projects of building roads, the highway system under Dwight Eisenhower, we changed the physical world during the decades of the 1930s to the 1950s. But in the last half century, liberalism has become very good at the politics of blocking rather than the politics of building. And if you look at the way that liberals define success in the last few decades, it's often about success defined by how much money you can spend rather than how many things you can actually build. I mean, you look at the fact that, for example, in the book, there's so many examples. California authorizes more than $30 billion for the high-speed rail system, which basically doesn't exist. But just last week, the mayor of Chicago bragged that they spent $11 billion building 10,000 affordable housing. That's $1.1 million per affordable housing. That's absolutely pathetic. We have a story in the book about a $1.7 million public toilet built in San Francisco. $1.7 million for a toilet because of all of the rules that get in the way and raise the price of building public infrastructure like public bathrooms in San Francisco and California. So liberalism, I'm worried over the last 60 years, has become so good at the politics of blocking and the politics of associating the money authorized as success rather than build the physical world that we've lost sense of material abundance, of how important outcomes are and not just processes. And so this is a book that's trying to nudge the Democratic Party back to what we think are, in a way, historically its roots. Thinking about what Americans need and making it easier for government to act efficiently to provide them. And that really does, I think, begin with housing management.
Is there a tension between the left, progressive wealth redistribution kind of ideas with the idea of building that's primarily sort of getting out of the way and letting the market get the job done?
Say a few things on that. So one, we think there's a real tension between equality, redistribution, and constricting the supply of specific housing.
So housing, by the way, I would love to understand. That's the big problem.
Housing and energy, I think, are the two most significant that we focus on in the book, right? Housing and clean energy. John, housing, Joe, clean energy. I would add things to that, public infrastructure. We don't really focus that much on education. We could talk about that. Immigration is probably there too. We talk about it in the book. And we do talk a lot about how to pull innovation forward in the future. But when you ask about redistribution, I really think this is an important point because there's a great new paper by David Schleicher, and I'm so sorry if I'm forgetting his co-author. They're law professors, though. They talk about the victory of gentry law. We used to have a law that was very dynamic when it came to property and land. It's very different than how things were in Britain. And over time, the back half of the 20th century, we moved American law to much more forward with the called gentry. We were protecting those who currently have things, right? We're building things, covenants, and HOAs, and all these contracts that make people enter and use it and build on their own land. But one of the things that just happens when you constrict the supply of housing is that people who got in and good, it's a classic story. New York and LA and SF, bought a place in 1977 for $220,000.
and now it's worth $2.7 million, and maybe you'll have fun with your kid, sell it, but the working class families can't afford to live there, right? So that's not even a question of distribution. Sometimes what you need in order to create the possibilities for opportunity and mobility is enough supply of them. At the same time, we don't think like that redistribution is. I'm pro redistribution. I'm pro more redistribution than we currently do. But to give one example of the way these pieces go together, Derek tells in the book, from Green Lane, the story of Operation Warp Speed. And here you have in the mRNA vaccines technology that was critically funded by public money, specifically by public money. Then hastened after COVID, the government of Operation Warp Speed under Donald Trump, really tried to clear out regulatory crop, moving things really fast. But the demand on the side of the public, rather than funding so much of this, trying to do as much as possible, was that when these vaccines hit, they were going to be free. Maybe the most important medical advance of that entire era. And it wasn't going to be like Ozempic, say, $50,000 for your doses, right? It wasn't going to be only available for the richest people at the beginning. You were going to try to give it to everybody, sorted by needs as best that we could, and it would be free. They're not going to do that with everything, right? There are places for the price signal to actually function, and where it can't function to then bring on more supply later, and all the decoupling and stuff that we all know. But there are a lot of places where redistribution and supply is going hand in hand. Another good example, I've done over the course of my career, huge amount of work on health insurance reform and universal health care. And let's say you got Bernie Sanders had become president in 2016, had swept in a huge Democratic majority. They passed Bernie's single-payer plan, which was, by the way, much more expansive than any existing single-payer plan in the world, right? It covered much more than Canada's or the UK's or anybody else. If you had done that, what you would have needed immediately was a huge supply increase in healthcare, because you would have had a huge demand. What happens if you made healthcare free? People use more of it. If you make insurance much more widespread, people can go to the doctor more often. Well, if you don't have enough doctors, you don't have enough nurses, you don't have enough surgeons, you need more. We constrict the supply of all those things using residency rules, using nursing rules, immigration rules, who can practice as a nurse practitioner, what can a nurse practitioner actually do. You have to be attentive to the supply side, even if what you're doing is aggressive redistribution. Now, there are places where these things don't come from. Like, I'd like to see a much expanded child tax credit, and I don't think that has a big supply side implication one way or the other. But on a lot of the things we're talking about, even if what you want to do, and it is often what we want to do more redistribution, if you're redistributing some kind of thing that gives you access to a good or a service, you need to expand the good of the service. We do rental vouchers. Giving people rental vouchers instead of housing market, unless you build more housing, just creates something that our friends at the Scanning Center call cost-of socialism, where you are increasing demand for good at which you've constricted supply. If you do that, you're just going to drive the price up. To some degree, that's at least part of the story of higher education. We give people Pell Grants, we give people all kinds of subsidies for higher ed, but we have not done anything to increase supply or regulate the way in which colleges are pocket part of that money. And so they're building these fancy gyms, and they're competing with each other, but they're not actually increasing the supply of slots. It's certainly not the problem. So there's a lot here where I think it's scrambled traditional categories. You cannot do effective redistribution. You would like to see it done, and many people would like to see it done, if you're not taking supply of the thing that you're subsidizing seriously. You think of that from a first principle standpoint. What if what you wanted to do was to bring American poverty as close to 0.0% as possible? You got a bunch of smart people who are going. So what could we possibly do? In my opinion, the answer would include a lot of what are sometimes called demand-side policies, a lot of redistribution of income. The child tax credit, I think, would be essential. Expanding the earned income tax credit would be essential. Expanding cash welfare might be essential. Certainly, redistributing income from the rich to the poor would be essential. These are demand-side policies. They're tax and spending policies. But if you only approach this subject through the demand side, you will utterly and housing is the biggest part of a typical family's budget. And if your only policy on housing is to increase housing vouchers without increasing the supply of housing, macroeconomically speaking, there's only one direction for housing prices to go, and it's straight up to the moon. You're not actually bringing housing prices down, you're just subsidizing a constricted market, and therefore creating enormous inflation. You have to solve some of these problems on the supply side. And one of the conceptual scoops that Ezra and I are trying to work out for the left, for liberals in America, is to get people to ask the question, how do we solve this problem with supply? Housing is a crisis. How do we solve it with supply? Energy is a crisis. How do we solve it with supply? Medical innovation, scientific discovery is a massively interesting phenomenon. We don't even understand how it exists, really. Like, how do great discoveries actually happen? Is there a supply side policy for that as well? That's the question we're asking over and over in the book. So at the end of the day, demand side progressivism and what Ezra calls supply side progressivism really are peanut butter and chocolate. They are two flavors that go beautifully well together. But here's the problem that I think your question is raising. I think a lot of Americans don't believe that these things work together, because what they see is a liberalism that just taxes and spends, and Americans don't see the benefits of that. The Biden administration authorized $42 billion to build rural broadband in America. Practically none of it was built. Authorized $7.5 billion to build EV charger stations in America. Practically none of it was built. How many tens of billions of dollars been authorized to build high-speed rail in California? Practically none of it exists. You can't ride it. So the problem is when the reputation of tax and spend liberal makes contact with the fact that people don't see the results in the physical world. Like, where's my money going? I have in my head something like this idea of what I call equinox liberalism. We used to say there's some forms of liberalism where it's very expensive. See what you're getting. Like, when you spend $270 to go to Equinox for the month, right? It's a really expensive gym bill. The people that go there seem to love it. They're like, the equipment is always free, everything is clean. I go into the locker room, there's a bunch of lotions that I put on my face after I shower. I am getting exactly what I'm paying for. Yes, I'll pay out the nose for a gym because I love seeing that money going to work. And places like Sweden, Denmark, citizens seem very happy. They're paying much higher taxes than people are in America. But they're seeing where the money is going to work. The problem with the liberalism that blocks rather than builds is that people don't see the money going to work. All they see are the dollar signs being spent by government, and they walk out of their house and they see collapsing infrastructure, and they see crime, and they see housing prices going to the moon. And so they think, wait, this social contract is broken. You're asking for Equinox prices, but you're giving me a shit-ass gym, and that's unfair. And so what we're trying to say is, in a very serious way, because I'm not trying to be flippant about gyms. In a very serious way, what we're trying to say is a part of this problem is that you Democrats look so hard at the demand side of the ledger that you've forgotten how powerful the levers are on the supply side. And if we can just pull those levers on housing in particular, we can bring down the cost of living, and people can even support the tax and spend model more, because they'll feel like they're participating in Equinox liberalism and not itself.
Can we zoom in on the housing problem? Can you explain the housing problem and what's the importance of housing in the quality of life and the flourishing of the nation, the United States in general, and what is Brooklyn about?
Let's take the second part of the question first. What's so important about housing? Talking about life. And even at a higher level, we're kind of talking about freedom. The freedom to live where you want to live. The freedom to feel like the good and achievable life is actually good and achievable. This is profoundly the question of housing. There's this great paper that was written several years ago called The Housing Theory of Everything by Bauman, Southwood, and I forget the other guy's name. But they made this really beautiful point that no matter what you care about in terms of public policy or politics, housing probably makes contact with it. If you care about innovation, innovation, as I said, is about getting people together in a city where they can work together. That's about housing density. If you care about childcare costs, that's about bringing down the cost of buildings. That's also about housing. If you care about being able to live near your friends and family, this is also profoundly a question of housing. So when we talk about housing over and over, we're not just talking about the four walls, roof, and floor. We're talking about what it means to be housing. And right now, what we very clearly see in the data is that Americans are leaving expensive cities and states that tend to be run by Democrats, and they're moving to areas that are sunnier, that are cheaper, and are often more likely to be run by Republicans. And this is, I think, because starting in the 1960s, 1970s, you had this era of blockage points in housing. We started seeing zoning regulations. We started seeing historic preservation boards. We started seeing laws that made it easier for citizens to sue to stop the new development from going up. Essentially, new tools were invented to empower people with natural conservatism. For hundreds of years, people might have always felt like, I kind of want my neighbor to stay the same. Like that might have been something that like the Neanderthals were feeling. But only the last 50 years have we really outfitted human beings with a weapon to go their biological preference for the familiar, such that they can utilize it to stop the change of the physical world around them. And so we've seen the rise of what's commonly called NIMBYism, not in my backyard. The rise of a movement to stop the development of new housing around where they live. And so what you see in the data is, according to one study which was reported on by Yoni Applebaum, my colleague at the Atlantic, if there's a city with a 10% increase in the progressive vote share, there's a 30% decline in the number of houses that are created. For some reason, it does tend to be these areas that are more populated by progressives that have more of these programs. Some of this is just historical quirk, but some of it is, I think, maybe the character of a certain kind of liberal, maybe often an older liberal, believes that preserving the physical environment is the good. What you do for the planet is to stop things from changing around, stop things from being built. And that's an old-fashioned version of environmentalism that we're trying to turn the liberals against. Because really, we see the challenge with climate change is not how do we get everybody to stop using electricity, how do we get people to stop using any power or joules or electrons that come from natural gas or oil. People recognize that if people want to lead modern life, and they're going to continue to demand modern life, and so we have to use energy technology to allow them to live those lives. That means you have to build an absolute shit ton of nuclear energy, solar, wind, geothermal, nuclear, and maybe in the near future, even of being excited about building these things, rather than liberalism that seeks always to block changes in the physical environment around them. So I think that what we're trying to do is to allow people in a way to meet processes and outcomes. I think liberals want housing projects at some in some parts of their brains, parts of their hearts. I think they want the price of housing to go down. But there hasn't quite been a really clean articulation of a mindset paradigm shifting argument that gets them to see how the processes we created would so dramatically against the outcomes of it. And we're trying to say, here's a process, here's a question you can ask yourself. How can we solve the housing problem?
And also, solving the housing problems is one of the definitions of this poverty. There's a lot of goals that align well with some right about cities. Cities of work off the screen, and that's just where this plague. They are meant to be escalators into the middle class, not penthouses for the upper class. So the housing problem we're talking about specifically, the most important is in urban areas.
Yeah, this is something that we spent a lot of time about. There's a lot of really states. And sometimes you'll hear people say something like, I've heard this a lot. Well, not everybody can live in San Francisco.
or Venice in Los Angeles, or Manhattan or Brooklyn or whatever. And fine, right? Not everybody. The problem is that cities are engines of opportunity and economic dynamism. I mean, as you know better than we do, the frontier AI labs in the US, basically all of them outside of China, exist in 50 square miles of Bay Area. There's not one in New York, there's not one in Dallas, there's not one in Chicago, there's not one in Austin, there's not one anywhere but the Bay Area. But the key thing is that there is still a from these academic institutions, be it finance in New York, be it tech in San Francisco, be it culture in Los Angeles. You make a lot more money being a barber near Google than you do being a barber in rural Arkansas. And this is the ancient pathway to mobility. People who are poor and within a certain segment, they move to richer areas where the productivity is higher, and thus the sort of money spreads around. And if you look at American mobility and opportunity over the 20th century, about a third, roughly, on some calculations, just comes from this people moving to richer areas. And if you look at like the last 20-ish years, 30-ish years, you see this extremely steady process on income convergence as people move towards richer areas begin to throw itself into reverse. Because it used to make sense for the janitor and the porter to go. But now it only makes sense for the porter too, and the janitor leaves because you can't support yourself and your family and live in a home and have a reasonable career being a janitor working in Manhattan. Obviously, some people do it and some people very far. It's very hard in San Francisco. You can't look at cities as, well, that's just where the rich people are. And that's a problem many Democrats now have. I mean, Michael Bloomberg thinks he's described the city as a luxury good. And luxury goods cause luxury prices. And that's true in the sense that New York became a luxury good. But that's a problem. Like, that is a terrible problem, the version of what the city is. There's this famous advice, possibly apocryphal from Horace Greeley, early American newspaper publisher, a political candidate, but he says, like, go west, young man, go west. Right? The opportunities in the west when the lanes are open. It's never been true. It could be for him. That guy moved from a rural area to New York City. And that's how he became famous, and he ran a newspaper, and he ran against Ulysses S. Grant in the presidential election. The cities are the frontier. The cities have always been frontier, not a Berlin frontier economy. Because frankly, the economy is where ideas are produced. And ideas, even now, even the age of remote work, are produced in big cities where people live together. And they compete with each other, and they cooperate with each other. And so if you gate the cities, if you make it impossible for somebody to make $50,000 for 2 kids to live in the city, then what you've done is you've actually declosed the American frontier. You force them into more productivity places. Their children are less likely to grow up around the sort of inventors in the city. Really amazing research from Rothschild and others, basically showing that kids, no matter what they are, no matter what income level they're, they're likelier to grow up innovating and patenting in the innovations in place around them, right? If smart kids don't just grow up and innovate in anything. If they grow up in the Bay Area, they innovate in technology. As Steve Jobs did, and Wozniak did, right? Because they just lived around those people. And that is true in many different things. And so when you gate the city, it's not, housing is almost too small of a thing for what we're talking about. We're talking about if you can live next to each other. We are talking also about if you can put the people together who create the next era of economic opportunity. Right now, the Bay Area is still in some ways drafting up that, but it's cheap. A lot of the people we're talking about who've made amazing things, they started in the Bay Area when you could afford to live there. It wasn't always like this, and it wasn't that long ago that it wasn't like this. And now, fine, go to the money, good job offer from Google, One of the ones I like about this Moby, the electronic musician, his first demo, which is great. It's a mellow surf in New York. It's a housing story. He was just living next to a bunch of other musicians in cheap ass housing. I just read Meeting About Knows a sort of oral history of the arms walk in New York City. A housing story they can afford to live in. Right? I read a bunch of these stuff too, where people just like actually squatting. Right? Like the San Francisco ferment, its queerness, its openness and tolerance of new ideas. It's sort of like it's home of the psychedelic counterculture that intermixed into defense culture that created Silicon Valley, right? You read probably, is it Frederick Turner's from Counterculture to Cyberculture? That was a story of cheap house. You need to allow people to be around each other. If only one type of person can afford to be there, it becomes a monoculture over time. And so it's not just housing. This is about the geography of economic innovation and opportunity. That's why it's so fucking important.
Yeah, I think that's so brilliantly put. That the economic dynamism, the intellectual dynamism that makes America, I think that's right, is at the core housing story. Like you have to live near the place where there's turmoil and turbulence, intellectual and economically speaking. And so like you want to be able to move there and like be part of that culture, part of that economy, and part of that like how you raise your kids and culture, what you want them to study, what you want them to do. Yeah, that's fascinating. So how do we solve the housing problem? Is just remove as much regulation as possible, but get out of the way.
There's certainly a lot of regulations you want to get out of the way. I mean, if you look at California, for example, you're just giving a beautiful summary of just how important it is for people to be able to meet next economic opportunity. If you look at the number of houses that have been permitted in the state of California, over the last 40 years, it's basically just a squiggle line down. The tragedy here, just to put a really fine point on it, is that the city wasn't gated by geography or by destiny. We just build apartment buildings. Yeah, Elijah Otis invented the elevator in like the 1850s. This is not exactly a great technology. We chose to do this. We wrote these laws. We people are filing these lawsuits. We judges are accepting these laws. Prosecution determining that this building can't be built. This is entirely self-inflicted. We fly over and over again in this book. We call it a manufactured scarcity. It's like a little bit of a funny term. How do you manufacture the absence of something? Well, manufactured scarcity means you didn't have to do this. This is a human-made rule whose purposeful goal was to make it harder to add the supply. And in this case, especially since the 1960s, we have made it purposely difficult to add housing supply. And the outcome, just follow the process. You see housing supply decline, often in the richest cities, and these states that are governed too often by progressives. How do we undo it? Yes, a huge part of it exists at the layer of law. And California is already trying to change its laws, right? End single-family zoning, make it easier to add accessory dwelling units on ADUs. We're changing this at the level of law. But one thing I'm very fixated on is making sure that we also get that it has to change at the level of mindset and even at the level of political courage. Because here's like a model of what often happens. You're the mayor of some city, and you want to add a housing development of, let's say, 500 units, right? 500 apartment unit building is going to be set up by some developer. And there's a city council meeting to determine whether or not this apartment building is ready to go. Because of law subversion, and because the people who tend to go to city council meetings are older and richer and homeowners, guess what the overwhelming volume of reaction is in those city council meetings? It's a lot of people who feel like they have something to lose, saying you cannot put up this building, you cannot add these apartments, it's going to ruin the character of the neighborhood, it's going to create traffic, it's going to be like a head, an eyesore because I don't think that they are that tall. Any number of things that can come out of it, the business perspective of excuses. You take care of one, there's definitely another that comes to the surface. And so what often happens is that these mayors or these people in the city council will look out in this room with 50 people saying no, 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 and they'll say, I'm going to represent the feedback that I see. I'm going to vote no on the addition of this housing. On the addition of these housing, the addition of this apartment building. What political courage comes from that is the ability to say, you know what, I want everyone here to know that I hear you. I'm listening to you. I represent you. So I'm grateful you showed up this week. But for every one person here who says they see a benefit to add our vote, I know that there are 10,000 people in the city that didn't have the wealth or the knowledge to be here at this meeting. And they're going to benefit from more housing because that's going to bring down their housing costs. And I represent them as well. I don't just represent, you could say, the circle of care that I can see right now. I also represent the circle of voters that we can't see. Who are in the city, or who are in the state, or might even want to move to the state, but currently can't because housing prices are too high on account of housing supply being restricted. And so one thing we're trying to get at liberals to have is a sense of political courage to stand up against this very visible atheism and say, we represent interests that aren't necessarily visible at the city council either. We represent the larger interest of housing abundance. So we're going to always default to saying yes rather than default to saying no just because the people who have to come to these meetings are there.
I want to add a quick one regulation. So we were talking about COVID. Who gets COVID is right when COVID is left down. Deregulation is a word. It's highly coded. Right? We want to deregulate. Right? The government is not regulating the market. Fine. In many cases, the government should deregulate parts of the market. In many cases, it should regulate parts of the market more. What we don't talk about is how much the government regulates the government and how badly it needs to deregulate the government. So I have many more friends that come to me and will say, this all is fine. What we really need in this country is public housing. It's different branded social housing. It's fine. Singapore, huge amount of social housing. Right? They do a great job with that. One of the things we go into, and this book is a manifesto on some level, but something we really try to do is take you into the gritty, grindy, frustrating details of how policy plays out on the ground. What actually happens after bill passes and why we get the election. Because often it's like a bunch of decisions made after I can stop paying attention. So one of the things we pay some real attention to is the part of the kind of housing that people in left all over the world is affordable housing government rates. It says, oh, we're not just going to have market rate developers coming in, but more luxury condos for the children of the upper class. We're going to build affordable housing for people who should be in this city, but otherwise couldn't pay enough to be fair. California. I give you two different examples, but let's do Los Angeles, somewhere outside of it. And there's something else to get, because measure age. But California, LA, lots of law. About $1 billion, a little bit more than you don't work in the city. 6 years later, when I'm writing about this, they have built a couple thousand units at an average cost of $600,000 to $700,000 per unit. So it's costing more to build housing under this affordable housing bond measure, which they have agreed to pay for, than it is to buy a home market rate in Denver. Denver's a nice place. So what? What did happen? Well, it turns out that you trigger the public money in California, in various cities, sort of city ordinance, but not always, and use public money to cobble together the grants to build affordable housing complex. What you've done is layer onto yourself a huge number of units with the market rate developers running the development. You're either using union labor or wage, you're building the higher building codes. Oftentimes I would get through the kind of planning board meetings, they're just talking about you a bunch of concessions on this design, these parking in it, security,
that you have to often agree to who's going to build the home. So you're getting, something underage stuff where, well, they wanted it to not just be taxpayer money, they also wanted nonprofit grants, the money would go further. So you're trying to get into other grants, but these grants are to house homeless veterans. So now the opening thing you need to find these homeless veterans. We need to go through extra disability accessibility. And of course, we all want these things to be accessible, but they already have to comply with the American Disability Act. And now you're doing another disability act review in the city. And they say, well, your doors are a little bit not as wide as you think. So you got to make all your doors 3 inches wider before you can out. And that adds time, that adds cost. You have these subcontractor rules, right? This is an example from San Francisco, but you had apartments initially minority-based subcontractors that became illegal, became small businesses that meant it had a preference against bigger contractors who were more efficient at building housing. In order to use public money, and then very much in order to build public housing correctly, it ends up being more expensive and slower than market rate. And that is a choice. We do not have to try to solve every problem in society through an individual housing project. Building affordable housing is hard enough. It's not impossible, but it's difficult to do. You do have to talk to the neighbors, right? It's not trivial to build 500 apartment building. But instead, we layer on all these external and additional agenda items. I call this everything bagel liberalism. It's like, you sprinkle just enough on the bagel. It's great, but if you saw everything everywhere all at once, you put everything on your everything bagel. Not fall from which nothing can escape. And so, the need to deregulate something, right? Why? I saw some of Elon Musk's marathon for show, and he talks about high-speed rail in California. And the thing he says there is functionally illegal to build high-speed rail in California. I got 100 disagreements with Elon Musk right now. That's not one of them. It's functionally illegal to build high-speed rail in California. Like I went out, I toured the high-speed rail. I've done a lot of reporting on that. You can't build it affordably. You just can't on time. Like they have no way to get the money to build the rest of it. It's not going to happen. And it's not going to happen not because you can't build high-speed rail. It builds high-speed rail. It builds high-speed rail. It builds high-speed rail. And it's not because of a private market, like we'll only build luxury high-speed rail. It's because we have so heavily regulated a public project that you can't finish it. And you definitely can't bring it in on time and affordably. Right? And so I really would like to deep, uncode regulation. Because, yeah, there's places where I would like to regulate more. I don't want you to be able to build a coal-fired power plant. I just don't want it to be possible. I think it's bad. But I do want it to be possible to build high-speed rail and affordable housing, including through the public market. And one thing my friends on the left really underrate is how hard they make it for the government. They believe in government, but if you believe in government, then you have to make it possible for government to complete projects. You have to make it possible for people who work for government to apply their own genius and initiative. They have that agency. I always say that we're sort of trapped right now between a party that wants government to fail and a party that won't make government work. And we're trying to push this idea that the thing we want is a capable government, a strong government, a government that promises it will do something that actually doesn't get done. And that requires not just deregulation of the private sector, but sometimes it requires that. It requires deregulation of the government itself.
I love this question of deregulation. But I also sometimes find it very frustrating. Because sometimes I find that people's sense of regulation is so specifically coded. Regulation is just rules. If you change the word regulation to rules, I think it'd be easier for people to see some rules are good and some rules are stupid. We all understand that. That's what regulations are. They're just rules. Sometimes they give us exactly the outcomes we want, and sometimes they give us the outcomes we would never hope for. And here's a good example. You got the 1940s, 1950s. America was fucking disgusting. It was disgusting. The air and the water was horrifying. In 1943, residents of Los Angeles woke up to a smog that was so black they thought the Japanese had launched a chemical attack. In New Hampshire, next in the rivers next to textile mills, sometimes the rivers themselves would run green and purple and red, depending on what textile colors we dumped into the river. You had the Ohio River on fire in the 1960s, 1970s. The world of
1900s America was truly sickening, and it made people sick. And so we passed a raft of right now, and some of them achieved exactly what we wanted. The air we breathe and the water we drink is cleaner because of the clean air and water. We did extraordinary things with this era of regulation. Some of these regulations were about outcomes. The Clean Air and Water Act regulates specific pollution levels in the air and the water for the emissions coming out of. Some of the regulations, though, were about process. NEPA is the National Environmental Protection Act, and it, among many others, empowered individuals and citizens to sue the government and organizations, businesses, to stop construction or fill out environmental reviews to prove that their construction wouldn't degrade the environment too severely. This opened the door to an infinity of lawsuits to wrap up any effort to build anything in red tape forever. So fast forward to 2020, the month after Gavin Newsom, governor of California, signs the law to end single-family zoning in California. It's like a massive win for the pro-housing industry of California. The month after that law was passed, the board of supervisors in San Francisco decided to rule against an apartment building that would have added 500 total units and 100 below market rent units. So it's something like public or social housing, built on a Nordstrom parking lot, just off the best possible place you could add housing in the world, a Nordstrom parking lot, because the builders, the developers, didn't file the appropriate paperwork under environmental review. So this is a world in which the most housing-starved city in America is being starved even more of housing because of the expression of, or the power of, instrumentalization of rule has allowed people to sue to stop the physical being changed. And I think it goes back to this idea that sometimes the solutions of one era can become the problems of the next generation. It was really good to pass the set of environmental bills that we did in the 1960s and 1970s because it addressed the extremely real problem of air, water, and land being degraded by the we're in a new world. And the problem of environmentalism today is part of the problem of global warming. And we have to build not only dense housing, but also clean energy. And the same rules that were designed to help the environment in the 1960s and 1970s are sometimes ironically used in a way that hurt the environment in 2020. And one reason why we, as liberals, need a paradigm shift.
Okay, you said a lot of really interesting insights there. So one, if I understood correctly, that regulation of outcomes is a more of an idea than regulation of process. Regulation of process is where you are basically roll or show up. The other insight is if you get rid of 99% water, you'll be a better place. There's a lot of jokes out there. I don't know if you agree with that.
I definitely wouldn't say that.
98.
Yeah, 82.3.
The 80s, okay. Majority of them. No, they're simply there to examine the rules.
We talk a lot about both.
I don't know if you read this one, but it's by Mr. Olson, who's sort of the founder of public interest economics, and it's called Rise and Determination.
This is a very big book, libertarian book as well. And I like this book. It's not right about it, but its fundamental question is how come after World War II did they completely destroy, bombed out countries like Germany? You would have thought they would just. And instead, they both become growth miracles. They both did much better than the UK, which was on the winning side of the World War. And also, his argument is that affluent, stable societies will want to develop something that's very difficult to develop and very important to develop, which is bargaining organizations. Right? Collective action is hard. It is hard to form an organization. It is hard to make that organization persist. But if you can do that in an atmosphere of stability, then over time that organization can enter entrenched talent. Right? Think about AARP or the Chamber of Commerce. or certain unions, or the National Manufacturing Council, etc. Roundtable, they're not that powerful when they start, but over long pandemic, they're very powerful, and they start to pass laws to make themselves more powerful. So there's a lot you can say about this, but my favorite part of this book, and one that I don't think people emphasize enough, is this insight he has, which is that over time, countries will begin, every country has a kind of form of natural selection. And that form of natural selection will select for people with skills to best navigate the kind of economy that country has. So if you're in China right now, and China's in the developmental phase, you really want to be in civil infrastructure, right? It is great to be a civil engineer in China. Great people do semiconductors in China, great to be doing all this stuff in the physical world. But America, as a kind of price of our affluence and success, we've become a country, this happened before, a lot of countries where negotiations is really important. And a country in which negotiations is really important is going to, over time, start developing a preference for lawyers, people in finance, management consultants, because it is a society that requires continuous thinking about public work. And I think this actually explains how Tucker Carlson, according to the CEO strike, brilliant guy, this is point that he made in an interview with Smith, who's a blogger and columnist, where they were talking about high-speed rail, and to Patrick makes this point that it's just tough to be a high-speed rail engineer in America. You're going to have a much easier time working in digital space. Digital space becomes a kind of frontier of last resort. And so people want to build things, go into bits and bytes, not into atoms, right? Use either keel. And I think there's something to that. It's not that lawyers are bad. Well, I love it. Most of them are lawyers. Many lawyers do amazing work. But one reason we've selected so many lawyers is we became a society that needs a lot of lawyers because we're a society that is stable, affluent, and become very market. Donald Trump is a real estate developer. That's a relational business. The way real estate development works in this country, the reason we don't have all that many huge firms building housing in many states simultaneously is it requires a lot of relationships with individuals seeking land. And so, if you read, say, Maggie Hager, who's great biography of Donald Trump, Compass Man, which focuses a lot on his time as a real estate magnate in New York, you see, Donald Trump doesn't build a ton of stuff in other states. He actually builds in other countries sometimes, more to the point he puts his name on it in other countries. But really what he did is build here. And he built here through his relationship with the New York system. And so over time, societies that make building and construction and creation something that is an output of negotiations rather than very clear standards and rules for if you've done it, you do it. You get a lot of work. You get a lot of management. You get a lot of finance people because that's what society is selecting for. That's what you made it possible to have agency and freedom in. And that's what you need to do to do big things. This is coming from the faculty, who's a University of Michigan law professor, but between Walter Mondale and him, Walls, there's not a single person on the Democratic Presidential ticket. They Democratic Party is articulated party lawyers, and lawyers look at things with a legal perspective. A legal perspective is that government is legitimate by following the process. And Backey's point is that government attains legitimacy at least in part through outcomes. And when you prize the process so high over outcomes, you think you're acting legitimately. But actually, what it made you legitimate in the view of the people is that you built the thing you told them you were going to build. You made it possible to live affordably in the city. And so you have this sort of movement that over time, popular strongmen say, I alone can fix it, because they kind of given up on this